You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
We ain't coming back again. Someday we'll find it. Somehow, somewhere on Healing Time Island. It's my friends and me. Healing Time Island. It's my friends and me. There's nothing to do. Lays around all day. So drink back a few and get carried away. There's only a few guys, but tons of girls. Laying around half naked out by the pool. Someday we'll find it. Somehow, somewhere on Healing Time Island.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on the Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, hey, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
I have arthritic pain in my fingers, in my back, and in my legs.
Sheesh, everything's triggering all at once here. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live on lifestyleradio.ca or .net. Jess, where are you? And Elizabeth Crichton will be along shortly, as will Justin Kander. They're going to chat about a whole bunch of stuff today. And I shouldn't have lit this joint just before we went on the air.
Hi, Al.
Yes.
I'm here.
Yeah. So, how are you? What's your name again?
Lori.
Lori, thank you.
I'm not bad, you.
I'm all right. We're going to open up our
Conference locked.
800 number later on in the show. But if you'd like to call and wait in line, you may go ahead. What else are we going to talk about? The number is on our website.
Okay.
That way people have to go to our website to listen.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I listen to your website all day long. Usually
How are
while
you?
I'm sitting here working.
What's your name again?
Lori.
Lori, thank you. There we go. We have another conversation going on.
Are we here now?
I think we're here now, yeah. But we're going to be
together.
here. We're going to be here in a minute. All right.
Okay.
So we're going to turn on a tune and find everybody, and then we'll be back to start the show. This is the 420 Radio Show. We're live on Lifestyle Radio.
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Selassie. Well, is this Sensi Rock again? And for your touch again. Why, oh, Mr. Earthman. Mr. Earthman. Oh, yeah. Bring me a bag of Cali, Mr. Earthman. Me tell you me need more of that, Mr. Earthman. Bring me a bag of Cali, Mr. Earthman. Well, hurry up now.
Cause right away, as I wake, I need to meditate. So I need a pound of cushion at me place. So right away, call up the earthman and tell him, say don't delay. By my gate, him up me sit down and away. Oh yeah, no sense rock, come check me so the chalice it a feel like meditation in the heights and get the red up in our eyes. So globalize, centralize, we say it's feel legalize. Babylon abundant when display for light. Alive.
Mr. Earthman,
tell you bring it up.
Bring me a bag of Cali, Mr. Earthman. Me tell you me need more of that, Mr. Earthman.
Sense rock, make him know.
Bring me a bag of Cali, Mr. Earthman. Yeah. Well, hurry up now. Right, you know me and me brethren from the corner. We are waiting for the earthman to come on, yeah. Oh, darling, takes so long to bring a bag of Cali come. From morning, no even a split feel me on. Me have to roll it, me want to smoke it. That's why we have the whole world promoted. Me want to roll it, me want to smoke it. Now the prescription chemical drug it, hiding a drug on it.
Hey, Mr. Earthman,
whoa, bring me a bag of Cali,
hey, Mr. Earthman,
me tell you me need more,
Mr. Earthman,
yes, me need it.
Bring me a bag of Cali,
bring me the bag of
Mr. Earthman.
Wow, hurry up now. Mr. Earthman. No.
So we need the herbs. I got that, need the transcend the rocks to bring it come, yeah. From Jamaica to Netherlands.
I can't get back into this.
This is
he might have got the wrong number.
20 radio show. Watch what numbers you're playing out there. This, we're on the air now. So
Okay, which number do I
just 1 second. We're going to be right back. We're going to try and get our guests all straightened away. We're going to listen to some Eddie Murphy and Snoop Lion.
Nice.
420 radio show. I think that's the good song. Radio show. I think that's the good song to listen to. Yes, I do.
Red light, stop right there where you are. Red light, stop right there where you are. Out of the frying pan into the fire, burning down the people's souls. My high anxiety is getting higher. It feels like I'm gonna blow. Yeah, gone is the breeze. It used to be so sweet. Poison is the wind that blows. Yeah, it can't be long. The military come with a knock, knock, knock on your door. All right, red light, stop right there where you are. This is a red light, stop right there where you are. Emancipation, race relations, most of your rebels are gone. The trust the nation, the time we're wasting, the people's patience is gone. Oh Lord, broken economy, our streets are dire, even more than before. I need some betterness to take me higher. Feels like I'm gonna blow. Yeah, gone are the days when people used to say everything is alright. no place to run. Now here you come with a knock on your door. Oh, red light, stop right there where you are. This is a red light, stop right there where you are. Red light, stop right there where you are. Red light, stop right there where you are. Pick up the pieces, let it begin, cause this is the way that we flow. Higher and higher and higher we go. Through dedication, some preservation, Aliyah Selassie. Marcus Garvey, my golden martyr, all the rebels gone. We lost our way, darkest is the day. Most of the rebels are gone. Yeah, red light. Red light. Red light. We can ride, we can roll, we can breathe, we can talk, we can walk, we can stop at the red light. We can smoke, we can do what we want, we'll be real, we can go, we can stop at the red light. We'll stay true, we'll be you, we'll be up way above, and no push and no shove at the red light. We can ride, we can roll, we can breathe, we can talk, we can walk, we can stop at the red light. We can smoke, we can do what we want, we'll be real, we'll be blunt, and we'll stop at the red light. We'll stay true, we'll be you, we'll be way up above, and no push and no shove at the red light.
And we are the 420 radio show. I was just telling Jess that I really, really like this new Jack White album. And my new favorite song is Lazzarato, which we're going to hear later. I can't stop playing it. Can you hear? It's called Overplay. We've been joined by Justin Kander he's the webmaster of Phoenix Tears Foundation's website. And also Elizabeth Croydon. Elizabeth is a comedian, publisher, blah, 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 blah. She's also an advocate for cannabis. So welcome to the 420 radio show, guys.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm glad that you're all here. Now, Justin, you're going to love this. While we have this chat, Lori is making caps.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah, hey, listen, multitasking is my middle name, right?
So, Justin, tell me, please, if you wouldn't mind, give us an update at what you're up to. I know that you've been published a few more times since the last time you were on the show.
Yeah, so I've been doing a lot more writing for Medical Jane, and I've continued to update my report, Cannabis Extract Report. And the things that have been going on now, the growth in the movement is just alarming. One of the big things is that Ricky Lake is making a documentary called Weed the People about my friends Mara Gordon and Stuart Smith, who are treating pediatric patients with cannabis oils for cancers and other diseases. That's one of the things that I'm most excited about. I also just wrote an article for Medical Jane about Nuvalex, which is aiming to use encapsulation technologies to improve the effectiveness of cannabis extract medicine, because there are certainly cases where there are cancers that are hard to reach, and it just doesn't seem to be as effective in those cases. But if the encapsulation technologies could be used to concentrate the medicine in those areas, then it would work much better. Those are two quick updates. But in general, everything's just been going great. So much rising news, articles about other patients using oils to fight cancers. There was just a few weeks ago one on Ladybud about Logan Yule, who had terminal leukemia, told he was going to die, and in 3 months is standing clear of cancer. He's also going to be in Weed the People. It just keeps happening over and over. People are seeing, these are reliable results. This is happening, and it needs to be given the attention it deserves.
And I love what's going on. Although I was talking with Elizabeth earlier, we're going backwards up here in Canada, as you know, and
Oh yeah, that I'm familiar with a little bit of
yeah,
that.
it's very sad, but it's nice to see the progress going forward as far as concentrates go and extracts and stuff like that. Elizabeth used to be involved in. You were involved in one of the first.
One of the very first compassionate care clubs. In fact, that term hadn't even been coined yet. In 1997, I assisted by being the hostess with the mostest in New York City with Johan Moore and the yippie Dana Beal. And those were the days when AIDS patients were taking AZT cocktails to treat their disease, and Mayor Giuliani had a 24-hour lockup rule so that if these lawyers would step around the corner and smoke their J to get rid of the nausea that the AZT cocktails were giving them, they would be locked up for 24 hours, and then they weren't able to get their medicine, and then they would come back to us, 3 times as ill. And
wow,
it was quite a thrill to see the true impact of cannabis on people. I mean, the people, the cancer patients that were unable to eat. One of our patients began taking a photographic art project in hand where he showed himself in the middle of his chemo before he had begun co-treating it with cannabis, and he was emaciated and looked like he was on death's door. And then he took a picture of him smoking, and then he took a picture of him eating a sandwich, and he beat the cancer, and by midway through his project, you could see the health and the life returning to his eyes.
And this was in the 80s?
It was in the early 90s,
Okay.
1996, 97.
Okay.
And it really opened my eyes to what cannabis can do. And I began smoking as a juvenile delinquent, and I did not look at what I was doing as a medical treatment. I mean, I put myself under tremendous pressure as an artist. I've been in acting and comedy for over 30 years. And I would put myself under these tremendous amounts of pressure and stress, and I did not look at what I was doing as medical. I just thought, oh, I'm feeling better.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? That's exactly what people need to start saying. It's so simple. And for anybody who knows anything about it, and if you don't know anything about it, Google it. It's called cannabis or marijuana or pot or weed, whatever you want to call it. Weed. Okay. Google
I love
it.
the term weed because that's exactly what it is. It grows everywhere and anywhere.
And it grows just like one.
But you know what? I'll tell you something.
It's funny about that term weed. Actually, a weed is only something that you don't want.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite of weed.
And I have sat there.
Some of my favorite dietary foods are considered weeds, dandelions, great for the liver.
Yes,
considered a weed.
Yeah.
But yet, medical.
It's only a weed when it's in my rose garden.
Yeah.
Man, I would love weed in my rose garden.
When it's in my herb garden.
Wouldn't it be great to graft weed and roses? So maybe if you got like a master grafter, you could have like a flowering rose with a bud right in the center of it. Which reminds me of a really cool compassionate club. If there are any California listeners out there, there's an amazing compassionate club called Bud and Roses, or Buds and Roses, which was started by a fellow whose daughter is in great need of the weed. I also like the word weed because you have to smile when you say it.
You're
right.
What do you hear from people, Justin, in all your conversations? I have conversations with Lori and Jess and other people, and I know Lori, for one, finds the word weed and pot kind of derogatory, right, Lori?
Well, I have found that in talking to people that are of the reefer madness mindset, by speaking to them about cannabis, it almost like it's like they're almost starting to get friendly and warm up to the idea before they realize it's pot. Right?
Yeah.
And it almost makes it friendlier and more.
I
We
find
have to think about who our audience is when we're speaking.
that's
to
right.
them.
And I find when I'm having a conversation, when I have a conversation with this person, I call it, like with my buddy down the road, I call it pot. When I'm having a conversation with Lori, I call it cannabis, you know?
Yeah, as my profession is a comedian, so I am allowed a certain amount of professional irresponsibility. But, you know, my job is to be irreverent. But my buddy Adam Eidinger and the DCMJ cannabis campaign to go with full legalization in Washington, D.C., they're very careful and they use the word cannabis. You know, which is a really nice word, and it takes away, although a lot of people are not aware, it takes away the racial slur of marijuana.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know the word cannabis as well.
It's true.
Right.
It's very true. And they need to understand that, because you got the cannabinoid receptors in your brain. So the two of them are very simpatico.
I'm stimulating those right now.
You know.
Well, and to quote something, a friend of ours, Dr. Sunil Agarwal from, I believe he's at NYU in New York there. I was listening to an address that he gave at Albert Einstein Institute, and he was telling the people in the class that they should use the word cannabis, because when you give your patient morphine, you don't tell them you're giving them a prescription for smack.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Makes
right.
sense.
Unless they're a comic. My whole thing, you know, and there's a reason why I like to call it weed. I mean, it's been around forever, and there's a whole tradition that's being ignored. You know, like the poor 1960s vets are being ignored, and they were some of the first pioneers in post-traumatic stress disorder. They called it weed.
Yep.
That's right.
One of my issues.
I like to say once a pothead, always a pothead. You know.
Amen, and they women, and a couple sheep plants if you can afford to grow your own. You know, that's the other concern that I have, which is why I primarily refer to it as weed, and weed are the world, because you know, my concern with this green rush is that it's going to become unaccessible to the poverty-stricken family that has been using it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, we need to. That's why I fell in love with safeaccessnow.org. We need to make certain that it remains accessible and affordable to patients.
Definitely.
What
Absolutely.
What is happening at Phoenix Tears these days? I know that there's a lot of families moving into Colorado now, eh?
Yeah, so the Phoenix Tears Foundation is doing a lot of work in Colorado, including to help some of the families relocating. They released a press release about welcoming the Warrior family, who has a child with, you know, one of the rare intractable forms of epilepsy. They're also doing the Phoenix 5 project, which is treating 5 terminal cancer patients from start to finish, so that people can, you know, see it as it happened. Because that's the most compelling thing. When you see someone start the treatment, they're told they're terminal, and then you see those results. That's the most compelling. And there's been 2 updates released so far. One, I believe it was colorectal or colon cancer. She's feeling a lot better overall, just like night and day. But the most stunning update was this guy, David Atkins, who had a spinal tumor stretching from T2 to T7 up his spine. It was either going to paralyze him or kill him. And in only 7 weeks of cannabis extract treatment, the tumor is gone. So that update is, you know, it's out there on YouTube. It's in my report. So yeah, Phoenix Tear. And another thing is they're working with Cannabis Science to do skin cancer trials in Colombia. So, just prove it once and for all that it works against skin cancer. Those are basically the two main projects going on right now, the Phoenix 5 and the Colombia skin cancer trials. And I'm really excited about both of them.
I'm really excited about those projects and about the word getting out further. I've seen from my own eyes skin cancer tumors shrink with the application of the high concentrated oil. And I was curious if in the Phoenix Tears Foundation, if anyone had ever heard of the filmmakers Trey Booth and Kevin Booth from Sacred Cow Productions.
Yes.
Their last movie followed the story of an infant that had been diagnosed with a rare cancer. She had over 300 seizures a day, and the cannabis was able to slow that down. And there was marked improvement in her cannabis treatments. They were using a combination of chemo and cannabis, and it's unfortunate that the strain on the infant body, caused her to pass away. But it was documented improvement that the cannabis was making a difference where the chemotherapy was unable to, and it's so hopeful.
So that was American Drug War 2, right? Because Kevin Booth,
that's right.
American Drug War 2. So I don't know about a girl, but I know that the Cash Hyde was definitely in that. He had a rare brain tumor and was on the verge of death. And Mike Hyde began secretly administering cannabis oil through the feeding tube, and he immediately started improving. Was able to get off all his anti-nausea and pain medications.
Yes.
And the tumor started shrinking, and he was eventually pronounced cancer-free. So his situation was unique in that as soon as he was pronounced cancer-free, they lost access to cannabis oil, and the cancer came back. They then went to California to do a combination of proton therapy and the oil, even though the doctor said the proton therapy probably wouldn't work. He used it along with the oil, and yet again beat the cancer without needing any anti-nausea medications, which was incredible. And then yet again lost access to the medicine, and the cancer came back. And then he wasn't able to get any more, and he did die. And his case shows that even once the cancer is gone, you need to keep a maintenance dose going. And I've seen this before because there are still residual cancer cells in the body. There's always cancer cells in the body, for one thing. And if you've had cancer before, then your risk of it returning is much higher. But people who stay on a maintenance dose, I've never heard of, the cancer coming back. And there are many people who don't take maintenance doses and the cancer doesn't come back. But, when it's your life, you don't want to take any chances. And also in regards to Cash Hyde, there was a great article on Vice.com just 2 days ago it's called Families Desperately Seeking CBD. And it starts off with Cash Hyde's story and how he responded so well to the high THC medicine. But, THC and CBD are both important and have their own applications.
I followed Cashie's story right from the get-go, and I was so happy to see it working because, they made it very, very public what they were doing. And
Justin, are you aware of the little girl? I think she had leukemia in Toronto, and the doctor documented, even though he wasn't administering the cannabis oil, he documented it, and they also noticed that when they changed the strain, that her results changed. That she had great success with the oil, but then when they changed the strain, it changed the success, and then they switched back again. Do you know the study I'm talking about?
I'm extremely certain that you're referring to the November 2013 Case Reports in Oncology study, which is, that's the one case that truly is fully documented. And it literal, I don't understand why that hasn't gotten more attention. It is literal proof that at least in the case of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, cannabis extracts do work. No chemotherapy had been effective in reducing the leukemic blast cells. And within days of starting the oil, it plummeted. And by day 39 of the treatment, there were only like 300 blast cells left, where, the peak had been 374,000. And another thing is that you're right, the changing the strains and changing the dosage did have an effect on the leukemic blast cell count, and that's how they knew it was the cannabis oil and not spontaneous remission. It ruled out spontaneous remission as a cause because there was a dose-dependent relationship. So, you know, a lot of people say, you know, with cannabis oils, you know, you don't know if it's, you know, it could have been spontaneous remission, which is just, it's bullshit with all these cases and the immediacy of these effects. Is, you know, calling all this spontaneous remission is just not true, and it's irresponsible to say that.
What?
But wait a second, though. Spontaneous remission does happen.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, you have to, like, this is the thing. We have to remember that too. I mean,
I understand what Justin's saying, though, is that the result of that specific trial is that
with that one for sure
was dependent on the actual administration of the cannabis oil.
Yep, and I concur. But that is a problem because there is spontaneous remission, and sometimes we don't really know.
It's a matter of the number of cases.
Yeah,
that's the key. Over all these years, seeing so many cases, you know, when you look at the details, it's very clear that there's something going on when it's examined holistically.
You know, and when I'm speaking to patients, I always tell them, you know, there is a chance that it could be spontaneous remission, but why take the chance and not stay on a maintenance dose anyway?
Why wouldn't somebody? Why wouldn't somebody stay on the maintenance dose?
Because they're not
other than finances,
that's an issue that I have with my father. Recently, he was on a wretched chemical drug that was interfering with his cognizant abilities, and you know, I was nervous that it was dementia. Well. He's been off of it for 2 weeks now, and he's returned to the dad I know. But with living with over 47 years of multiple sclerosis symptoms, I have constantly worked to get him to try a brownie to see if that helps with some of his issues. And I run into the entrenched 1950s, 60s mentality, and with his legal service to the government, that this is not something he can have as an option because of its legal status, which breaks my heart.
Oh, for sure. That's hugely limiting and prohibitive for so many people, you know. And you know, anybody in any kind of position where they administer drug tests on any kind of a regular basis, anybody of any sort of technical or high risk position or anything like that, and I think the proof of the efficacy and safety of it, we have it's tantamount. We have to force that as being, like, you know, I had the occasion to talk to a doctor I was on a panel with there back in, when was that? I guess in 1st April. And he had admitted to me that he'd only ever allowed 2 patients to use cannabis here in Canada, even though it's been allowed for many, many years. And only because they had cancer, only because they were terminal, and only because there was nothing else that was alleviating the side effects of the cancer treatments.
And you're inspiring me to inform you guys, in case you're not aware, that the DEA has begun harassing our PhD physicians that are recommending marijuana to their patients.
Oh, God.
And
or who are involved in cannabis businesses.
That's actually in the news that's coming up. That's one of our stories that we're about to do. Yeah. And I think that's disgusting.
They're kind of doing that here in Canada too, though, aren't they, Jess?
Well, they are.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah. In fact, they've stopped physicians from recommending cannabis from one province to another. It used to be that we could do that. And in fact, we can still Skype for some reason from one province to another, but a doctor, even though he's registered with the Royal College of Physicians in Canada, now can no longer, you know, go to another province and recommend cannabis.
Jesus. Well, pardon my New York French when I say fuck that shit.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yet they can do it on Skype. This is what amazes me.
Yeah, it's dependent on what province your ass is sitting in.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
so
right.
If your ass is in the province that you're licensed in, you're good to go. Now, I have noticed that one of the provinces, I believe it was Quebec, there was an article in the last week where their doctors are very concerned about the fact that patients in Quebec are being signed by doctors in other provinces.
Right. They have an entirely different legal system than the rest of the country, a different constitution. And so their crackdown on cannabis is way harder than the rest of the country.
That's true.
It's not benefiting them, that's for sure.
Now, Saskatchewan did take the forethinking measure of actually reviewing the situation and making directives for their doctors. And I was kind of, they didn't say that they couldn't recommend it. What they said was that if you are going to recommend cannabis to patients, you are not allowed to be involved with some business that is also selling it or reselling it or a resource
Which is
center.
such hypocrisy, because you have all of these pharmaceutical sales reps running around spending big money scheduling lunches with doctors specifically for them to recommend their debilitating MS drug or their pseudo effective cancer drug or the latest antidepressant. So, you know, to say that doctors shouldn't be affiliated with a specific outlet or a specific grower is just poppycock.
Yeah. So, hey, Justin, I know you can't stay very long, but I mean, I haven't spoken to you before, but I immediately noticed like your ability to recall information and draw upon it. So, what's your background? You seem extremely informed.
Well, so I got involved 6 years ago. I saw Run from the Cure March 3rd, 2008. I know because I made a post responding to the thread. So yeah, and I just followed the movement, from the beginning, saw it grow, from literally that one video, other people started making posts on forums. There were other documentaries like Sure to Cannabis Story and Vitamin Cannabis. And then I would say things really exploded, last August with the Sanjay Gupta documentary and the use of the high CBD oils to fight epilepsy, which in my opinion is even more amazing than cancer, because cancer is something that we, understand a little better. Cells go malignant and you need to kill those cells, but epilepsy is just so complex. And I knew that, that was the moment when people would really start taking this seriously. And then I made cannabisextractreport.com, where I wrote that report for the Reform Conference in Denver, put on by DPA. And I've just been updating it and, collecting more information ever since. And, just from being surrounded, like the reason that I remember things, a lot of details is because, I've just been looking over, so many cases and, some cases like the case reports of oncology stuff that I've looked over, like dozens of times. So, this has really become second nature to me. A lot of the patient cases, the protocols relating to the oil, and just following it, every case and, trying to become involved wherever I can has gotten me this far to where, I am the webmaster for Phoenix Tears Foundation. And, I have, so many other amazing contacts. I'm very fortunate for, how far I've come in this.
You're in Denver? Is that where you're located?
I am actually in College Park, Maryland, which is right outside of DC. I'm about to move.
We have to get together before you move. I'm one of your neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm in Kensington, Maryland right now.
Oh, wow, that is close.
You never
I'm trying to move that west,
we'll have to medicate. I just got in from LA and I'm taking my first trip to Denver this summer. So we'll definitely have to exchange information through our hosts today.
Absolutely. You're a really awesome and funny person. I would definitely love to meet you at some point.
Oh, thank you. Smooth talker, eh? He's a smooth talker too.
Yeah, man.
Justin, I've got to say I admire what you've done so far, my friend. Justin's only in his 20s.
Hey, can I I'd like to ask Justin a question.
Oh, sure, you go right ahead.
So, you're in College Park, man. Do you know what the dealio is with Maryland University and their medical department? Are they doing anything with cannabis? What's the college campus there feel like?
Well, I graduated last year. I was part of Students for Sensible Drug Policy, the University of Maryland. Yeah, they're absolutely amazing. I definitely would not be here without them. But yeah, so I was part of them. In terms of like medical research that the campus is doing, I'm pretty sure that they're not doing any / I'm not aware of it. But I know I've seen a lot of general progress, like Good Samaritan policies that like SSDP fought hard for that, so that if people overdose on alcohol or other drugs, that they can call for help without having fear of punishment.
Yeah.
There's been a strong push to reduce the penalties for cannabis possession on campus so people don't get kicked out of their dorms. Nothing has happened with that yet, but since Maryland is about to decriminalize up to 10 grams in October, I'm hopeful that this chapter will help equalize the penalties from the campus. But yeah, that's the general state of things here.
Yeah, I used to get high with this cat in high school, and he won. He went to Good Counsel High School, and he won the Good Christian Gentleman Award, and he had an A+ average, and went on to be one of the best musicians in the country. Some people thrive on studying. Some people can work very well under the influence of cannabis. Other people
I can tell you that I did.
I can tell you that I do as well, sir.
And me, for sure. That's the only way I got through college, I gotta say.
I think there is something now. I'm speaking specifically from my personal experience, but I think there is definitely something to be said for a good sativa when you are pressuring your brain to absorb knowledge. It seems or to create a story. It seems to provide a cerebral relief.
For sure.
So you're able to memorize that book of macroeconomics in an evening.
So Elizabeth, I can see a picture of you and a little girl. Is that your daughter?
No, that's the daughter of a very dear friend of mine, Adam Eidinger, who's a longtime activist. He's the spokesperson for Dr. Bronner's hemp soap.
Yay!
Yeah, yay for sure.
The cannabis plants love Dr. Bronner's.
Oh my gosh! I mean, what a pioneer! He goes to India to make his soap, and I believe that the hemp that he uses is grown out in India at the moment. Adam would be the expert, but that is Adam's daughter, Arundhati Roy. And she's just a joy to be around. And Adam is a crazy mofo activist. I met him in the year 2000, and about 150 of us organized the core circle that protested against George Bush's selection to the White House. And he executes his activism through great theatrics. And he and Dr. Bronner, and I believe Ben Droz, I could be wrong about
Ben Droz.
Do you know Ben Droz? I love the Ben Droz.
I'm familiar. I know, he works for, is it Vote Hemp? I know he's like the main hemp activist.
He's the main lobbyist for Vote Hemp. He does fantastic work. And
I met him at my friend Stacia's birthday party. He's really high energy.
Yeah, he is total high energy. I love partying with that guy, and I'm always flattered when he comes out to a comedy show. But at any rate, Adam and Dr. Bronner, along with some other hemp farmers, went down to, I believe, the Department of Justice and planted hemp seeds on their front lawn with ceremonial shovels. And of course,
that was back in 2012.
Yes. Yeah, of course got arrested. And most recently, my biggest fear if you'll pardon my comedy, weed industry is that Monsanto will start fucking with GMOs and weed.
Monsanto already is. Monsanto in Uruguay have teamed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the whole deal with Uruguay and the government test project to grow weed for the people. It's a Monsanto endeavor.
Oh my goodness, I'll have to look at that very careful.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the super weed seed, but I definitely mind the suicide weed seed.
You know, Monsanto had to get involved. There's no way that they would let the most spectacular plant on the planet, go by them.
Well, I pulled the wool over my own eyes and was resting in the safety of my own delusions, hoping focus on oranges as they've done for so many years. Yeah, but my favorite caper Adam and I recently pulled was with the organic food lobby. We dropped $2,000 from the top of the Hart Senate building, which is where a lot of the lobbying is done, after giving false awards to all the office holders that claim they were doing their best to be subtle about accepting Monsanto campaign money. And we rolled around in the money on the floor and got arrested. The Secret Service came and applauded me. So there are a lot of people on our side that can't speak out. And Adam and the DCMJ.org organization that are right now in full force getting the petition for Prop 71 full legalization to be on the ballot. Right now they're finding that it's hard for Washingtonians to come out of the weed closet.
Right.
It is a very deep, dark weed closet. I mean, it's so deep you can see Narnia. In fact, often I go in the weed closet just to smoke with Aslan. But I grew up here, so I know all the stoners, and I know where they are, I know where they work, I know they're at NIH, I know they're planted in the Department of Justice, I know that certain security officers are winding down their day with weed.
Right.
But Adam and his crew they're relentless. I believe they've passed their halfway mark on the signatures. But they are still finding people that won't sign because of what they do. They're afraid of being fired. They've kept their. I wish I could have been subtle about my weed use, but clearly I like to share. Otherwise, I'd have a high-paying job in the private sector of our government.
Right.
One of the things that I've seen done, I was training in Aikido. I've trained in Aikido for over 20 years. And one of my senseis was Steven Seagal, and I train at the international headquarters here. I knew a cat who went on narcotic raids. And he was the first cat in the door on narcotic raids. And this cat would come to our mat with the shakes. And finally, one day, I just said, look, what is your problem with cannabis? Is that something that you are very much against? And he spoke about, not really being against that per se. He's more or less fighting the destruction that is caused by meth, by heroin. And I said to him, well, let's fuck beer night. Why don't you just smoke this doobie with me? It's a hybrid of sativa and indica.
Right.
And his shakes went away. He's now a patient. And to see at a confidential compassionate care club, but to see that change in the man that's the first through the door that has to decide who gets shot and who does not get shot, to see him benefit, it's outrageous to me that he does not have access to something that is helping him.
Yeah, for sure. And so many like him. There's so many people still that, I'm really blessed. I live, even though they're trying to take away my right to grow, I still have a license to possess. And even though I think that having a license and regulating humans is disgusting, I'm still very grateful that I have access to this medicine.
Well, what's going down with your license to grow?
Well, here in Canada, our government gave us for, I think, almost 10 years our right to grow our own medicine.
I think it was 13.
13 years, thank you. They recently decided that the only people that would grow medicine for us would be ones that they had licensed commercially.
Oh, man.
And so basically Health Canada took the medical marijuana program and transferred it over to Industry Canada.
It's terrible.
Right. And
it makes me cry.
But it's like the program, the problem is the first program was designed to fail, and yet we made it work. And now this problem, I believe, is designed to fail. And they're going to hand out so many licenses that it's going to fall apart because it's done for the, benefit of profit instead of,
Well, good luck trying to, stopping people from growing. It is a weed, and it is culturally embedded, say, in the entire Latino community. When I lived in New Mexico, I was making part of my living doing political consulting for candidates. And these people would come into my home and I'd show them the Steven Seagal photos and the photos of me with Secretary Norm Mineta and Congressman Mike Honda and pull out the whole show. I'm so influential and blah, 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 blah. And they'd be like, is that you and Cheech and Chong? And I'd be like, yeah. And they'd go, I'll listen to whatever you have to say. Just tell me what to do.
I have a great love of pot culture. I know that some people have a little bit of a problem because they're working so hard as medical marijuana activists.
Right.
And so it really does.
They get that stick up their ass
so often because goodness knows you're not supposed to like your medicine.
Right.
Exactly.
So, that opens a whole topic that opens a very important topic about health and about well-being. And it gets into the psychology of Hegel. Fun and laughter does heal. Enjoying yourself is important. If you need to write at a computer standing up while you're at work, why can't you write at a computer standing up at work? Why do you have to be in this, German psychologist invented cubicle? I don't know if you know who Hegel is, but he's the psychologist that invented the discomfort to create the idea that you are smaller than the system you're up against. So if you've got a big desk in front of you for a job interview and you're in a tiny, uncomfortable chair, that's Hegel. And that is madness to me. You talk to the greatest minds in learning and absorbing, and they will tell you, you study your neuroscience for 45 minutes, and then you take 15 minutes to go juggle. And for people to laugh at that, people, I think that one of the biggest reasons why cannabis, weed, marijuana, Mary Jane is greeted with
Scooby-Doo, don't forget that one. Scooby-Doo.
Yes, and the Scooby snacks are greeted with such dismay is that the most rebellious thing you can personally do is be happy.
Exactly.
Authority doesn't like it when you're enjoying yourself.
Right.
They like it when you're under pressure and feel their authority. Because if you're happy, you run the risk of saying, fuck you, Jack, I don't like the way you're running things.
Right. Right.
But on the other hand, if you are happy and enjoying yourself and you do take the 15 minutes to juggle after studying your neuroscience, if studies have shown that increases your workload.
Yeah.
So something's got to give there, man.
Yeah.
And why not enjoy your medicine?
For
sure. I have a very rare anxiety disorder. And people don't notice it because, as you've probably ascertained, I'm highly social. I can handle people the way some people can handle bank accounts. And I worked as a professional psychic for over 20 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And I'll tell you a story about that, which is cannabis related. But I have been in my business as because I live my life on the double D list. So I'm a loudmouth, big-breasted woman. I have been assaulted over 16 times in my profession. So as a public figure, I'm putting myself out there for anywhere between 2 people late night at the Comedy Store at 1 a.m. to, a couple thousand people at the July 4th smoke-in. To be available, and you make someone feel good, they don't want to get off the ride, or you upset someone and they want to make certain that they never speak again. And I run the issue every time I go into comedy. Am I going to be hit? Will my tits be grabbed and shaken? And it is,
Gosh.
if I smoke the right sativa, and I like the strain. It doesn't sound very medical, but I love the strain Trainwreck.
Me too.
I'm very okay. I recognize, okay, that's a possibility, but I don't fret about it. It doesn't repeat in my head over and over again. I don't live in the terror of that anxiety.
Right.
And so that's important.
Right. Did you catch that recovery, Lori? It was like me at Parliament. What was I thinking?
But when I went out for the job as a professional psychic, I was very young. I'm 43 now. I was 19 when I went out for this job, and I was an incredible smartass. And I said, okay, I've been acting. So
Are you kidding me?
I'll memorize these cards and these archetypes, and I'll bullshit my way through this job. Well, my buddy took me up on the roof before my job interview. The job interview consisted of reading my boss's cards, and he got me really high. Oh my gosh, mendacity. I love this buzz. And I came back to the room to read my boss's cards. I had bought the Herbal Tarot set. How fitting for this show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading the cards, and my little bullshit voice that I usually listen to in order to say the right thing to get out of not doing my algebra homework that day starts talking to me. And I'm telling this woman that the 9 of Sage means that there are actually 3 lawyers instead of 5 lawyers. And I'm like, wow, you are really slinging the bullshit this time, Elizabeth. Hope you get hired, because I got really specific, and she went around the circle and she was like, you can go. You're hired. You. And she points to me, you come to my office. And I'm like, oh, buzz me. I am busted. She smells the weed. She's going to get on me for smoking weed. I'm not going to turn in my buddy. And she sits me down and she goes, what do you mean my husband has 5 lawyers instead of just the ones I know about? And, I was like, I don't really know. I thought I was bullshitting you. And she goes, please get on the phones right now. You're welcome to work in this office. And, I found that continuing through this job as a psychic phone line. I started on a phone line, and I found that sativa, for whatever reason, assisted with the neurological connections and the neuroactivity that was necessary to do this.
Oh yeah, it helps to hook up those pathways really well.
Yes. And then we get into the, I'm sorry, please.
I was just going to say, I do database design, and believe me, yeah, it works really good.
Yeah. And then we get into the area that maps.org is working on, the psychedelic community is working on, and we start talking about mushrooms growing new neural pathways. I mean,
ooh, my favorite.
I've seen several articles about that. Actually.
Give me mushrooms and a Grateful Dead show, and I will heal the sick.
I have one quick question for you, Elizabeth, about mushrooms. I've never done the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Would you try that?
I believe I have tried that in ceremony. Yeah, I was really fortunate. I started my psychedelic experience right before Dr. Timothy Leary died, and I got to do the psychedelic experience with him and a bunch of heads that were trained. I mean, and I'm very grateful for that because I entered it in a sacred ceremony and I understood the different stages that you would go through instead of, just some Jane Doe who takes it to enjoy a concert and leaves herself open to all kinds of chaos. There was
hanging on for dear life the entire time. You mean?
Right, exactly. Because it really does. It really can take you through different levels of your subconscious that you may not be prepared to handle. But I do know this one case. I was out by the Joshua Tree for the Graham Nash music concert.
Nice.
And the female producer of that show had told me she had gotten into a car wreck, and all of the doctors said that she'd never be able to speak again, nor would she be able to touch her nose with her finger. When she would go to do that, her finger would only go to her shoulder. It would not get near her nose. And her talking was so disorderly that she could not make sense of what she was working to communicate. She went into a tent with a shaman and some shrooms, and she came back with full speech.
Wow.
And she was able to take her finger and touch the side of her nose.
Great.
Awesome.
So,
Wow.
That's awesome.
And, so if you're in the right, it's like, I think it's very important that you be, that everything be medical and attended. Like I did it in a sacred ceremony. And so I think I grew the right neural pathways with the 500 shamanic drummers playing, the West African beats and people paying attention to what the proper amounts of vitamin C that's important. All of those things, the water that keeps you hydrated, all of those things are critical. But you take a mushroom and you listen to, say, G.G. Allen in the middle in the middle of an industrial steam park, you may walk away going, I talked to Satan. So, because all these neural pathways and neuroscience are tying into quantum physics, and who knows what goes on. I was able to pull stuff from the psychic line, people on the phone saying, I think you sell satellites. Yes, I do sell satellites. How did, we were just putting our minds together in the same tree, but we were able to pull that. So, and I'm quite frankly, while I'm into it, the medical marijuana fight. I am bored with the medical marijuana fight.
Me too. It's the mushroom fight now.
Yes.
We're moving on. I know.
Well, I'd like to move on, but the turgid bureaucracy
there's still work within the cannabis movement left to do. That's the thing. There's still left to work for everybody.
Yes.
So, Al is saying he wants to take a break.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think we should. We've been yapping for a while.
And I want to ask Justin a few more questions.
Oh, I definitely want to ask. I've got a couple questions that I'd like to ask Justin as well. And we're going to take a little break here. And before we go, I got to say happy birthday to Jess.
Aww.
And just trying to find my stuff here. So I'm umming and ahhing. Jesus. Stupid 1970s mouse.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to listen. We're going to take a break. We're going to listen to the news that Jess has done. And we're going to listen to some Jack White. And we're going to have a pee and have some munchies. And then we're going to be back with Elizabeth and Justin to talk some more about weed on the 420 radio show. We'll be back. Yeah. We'll be back in a minute.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
It's June the 11th, 2014. I'm Peter speaking for 420 Jess, and this is the news on the 420 radio show. In Montreal, WCAX.com reports, the search widened Sunday for 3 inmates who escaped with the help of a helicopter from a detention center in Quebec City a day earlier. It was the second helicopter-aided inmate escape in Quebec province in 2 years. The 3 men escaped from the Orsanville detention center in suburban Quebec City around 7:45 p.m. Saturday with the help of a green-colored helicopter. The chopper landed in the courtyard of the detention center, which has barbed wire fencing and a watch post, and then quickly took off with the 3 inmates, heading west toward Montreal, police said. Authorities were put on alert across Quebec, in the rest of Canada, and in the United States, according to provincial police. We have cooperation with all the police forces across the country and abroad also, said Sergeant Gregory Gomez. We have many officers who are scattering all the areas possible. Investigators are, of course, checking every lead. Police were reluctant to provide many details about their investigation for fear the escapees could be monitoring media reports. The escapees were originally arrested on drug trafficking and gangsterism charges in 2010, according to police. Dennis and Lifver were subsequently charged with murder, according to the Quebec Provincial Police website. Police said the men were swept up in a major 2010 police operation dubbed Project Crayfish, aimed at bringing down a drug trafficking ring in northwestern Quebec. During the raid, police made 51 arrests along with money and drugs, police said. They also seized a plane and a helicopter. The status of the men's cases in the court system was not immediately clear. Provincial jails in Canada normally house people awaiting trial or those serving sentences of up to 2 years. Police released photos of the 3 men on social media and appealed to the public for help, but warned anyone who spotted them not to approach and immediately contact police. Audrey-Anne Bilodeau, another police spokeswoman, said Saturday that police were working with surrounding airports and Quebec's Valcartier military base to help track down the helicopter. The Orsanville Detention Center, about 10 kilometers from the center of Quebec City, can hold up to 710 offenders. An online report from the Joint Blog reports, a new study published ahead of print by Neuropsychopharmacology, the official publication of the American College of Neuropsychopharmacology, has determined that cannabinoids can help treat, or even prevent, the effects of PTSD. Scientists from the Department of Psychology of the University of Haifa in Israel examined rat models suffering from shock-induced PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. The rats were each given an injection of either a cannabinoid receptor agonist, a substance that mimics the effects of cannabis, or a controlled placebo 2 hours after the shock. After a week, the scientists examined the rats and found that the initial shock coupled with situational reminders of the trauma caused lasting alterations in emotional processing in the mice, as well as impaired extinction of the traumatic event, lasting fear, enhanced latency to startle, impaired plasticity in the hippocampal accumbens pathway, and altered expression of CB1 receptors and glucocorticoid receptors in multiple areas of the brain. Results for the rats that had been given the cannabinoid agonist showed that the agonist prevented the effects the shock had on emotional processing, extinction, plasticity and startle response, and corrected abnormalities in the CA1 and frontal cortex areas of the brain. Post-traumatic stress disorder affects roughly 7.7 million adults in the United States, and symptoms can range from insomnia, depression and anxiety to flashbacks, self-destructive behavior and even suicidal thoughts and tendencies. And in the U.S., the Boston Globe reports, Drug Enforcement Administration investigators have visited the homes and offices of Massachusetts physicians involved with medical marijuana dispensaries and delivered an ultimatum: sever all ties to marijuana companies, or relinquish federal licenses to prescribe certain medications, according to several physicians and their attorneys. The stark choice is necessary, the doctors said they were told, because of friction between federal law, which bans any use of marijuana, and state law, which voters changed in 2012 to allow medical use of the drug. The Doe's action has left some doctors, whose livelihoods depend on being able to offer patients pain medications and other drugs, with little option but to resign from the marijuana companies, where some held prominent positions. The Globe this week identified at least 3 doctors contacted by DEA investigators, although there may be more. Here are your options. Dr. Samuel Mazur said he was told by a DEA investigator from the New England Division Office. You either give up your license or give up your position on the board, or you challenge it in court. Mazur, chief executive of Debilitating Medical Conditions Treatment Centers, which won preliminary state approval to open a dispensary in Holyoke, said the DOE investigators' visit came shortly after state regulators announced the first 20 applicants approved for provisional licenses for medical marijuana dispensaries. Meza said he returned from vacation in February to find a DOE business card on the door to his home and several messages on his answering machine urging him to contact the agency immediately. The quiet DEA crackdown comes even as the U.S. House of Representatives approved a measure last week that would restrict the DEA from raiding medical marijuana operations in states where it is legal. Senate action is pending. Tensions between federal and state officials have flared as 22 states, including Massachusetts, have legalized medical marijuana, many since 2010. A spokesman for the DEA in Boston on Wednesday referred calls to agency headquarters in Washington. A DEA spokeswoman in Washington declined to answer questions Thursday about the doctor's assertions that they are being asked to choose between their drug prescribing licenses and their ties to dispensaries. The spokeswoman would not say whether the action in Massachusetts is part of a national policy or limited to the state. Physicians, dentists, and other health care providers who prescribe or administer narcotics and other controlled substances are required to register with the DEA, which tracks use of the drugs and strips federal licenses of those who fraudulently prescribe the medications. At least 2 physicians resigned their medical officer positions with planned medical marijuana dispensaries in the past 2 weeks after visits from the DEA in Denver. 9 News tells us, in a move that could threaten the state's entire legal marijuana system. A Colorado lawyer claims that requiring pot companies to pay taxes violates the United States Constitution. Attorney Rob Corey is asking the Denver District Court to block marijuana taxes in Colorado. With the lawsuit, Colorado's tax system violates the Fifth Amendment, which protects people from self-incrimination. Corey argues that when marijuana growers and sellers pay their taxes, they effectively incriminate themselves under federal law, which still bans marijuana. Corey says he's concerned that the taxes on pot are so heavy that they undermine the goal of legalizing the drug in the first place. It's pretty clear that the black market never going to go away with these taxes, said Corey, who is seeking a preliminary injunction to block the state from collecting tax on pot as part of his case. If the injunction is denied, Corey tells 9 News he'll advise pot shops to stop paying their taxes, a move that would likely prompt the state to suspend their retail licenses. Supporters and opponents of the lawsuit agree that the case threatens the entire state-sanctioned marijuana industry, not just the shops Corey represents. The lawsuit invokes the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution, arguing federal law is supreme over, and preempts, state or local law. A strict interpretation of that argument could pave the way for Colorado's own court system to find its state system for selling pot illegal. Corey called it an outside chance, but didn't seem concerned at the possibility. In my mind, overtaxation is just as bad as prohibition, Corey told 9 News. Other pro-marijuana attorneys tell 9 News they are studying the suit, concerned about the wider impact it could have. It is a bit of a reckless argument, said Brian Vicent, a prominent lawyer on marijuana issues. There's a small chance that a judge may decide to follow through on the Supremacy Clause and question the validity of this program. We think that's a very marginal chance at best. The state attorney general's office scoffed at the lawsuit. Mr. Corey's claims are bizarre and lack legal and logical consistency, said Carolyn Tiller, spokesperson for Attorney General John Suthers. We will aggressively defend the state against any legal challenge. Corey, who has had his own legal troubles with marijuana, is used to butting heads with government officials and even other pro-marijuana activists. He made headlines for handing out free joints as part of his fierce opposition to the 2013 ballot question which enacted state taxes on marijuana, a move critics say resulted in more scrutiny and stricter local regulations of marijuana from the city of Denver. Opponents of the tax question were upset that lawmakers included a sales tax not originally envisioned by Amendment 64, but Colorado voters approved the amendment by a 2-to-1 margin. In Spain, the local tells us, a cannabis club in Barcelona has been closed down for suspected drug dealing, the first closure of its kind in what could be a blow to the city's growing reputation as a hub for marijuana tourism. The club in the city's Ciudad Vela district was shut down after police officers spotted a man approaching tourists and taking them to the club to buy drugs. Later inspections of the premises revealed marijuana packaged for sale, a price list for the drug and a set of scales. All of this meant the club was breaking the law. In Spain, it is illegal to traffic cannabis, and smoking in public places could mean a stiff fine. On the other hand, it's legal to grow cannabis for personal use and smoke it in private. Barcelona's popular cannabis clubs have made use of this legal grey zone and are tolerated by authorities as long as they don't actually operate as a business. And the Libya Herald reports, 2 major drugs busts in the last 48 hours have netted police and customs officials around 15 tons of hashish. The first discovery was made yesterday on a Liberian-flagged container vessel docked in Benghazi. Police, acting on a tip-off, searched 3 refrigerated containers and found around 5 tons of cannabis. It is not yet clear where the containers were loaded. The vessel, which has not been named, reportedly last called at Malta. In the second bust today at Combs, the local CID with members of the public prosecutor's office swooped on a vessel identified as the Miss Regensburg which had arrived from Senegal. Sniffer dogs were used to detect containers where the drugs had been hidden, at the bottom of crates loaded with vegetables and fruits, including watermelons. The haul of around 10 tons is one of the largest made in the recent campaign against drug smuggling. It is alleged that the crates were to be delivered to a local food importer. Both consignments of cannabis are to be destroyed in front of the public prosecutors. And back home in the UK, ITV says, Border Force officers at the Channel Tunnel entrance in Coquelles, France seized approximately 2 tons of cannabis resin. The drugs, which have an estimated street value of £5 million, were found on Thursday, when officers stopped and searched a Spanish-registered lorry and its load of furniture. Francisco Javier Santiago Solara, 43, appeared at Canterbury Magistrates Court on Friday charged with the importation. He pleaded not guilty, and was remanded in custody. He will next appear at Canterbury Crown Court on the 23rd of June. And on the other side of the planet, the West Australian reports, the Abbott government won't be forcing people on unemployment benefits to submit to random drugs tests. Social Services Minister Kevin Andrews sparked speculation about the potential drug testing for the dole scheme by refusing to rule it out at the weekend. But after Prime Minister Tony Abbott made it clear he was cool on the proposal, Mr. Andrews now says it is off the table. It's out, he told ABC Radio on Monday. The decision will disappoint coalition backbencher George Christensen, who believes the measure would help prevent taxpayer dollars being used to fund people's drug habits. It could be a simple random drug testing process done with swabs at the local Centrelink office, Mr. Christensen told the ABC on Monday. It wouldn't necessarily be an overly onerous system, he says. If you're doing it in a random way, it doesn't have to be costly. He says it's about more than just saving money, it's also about ensuring the integrity of the welfare system and making people more job ready. And he says he'd be happy to set an example by undergoing tests himself. I'd be happy to support that. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. It might make a few Greens MPs nervous, but it wouldn't make me worried at all. Former Mission Australia Chief Executive Patrick McClure is currently conducting a major review of the welfare system for the government. And just when you think you heard everything, the Daily Liberal gives us a new one. A man who smeared Vegemite in a plastic bag in an attempt to disguise the smell of cannabis has appeared in Dubbo local court on a charge of possessing a prohibited drug. Daniel Paul Kelly pleaded guilty when he represented himself before Magistrate Janet Stevenson. The 36-year-old from Lightning Ridge was stopped by police at Dubbo railway station at 10:30 a.m. on April the 16th. Prosecution facts tendered to the court said police drug dog, Beeve detected an illegal substance in a duffel bag being carried by Kelly. Police said a small amount of Vegemite had been placed in a plastic bag containing 2 grams of cannabis. Kelly told officers, I put it there so you fellas wouldn't smell the pot. The court heard Kelly had no prior record. It is your choice to use the drug, Magistrate Stevenson said. Cannabis is illegal and penalties will flow. Magistrate Stevenson did not proceed to a conviction but warned Kelly he would be convicted and fined if police picked him up again. She ordered the drugs seized by police to be destroyed. This has been your weekly news report on the 420 radio show, and we're wishing you cannabis feels forever.
Ever wondered what's in your prescription medications? Ever noticed the long list of side effects that most medications come with? Even listing risk of death? Does it make sense to put something into your body that could cause death while you only strive to be healthy? Prescription medications do not work for everyone, and most have serious side effects, causing your supplies of prescriptions to increase for treating symptoms that other medications cause. Fortunately for Canadians, Health Canada provides a safe, natural alternative for you. At the turn of the 20th century, cannabis was the most widely used medicine in the world, with over 5,000 years of recorded use and not one single recorded death. It has been used successfully for a number of conditions due to the unique medicinal qualities of the natural plant. In 2000, Health Canada approved the medicinal use of cannabis for a wide range of conditions to improve the lives of Canadians. Side effects of cannabis may include increased appetite, dry mouth, euphoria, or drowsiness. As with any medication, care must be taken when initially treating conditions with cannabis until the proper dose is established. Cannabis may not be for everyone, but it may be a healthy alternative for you. Talk to your doctor or contact us online at
endocannabinoid systems. Like anybody who watches it, it's going to be very apparent, that this medicine is really achieving some amazing things.
That we were just talking about Weed the People off there, and then we just clicked on air. So, we were just Weed the People. Actually, they just started following the show on Twitter. The producer. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try and get in contact with them. I mean, obviously, I would love to have Ricky on the show, but not because she's Ricky, but more so because I've seen clips of this and it's so personally done, eh?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and that's what we need. We need faces on the medicine.
It's nice to see these high, well-known celebrities getting literally high.
There's a good chance they're compassionate too.
But they're getting they're helping bring the exposure to the forefront a little quicker than little rinky-dink shows like this could,
Oh yeah, and so many of us have been in the weed closet for so long too.
Just think about what Chong did for Rick Simpson.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
That propelled Rick Simpson.
Now, speaking of Rick Simpson, I've had the pleasure of having Rick on the show a couple of times now. He's a great man to talk to, and just I think a lot of people have a different idea as to who he is. And I'm sure you've gotten to know him quite well, Justin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I kind of, if somebody was going to ask me what I thought of Rick Simpson, I would have to say grandpa.
Yeah.
Now you have tried to continue his work and help along with that and do your part. You're concentrating in extracts and stuff like that, right?
Yes, I focus on, publicizing the information. I also help patients acquire oil, but mainly I, have been promoting and publicizing and sharing this information because, all these people are doing these great things, but, there really hasn't been, obviously mainstream awareness about it. So I've just been doing what I can to help more people learn about it. And cannabisextractreport.com has, it seems like it's doing a pretty good job. And to this day, there is no other single resource out there, on a single page that has, all the information in one place.
That's amazing, man. Like, I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about you. Last time you were on the show, I think, Jess, you were with us, or was it Chris that was with us?
No, it wasn't me. It must have been Chris.
I think it was Chris that was with us. And I got to tell you, brother, everybody was blown away by your knowledge, the way you vocalize what you're trying to get across. You know, I'm not big on the scientific side of things. I'm at this point 50 years old with a lot of different things wrong, and I just want my fucking medicine. And so when I hear all these you know, scientific terms and all that, I tend to take a step back and go, whoa, wait a minute. I want to hear some layman's terms here. So I was wondering if you could indulge me for a minute. I have type 2 diabetes. I've had it now for about 4 years, and I control it with 2 pills a day. Thank God. I've been told by several people, both including Lori and Jess, that one of the reasons why I'm able to control it is probably because of the mass amounts of cannabis that I ingest and use on a daily basis. Now, I've also been told by people who see me on a regular basis that when I don't have my cannabis, I'm a grumpy fucking asshole. I've been told, we were talking about this a little bit on our break, but I've been told that quite easily the maintenance dose could help me get to the point where I don't need it at all. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think
you don't need your medications, like your traditional medications?
Yeah, I'd like to get to the point where I don't have to take any metformin at all.
I definitely believe that you can get there.
Yeah, I concur. Along with probably, you know, dietary adjustments that go along with it.
So, I mean, I can't eat any cheeseburgers and shit anymore.
Easier to achieve by consuming higher doses.
You know, I had the chance of having a month's worth of RSO, and I tell you, there was a little bit of a getting used to it, but then once I got used to it, I felt like I was 20 years old.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's sometimes when you're in that downward spiral, it gives you that extra kick. You just need to get going. You know, sometimes people just can't get going. If they could, they would keep going. Right. And so I always found that it's good for that. You know, maybe I do need more exercise, or maybe I do need to control what I'm consuming more, but finding the willpower to do that and the extra kick in the ass came from cannabis.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I know there's been times when I've been really depressed and just kind of couching it, and staring at the TV for days, and then somebody comes in and lights up a doobie, and I'm like, "Woo! How you doing?"
We were talking off the air there with Justin about the effects of high dosages and how we've seen it. I think Justin agreed that he's seen it positively affect people with type 2 diabetes too. So.
Well, I know it helps. I know it helps my depression, which quashes my stress, which keeps my levels. You know, so
I'd like to just say to Justin, thank you very much for the. I don't know if it was the last time you were with us. The time when we discussed. I have to say, when you were talking about homeostasis and your theory behind how the extract works and the cannabinoid deficiencies and all that, it was like all of a sudden all kinds of shit in my brain just fell right into place. And now when people say to me, oh, well, there's no way it can work on so many different things, I fall back to that, because that is the reason and the basis for which it, and the only way that makes sense that it can address so many different issues, so many different symptoms, so many different
acting as a regulator
diseases. Exactly.
Yeah, for all your other systems, right?
So Justin, can you just restate what it was that, in a nutshell, that you said that time for everybody?
Yeah, I would actually love to quickly go over what seems to be the basis behind why cannabis seems to work against so many conditions. So
we will mute our
it's been brought up
mics.
that all humans, and not just humans, but all vertebrates, All vertebrates have endocannabinoid systems, which is comprised of a network of cannabinoid receptors and endocannabinoids, which includes anandamide and 2-AG or 2-arachidonoglycerol. And this system emerged very early in evolution, 600 million years ago. It was like in sea skirts or something, where this endocannabinoid system started to evolve. And its purpose seems to be because, once life got to a certain point in evolution, things started becoming more complex, and there needed to be some kind of system to connect the other systems together. So with the endocannabinoid system, its role seems to be to maintain systemic homeostasis. So it maintains, an internal stable environment and balance in all body systems, cardiovascular, nervous, endocrine, just everything, is controlled ultimately by the endocannabinoid system and is maintained in balance. So if you think of any disease as, falling out of homeostasis and that kind of imbalance, and then the endocannabinoid system restoring homeostasis, then, that makes sense why it would affect so many diseases. But another thing that I really think is at the heart of things is postsynaptic feedback. Because when cells communicate, the presynaptic cell sends a message to the postsynaptic cell. But what endocannabinoids do is they complete the circuit by our 2-AG specifically is synthesized on demand at the postsynaptic cell. So once it receives a message, it creates 2-AG. It sends that molecule back upstream to the presynaptic cell to get feedback. So like in the case of something like multiple sclerosis, that presynaptic cell might be firing too quickly. And then, you get like spasms and such. But then when you put in cannabinoids, then that takes over that role of the postsynaptic feedback. The postsynaptic cell can give feedback and say, hey, you're firing too quickly, slow down, and then the problem corrects itself. And I think that is really at the heart of so many diseases, that when the body can communicate properly, it can heal anything. And that's, it's all just theory, but based on what I've seen with all these diseases being essentially put into remission with cannabis extract therapy, this postsynaptic feedback and homeostasis theory, it explains everything. It's like none of this is coming out of nowhere. Everything has a very sound scientific basis to it, and it's completely supported by the anecdotal evidence.
Now, can you do me a huge favor, please? Very good, Jess. Now, would you do me a huge favor now? Can you repeat that slowly for somebody who's just not very scientific, if you wouldn't mind?
Or type it out and send it to me so I can put it on our website, even better.
Well, so in short, the endocannabinoid system is the super regulatory system of the body. The cannabinoid receptors and endocannabinoids, which are, cannabinoid-like molecules produced by the body, very similar to THC and CBD. Okay. They maintain homeostasis throughout the body through a wide variety of mechanisms, the chief of which I believe is postsynaptic feedback, so that cells can communicate both ways. Okay. Another really great analogy for that is in computer networking. When computers talk to each other, the receiving terminal will send an ACK or a NAC signal back, which is acknowledgement or negative acknowledgement. Yeah. So, if you send a message to someone and it doesn't go through, then the receiving terminal will send a negative acknowledgement signal saying that message didn't go through. And you can imagine that if that didn't exist, if there was no, response, then, no messages would get through, the internet wouldn't work, everything would just break apart. But when there is feedback, then everything works perfect. You have the internet, networking works. So basically, endocannabinoids seem to be that role of completing the circuit of communication. And when the body communicates, it can recognize cancer cells, it can recognize autoimmune disorders like, lupus, MS, fibromyalgia. These are all autoimmune disorders where the body does not communicate correctly, where it is attacking itself. And then you give cannabinoids, suddenly everything's talking together again, and the body just starts working. It really is the perfect medicine for the human body.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Well, I know that you're still here.
So no, I'm here too. I got a phone call, and that's why I was just listening. So continue talking.
Now I'm back.
There's another thing I would like to really point out quickly about cancer, because there's all this evidence the human body is programmed to have cannabinoids kill cancer cells. For one, endocannabinoids like anandamide also kill cancer cells. So if you put THC in your body and there's already a chemical very similar to THC killing cancer cells in your body right now, it just makes sense that this is going to work, which is, the number one refute that I hear is that, THC kills cancer cells in the lab, but, the human body is so much more complex, it probably wouldn't work in the body. My response is no, it should work better in the human body than in culture cells because we have a receptor system that is programmed to use it. And it's not just that endocannabinoids kill cancer cells, but there are many types of cancer cells that have larger expression levels of cannabinoid receptors than healthy cells, which would indicate that it's a possible defense mechanism against cancer. The body has many innate defense mechanisms to stop cancer from spreading. So one of them could be, if a healthy cell becomes cancerous, it would be programmed to develop more cannabinoid receptors so that the natural anandamide in the body would, floating around would latch onto that receptor and trigger apoptosis. And so many diseases are thought to be cannabinoid deficiency. So by supplementing the body with cannabinoids, it will both, help supplement that postsynaptic feedback process and, do the same roles as the endocannabinoids. So like with cancer, if you flood your body with THC, that also kills cancer cells like anandamide, it makes sense that, it would work very well. And that's what we are seeing, these, stunning results, very quick remissions, very quick results. And that, just makes sense that if the body was programmed to have cannabinoids kill cancer cells, like the study suggests, you would see results like that. It just makes so much sense. And I'm just boggled that people, are still so resistant to it when the evidence is just so strong.
Well, that's it. It's like the cannabinoids are assisting your body to battle the cancer on its own, rather than, like, it never ever made sense to me that, oh, you have cancer, here, let's destroy your immune system.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me
so
sick
we can
even
hack
to hear
around
that.
and see what the hell we can do. It made no sense to me whatsoever.
Just the fact that you can that somebody even says something like that, it just makes me sick. That they've got to rip you down to bring you back up.
Yeah.
Why not bring you back up?
It doesn't make sense.
Bring you
We've
back
gone
up.
down the wrong path as humanity in terms of medicine. When you see people on chemotherapy, like the chemo doing that to people, making you lose your hair and get sick and throw up, like it's clearly not the right way to go. And that's all cancer, research right now is on. It's not on, different types of chemotherapy. It's just, like more of it's, still the same path. Like, and that path is simply wrong. Single chemicals, the human body did not evolve to process, chemotherapy or any single chemical. That's why you have all these side effects. All organisms evolved eating foods that have hundreds of compounds in it. When you put a single molecule in your body, it usually isn't going to respond well, and that's what you see with pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, exactly. They're synthetic things that don't belong there, never were there, and yeah, exactly. It's your body fighting back against what it is that they're giving you to, quote unquote, heal you.
Exactly.
It does work in some cases, though, doesn't it?
Well,
I'll give you a case. I'll give you a case in point. Okay, a very good friend of mine had Hep C, lived with it for years and years and years. Got it from a blood transfusion. Smoked cannabis when he could get it, and it did help him, but he wasn't an avid smoker. He decided to take the step and go for chemoradiation treatment or whatever the treatment is to reverse and get rid of the Hep C. And it worked for him after, 8 months of like excruciating pain and grossness and throwing up. And he lives 3 hours from any hospital that can, get medicines to him and stuff like that. So it's all shipped to him and stuff. But then if he had just gone on the oil, you know,
I have to say, okay, I don't have a medical degree. I've been sick off and on most of my life, but I have some common sense, okay? And common sense would dictate to me that if you look at what happens and people get a cancer and then they get chemotherapy or radiation or it hacked out or whatever the hell they do with it, or any of the above, all combination of the three, and then they get another cancer in a different location. What Justin is saying makes more sense to me than anything I've ever heard, because if you are having something present as cancerous repeatedly in different locations, it would tend to make me think it's something within your body that's doing it. It's not that particular site. Okay. So if you have something that may show you have a predisposition to developing, say, breast cancer, and you go and you have every bit of muscle tissue removed off your chest because you may have a predisposition
is that
to that in the
like
future.
the thing? Is that the thing
Angelina
that?
Jolie.
Yeah. Angelina Jolie did that. Yeah.
What's stopping that predisposition from popping up somewhere else?
I don't know. I've heard a lot of women chatting about that subject, though.
I
That very
seriously
subject.
believe that. I seriously believe that in what Justin said. Nothing. I think it's you have to treat it systemically rather than locally. As, oh look, there's a bump.
But the women who are doing what Angelina Jolie did are just saying they're being proactive because it runs in the family and they have the gene.
Yeah, a gene that could
or could not.
It could come into her uterus, or it could come into her ovaries, or it could come into somewhere else.
But isn't
my
this
mom had kidney cancer. Okay.
Yeah.
She had a kidney removed because they said that when she had her back pain, they did x-rays and it was gone. So they had to remove what was left, but the other one was fine. And so she went through, you go for your exams every 6 months and it's every year. And 18 years later, guess what? She had, we went through everything. They came to her in March and said, oh, you don't have TB and you don't have lung cancer and you don't have histoplasmosis and you don't have any of these things in March. But in May, she was dying with metastatic cancer in her lungs. But I guess it's because renal cancer, once it moves to your lungs, doesn't look like lung cancer. Then when they took the chunk of the lung, they went, oh, it's not lung cancer. How absurd is that?
So
that's crazy.
Here's the thing, because we really only touched on the topic of high dosages, and people, and probably what Justin notices as well as I do is that when you get to those very high doses of 1 gram or more a day, that you can cure diseases, especially cancer has been probably proven more than most. So the thing is that there is a large group of people who cannot get to those high dosages. There's what I think it's a 1% group, which is enough. That's a large amount of people to me, because there's a lot of cancer patients here in Nova Scotia. I don't know about anywhere else, and that who can't get to those high dosages and who have opted for chemo and cured their cancer, but still continue to do low dosages of cannabis and continue to ward off any future. And I'm not going to say never ever do chemo, because there's new chemos coming out and they do this. What chemo does and radiation does and what cannabis does is it's all ceramide production. And so whether it's from a synthetic substance or whether it's a natural substance, it's better than not treating it if it's an aggressive thing. And so I want to be careful about saying never ever do chemo, because there's a new chemo called Tarceva that just cured somebody I know.
Say never
and
ever
he
do
wasn't
chemo.
sick and he didn't suffer, and now he's quite healthy, and he's still continuing to use cannabis, what we call a maintenance dose, which is what we suggest to everybody even after they've cured their cancer.
So how much is the maintenance dose?
Oh, that's a good topic that we should talk about.
And what
a lot.
would that cost?
People always say how much, and the answer is always it's totally dependent on the patient, and everybody should be treated as an individual. So start at a very low dose, and if you're already taking cannabis, then maybe a maintenance dose would be. My suggestion might be. Let me rephrase that. If it were me, I would stop taking it four times a day at that high level, which would be at least a quarter gram of cannabis oil 4 times a day, but I would just switch it to the bedtime dose.
Now, is that undiluted with anything, or just flat out?
I always mix all cannabis with coconut oil, and I do
Excellent.
I knew that.
I do believe that it's better than hemp oil. I'm sorry, and it's only because of processing, not for any other reason. But it's equal nutritionally.
But it also coconut oil. It has some medicinal
fat.
Yeah, it has some medicinal value itself.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a saturated fat in a non-animal form is
right, and hemp seed oil is 84% non-saturated.
And it's mainly polyunsaturated, omega-6 and omega-3.
Right. So I'm not downplaying hemp oil. I'm just saying that I recommend cannabis or coconut oil.
And any of us that use hemp seed oil, it's cold pressed hemp seed oil.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
Can you explain what that means? Explain what that means,
It's actually
please.
twice the cost of the coconut oil.
What would you recommend, Justin?
One sec, Laurie. And 1 sec. Can you explain what cold press means, please, first?
Cold pressed hemp seed oil means that the process used to produce the oil from the hemp seeds is a cold press rather than heating it.
Okay.
Because heating it reduces or destroys the omega-3 and 6 fatty acids.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Now you can continue. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Justin. So what would you recommend?
So in terms of like a regimen, I think that it's great to have a lot of hemp seed oil in your diet in general, because omega-3s have been shown to be essentially the foundation of the endocannabinoid system, both the receptors and the endocannabinoids themselves. But for mixing cannabis oil directly with another oil, I believe coconut oil is better, because cannabinoids are fat soluble, and saturated fat, it seems to just dilute better into it. And I've heard of the cases where people have combined it with coconut oil. It seems to increase the bioavailability and increase the time that it takes to metabolize the cannabinoid so that it's in your system longer. Go on.
I just want to say I also noticed patients that they notice less of an up and down in their high when they mix it with coconut oil.
That would make sense.
I've had both. I've had the chance of trying both, and I got to say that I didn't feel as queasy with the coconut oil.
Right. Yeah. And so, what about a maintenance dose, Justin? What do you think that would be considered?
I think 0.1 to 0.2 grams every day or every other day would be good. I definitely think it's important to keep ingesting it. I don't believe that smoking would be an adequate maintenance dose, because you're overheating the cannabis. You're processing it through your lungs instead of the digestive system. But I really don't believe that you need much. And I believe that in the future, everybody will be able to take large quantities of high CBD oil and raw cannabis medicine like THCA and CBDA, which have no psychoactive effects, so people can take them whenever they want. And I do believe that it will eventually be proven that raw cannabinoids like THC acid and CBD acid will be better for treating cancers and other diseases than decarboxylated THC.
Jameson has
people having trouble working up to the right dosage because of the psychoactivity. I think that's on its way out.
Jameson has already said they're going to jump into that market.
Right.
They do a lot of herbal stuff, right? Jameson. What is it? Jameson. I don't know the whole name of their company, but I read an article. They said that they are going to jump into the cannabis market.
Yeah, they do a lot of supplements.
Yeah.
Like not the good supplements, though, the cheap, crappy supplements.
The CEO, the fellow that's been Jameson for the last 21 years.
Thanks.
Just,
I needed some of that stuff. No, I'm kidding, Jess. Sorry, what was that, Laurie?
I said the fellow who's been the CEO of Jameson for the last 21 years has just moved over to a cannabis company here in Canada.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just using them as a reference. I mean, there's a lot of companies that are coming out with their own versions of this and that, right? What are you laughing at, Jess?
I sampled a bubble gum at the Safe Access Now the Safe Access Now conference that was absolutely amazing, and it helped every muscle in my body relax. It's just lovely.
Yeah. I have heard candies that same sort of thing.
I've had candies and I really enjoyed them, yeah, and cookies too. Like, I mean, I'm love. Somebody's never sent me them yet.
You know what? The guy that makes our truffles doesn't like me anymore. Darn it.
Oh God.
Darn it! And I told him, the fact that you don't like me shouldn't affect the fact that you make truffles for all these sick people. But
buttercreams. Buttercreams work really good too, eh?
I gotta try that.
We made some medicated butter tarts last year sometime, and they were.
Yeah. I made candy, great. So there's chocolate truffles and maple walnut buttercreams and orange buttercreams.
So
it's a good thing it's my birthday and I have all this cake here. I'm telling you, because I get so much.
People keep bringing you cake.
I got a cupcake daisy. I don't know.
Cool.
It's cool though. It's really cool.
So listen, folks, I wanted to give. We're getting close to the end of the show. I wanted to give everybody a chance to, chat about what they wanted to chat about, and I'd like to start with Justin and see if he wanted to add anything or update anything, and then we'll let Elizabeth talk about her visit at ASA in where was it? DC, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the DC conference.
Cool.
I was actually there too on Sunday. I wish I could have seen you there.
Dude, I had a spectabulous time. Do you have anything you want to plug? Because I'll move right into how much I support that organization.
I guess all I can really plug is cannabisextractreport.com, which I just updated again on June 2nd. If you everybody should read it. Just see how extensive this is, how many patients are reporting remissions with cannabis oils, all the rising names in this, like Dr. Raphael Mechoulam, who discovered THC, has called clinical trials of cannabis and cancer because of the weight of this evidence. Stephen DeAngelo, who runs the largest dispensary in the country, is reporting weekly skin cancer successes out of his establishment. There's Jeff Ditchfield, who is working with some of the leading researchers in Spain, Guillermo Velasco, and Dr. Manuel Guzman, on a documentary called Project Storm, which follows 6 terminal cancer patients using cannabis oils to treat the cancers. And it goes really in depth into the science. Like, he is interviewing, the researchers. So that project is similar to the Phoenix 5 in that it actually tracks terminal cancer patients from start to finish. So people, just can see that this really does work. There's so much other stuff in it. I guarantee anybody who reads it, it is literally impossible to say that cannabis extracts have not worked against cancer in humans. Like, I've seen people try, and it's not pretty. Like, the evidence is just so overwhelming. It's very clear this works, and that we need to both research it and access it. We need to find what cannabinoid and terpenoid profiles work best against which diseases and which patient populations. And I really believe that research is going to take off soon, and that's what I'm fighting for.
Woohoo! And that's cannabisextractoils.com. Is that what I'm writing it down now?
Cannabisextractreport.com.
Cannabisextractreport.com.
I want to say I've been guilty of not reporting, and I'm going to, Justin, you've inspired me, and I'm going to hopefully inspire all our patients to report as well.
Woo-hoo. Well, yeah, we should definitely stay in touch. I would certainly like the contact info of everybody on here. We can definitely, keep in touch.
I have to say, you sound a lot, very much like my partner, Chris Enns. Listening to you reminds me of listening to him. Sometimes we have to listen very hard.
And yeah, because they
so
both talk
much.
so fast.
We're so grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show, Justin, and you're welcome anytime. I would love to, since we're talking about success stories, I would love for patients to call in and tell us their success stories. We're going to do that sometime really soon.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, we should have
Yeah.
a whole show just for that.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Speaking of success stories, the ASA conference that Justin and I were both at. Justin, you may have missed me because I was constantly in the hospitality room 315 with the vaporizers.
I'm pretty sure that I was in there a couple times.
Either that or I was down at the bar talking to the first financer, the primary financer of Americans for Safe Access. She can go to safeaccess.now or safeaccessnow.org. This is my favorite cannabis lobby, and I love them all. I love the Marijuana Project policy. I love the Students for Sensible Drug policy. But what really touched me about the ASA organization is that they flew in people from around the country who are making a difference in cannabis that could not afford to come to Washington, D.C. And they invited people. They had a very reasonable entrance fee to this conference. And people came from all around the country who have never stood up for their rights before. And the ASA folks taught these people how to lobby. We socialized, we partied, there were different teach-ins all week, there were different discussions and topics, but the highlight and the climax of this conference was that you learned how to go on Capitol Hill and have your voice be heard door to door. And I think that is absolutely invaluable in this movement. And critical, because you have so many people discovering so many personal experiences, and people feel so intimidated by the legal system. And Don and his crew at safeaccessnow.org took the fear right out of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see.
Excellent. Wow.
Other than that, I've got a couple things to suggest to people entertainment-wise. There's a really good podcast session out of LA that's run by Don Adams and April O'Connor that would complement this podcast session, and I suggest some schmoozing among the two. It's called The Session, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out like the reason for being there, because I'm a workaholic Washingtonian, and really it was there to eat the edibles and get as high as possible without losing the mind. And I kept saying, yes, but what is the agenda? What is the agenda? And they're like, shut up and taste the cookie. And I'm like, oh, peanut butter. And they're like, yes, that is the agenda. But it was really fun. You can follow them at the Session Podcast on Twitter. June 28th on a Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. Haywood Turnipseed Jr., another weed warrior in the world of comedy, will be joining me, Ryan Schutt and Lars Loving, for another DCMJ fundraiser comedy show. We'll be doing another one Friday, July 11th. But for the Canadian crew that's listening, I want to tell you that comic Ryan Schutt is coming your way for the North by Northeast Festival, which is the South by Southwest Festival here in the United States, Austin, Texas. It's its sister program.
Right.
And Ryan will be there June 9th through the 12th, I believe.
I think that's in Toronto.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
19th
Yes.
to the 21st. I correct myself. And he is someone I love. Thank you for the rim shot.
Hey, we're full. We're a full show here. Come on.
And then every year we have an activist that he doesn't necessarily broadcast himself, but he has been every year the founder and organizer for our July 4th smoke-in. And every year on July 4th at around 11 a.m., we gather in front of the White House for a pro-legalization rally. And it's John Pilka that organizes this. And he brings in folks from all over the world that want to participate. And we have a speak out. And then we march down Constitution Avenue to a concert stage set up by Billy Beam and his band, The Unfortunate Sons. And we throw down and have a huge concert. So anyone out there listening that potheads are just a bunch of lazy sit around and do nothings, we set up a full stage with giant stacked amps and a professional sound man.
And it's not easy.
And we throw a pre-concert until the fireworks begin.
Yeah, and speaking of concerts, Peace East is happening in Nova Scotia in Manganese Mines this year. It's a cannabis, we call it a CannaFest or a Meducation festival.
Meducation.
I love that. Meducation.
Pardon, Lord?
A Canna Camp Out.
Yeah,
Canna
Camp
Camp
Out or 420 Festival. So this is our 5th year now, and we found a solid location. It's called Gittins Lodge, and it's in this little town called Manganese Mines. It's in the middle of a forest, so we can be as loud as we like for 3 days.
Oh, hey, man, I know a comic named...
Can we run around naked? That's what I want to know.
What was it? Say that again, Elizabeth?
I said, I know a comic named Elizabeth Croydon that would kill to be on that bill.
We'll have to talk. So, and yeah, we are trying to bring people from across the country, especially speakers about cannabis. So if you want to come and, just say shit for 15 minutes about cannabis and how it affected your life, we would love you to do that in between bands. That would be a great time.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Right, and we for sure, you can get in for free if you get up and speak. So that, or if you volunteer, that's another good way to get in for free. But it's only $30 at the door. We usually have about 20 DJs and about 5 or 6 bands and a couple of comedians.
Is Chris going to be performing, Jess?
I had a great time. I believe in rock and rollitics, Al, and this platform definitely suits that. If anyone would like to follow me on Twitter, I'm at eCroydon, CROY, because weed should be legal, DON. CROYDON.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
You can just put in my name, Elizabeth Croydon, in YouTube and catch some of my old works. And I got 2 movies sold into distribution this year, and I'm trying to figure out what my 4th movie is going to be.
Internet radio station about pot, just saying.
What's the date for PCs, Jess?
August 15th, 16th, and 17th. So that's the weekend during the Perseids meteor shower.
Ooh.
That's my 55th birthday.
Ooh.
Wow.
So, Jess, were you able to talk our buddy that does Repercussions Radio there to perform?
Oh, right, Chris.
Yeah.
I might have to try to get
kind
to
of
Nova Scotia.
Get him into a. The reason I'm bringing it up is because it's a really cool show on Friday nights at 10 o'clock.
Right.
On Lifestyle
And
Radio.
he's spinning as well. He promised me he would come. He's been in retirement for a little while, other than online.
He just had a gig, didn't he?
He did.
I think he just had a gig.
To me, that.
I think he did. I think he mentioned he had one, or he's going to be having one. What?
He sucks for not telling me. I only live.
Well, no, come on. Now I said I believe he did, or he is about to.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe I forgot.
Justin, as always, it is a pleasure, my friend. I would love to have you on the show more often, buddy.
Thank you.
And Elizabeth,
thanks for joining us, Justin.
Finally a pleasure to chat. We've been chatting on Twitter for a little while now, Elizabeth and I.
I've really enjoyed the news items that you choose to put out on Twitter. I think what you're doing is vital, Al. I would love to be invited back. It was a delight to meet Justin and to schmooze with everybody. I think that the community of cannabis needs to come together because weed are the world. Weed are the people.
We are the people.
We are.
Let's all grab our hands together and sing Kumbaya.
Amen and a women. I'll sing Kumbaya if you get me high enough. I'll even go into a hug circle.
Sounds like a challenge accepted.
Really.
And on
August
that note,
15th in Nova Scotia.
yeah, the beat down.
All right.
Abs down.
It has been a slice, folks.
Move away from the ball.
We're gonna.
Thank you all for joining us. I love this couple hours every week. I look forward to
Jess
it.
has the giggles today.
I can't wait to smell your plants.
Oh,
especially after the rain. I've got some friends in Guelph. I'm a big fan of Night of 1,000 Accordions.
Oh, there you go. You're gonna have to let me know if you're coming up north of the border and come have coffee in the garden.
I will. Look up the comedian Howard Dover. While you're there. He's out of Toronto and LA.
We know who he is. I know
good.
Yeah, he's great.
I really good human. Very good human.
Very good human.
That's cool.
He taught me that
He's another guy.
He taught me that the vaporizer bag from the volcano once used is excellent to baste your turkey in on Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Wow.
That's a true story. That is true. It's the
Oh, well, geez.
It's the same polyester plastic.
Wow, you know what? That's a really good idea.
Some marijuana wine or some weed whiskey. That would be,
you know what? Actually,
medically now, I'm talking about pure entertainment.
That's self-medicated.
I tried. I
self-medicator.
I got last year a couple of sample bottles of Mary Jane's, and it's hemp wine.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had a red and I had a white, and we actually we tried it during our Passover dinner last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lovely holy way to get in touch with the spirits.
There you go. It was.
Passover pass.
It passed over.
With an A+ if you have hemp wine. My goodness.
Yeah, we got to figure out something for those of us that don't partake. Imbibe, is that the word?
So, do we have promo for next week, Al?
No, not yet.
No. Oh,
no.
Okay.
No, I have no idea what's going on. We'll be here.
I'll tell everyone to tune in. This has been fantastic, highly engaging, and I learned a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Folks, it's always a pleasure. And ladies, I will see you next week. Justin, feel free to call in anytime you want, my friend, and let us know if we can help with anything, getting the word out. Elizabeth,
awesome, no problem.
Please let me know when you got dates and stuff like that. I'll get Jess to make sure she makes a mention during our event.
I sure will, and I'll send you a couple of cannabis experts that would really enjoy meeting you and being part of your program.
Awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
That would be awesome.
Thank you.
And on that note, this is the 420 radio show. You can find us every day at 420 and a new live show Wednesdays at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be here next week. Good night, everybody. Or good afternoon. Enjoy your
snacks.
You
so much.
Yeah. Goodbye, John Boy.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night.
One time for all my people growing weed. Put their life on the line for what some people need. Running from the law over a fucking steed. Or the law don't make any sense to me. Cause it's a plan, a gift given to me and you. You don't like it, then outlaw every flower too. A gift given to me and you. You don't like it, then outlaw every flower too. Yeah, cause that's exactly what it is. They've been lying to the parents, swear it's good for the kids. You need some proof, but it's what I did. We're from barely alive, teaching y'all how to live. Looking for the first shit. I was as bad as it gets. I'll be the first to admit I acted like a little bit. So to the one growing, that's a sativa. Thanks, one love, we see ya.
Summer can to crack up. Go on with the can to come up. We can do the ass, but we put the can up. Babylon coming like the fire. Yes, summer can to crack up. Go on with the can to come up. We can do the ass, but we put the can up. Babylon coming like the fire.
I call it Killy, fuck till I'm silly. Then call my dilly, stupid silly. Twist up a really, maybe in Philly, I don't really be all that picky. Blunder and Ziggy, long as it's sticky. Might even burn a spliffy, but won't smoke another ciggy. Quit those ounces, try to flip those, but learn fast that selling grass like walk around on your tiptoes. Now why's it like that? Who knows? To be exact, check the polls. Less than 45% of America oppose. Cause it's a plan, a gift given to me and you. If you don't like it, then outlaw every flower too. Yeah, so to the one growing that in the cup, thanks, we need you.
Summer can to crack up. Go on with the can to come up. We can do the ass, but we put the can up. Babylon coming like the fire. Yes, summer can to crack up. Go on with the can to come up. We can do the ass, but we put the can up. Babylon coming like the fire.
One time for all my people growing weed. Put their life on the line for what some people need. Running from the law over a fucking seed. Well, the law don't make any sense to me.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, hey, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the half.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 87. And we've got a special one for you today. We're joined by a gentleman who doesn't need really much of any introduction to those who have followed the Grateful Dead over the years. Needless to say, it is he keeps them alive. And basically, by keeping alive with his stories and what has transpired. And so we're joined by Big Steve Parrish. Of course, he is on Sirius XM or XM Radio. And that is on Thursdays at 1400 PST or 1700 EST for the Big Steve Hour. That's again on XM Radio. So I can't thank you enough for joining us today, Big Steve. But we're honored to have you, and we're going to get right into it straight off the bat. So,
okay.
With that being done, the first question is one we ask everybody, and that is, how did you originally come to cannabis? And this is kind of a multi-tier question. You know, you can tell us how you were originally turned on, but then, of course, it became part of your life and lifestyle. So, how did you know when that became? So, thank you, and welcome.
It was in 1965, man. I'm an old timer. And in that year, I was 15 years old. And I got involved in the strangest way because there was a gal, and she and I were hanging out in the park where we all hung out. And we started kissing, you know, and her name was Patty. And then I realized, hey, she has a boyfriend. His name was Kevin O'Keefe. And so he heard about it, and it was no two ways about it. He wanted to fight. And so he came over, and we got into it, you know, and I was raised to fight too. And so we got right into it. And then it was pretty much a draw. You know, he didn't want to take it too far. But then he says to me, hey, I got something you might be interested in. So he takes me down this alley, climbs over a fence, and there's some ivy growing there on the ground. And he reaches under there and pulls out an aluminum foil package, right? Tin foil. And he opens it up, and there's marijuana in there. And it was kind of gnarly looking. It had seeds in those days. You know, this is way back, but it was Panama Red. It was strong, man. It was dark and strong. And so we roll up a couple of them, and I say, well, what's this going to do to me? And he says, you're going to feel like you're in a helicopter, man. I said, well, I've never been in a helicopter, so what's that going to make me feel like? He said, oh, you'll see. And so we start smoking, and we start chatting and talking. We're hanging out, and we become friends, and he says, by the time we're done, he says to me, anytime, I'm going to show you, I showed you where I stashed this, so anytime you want to smoke some of this, help yourself, right? Well, I help myself every freaking day, man. As soon as I could in the afternoon, I'd get to that pack. And before I realized it, I'd smoked it all, right? And now he's looking for me for that. He goes, what'd you smoke all my weed for? And so we about got into it again almost, but we were okay. We remained friends. And then I was mad for it after that. I really have always been high strung, and it did something for me that I felt right away that was almost a relaxation and seeing the world in a whole new way. The enlightenment that opens up your mind. We always were taught that it takes your brain to the seventh bardo. And that's what we were calling it. Same thing with any psychedelic. Your brain opens up these other floors in the elevator that's inside your brain. And from that moment on, and then, of course, a couple of years later, now Vietnam is raging, man, raging. All my buddies are going, and we're all getting called up because we were a bunch of fuck ups who didn't go to school, And so my parents told me, you better go just do your duty, man. It'll make a man of you, all that stuff. And my buddy, Bing Marquis, he volunteered right away, and he goes over, and he comes back and he opens up his duffel bag right off the plane, man, and he has a jar of Vietnamese weed. Now, that was really what Thai weed was. It was from Vietnam. And we started smoking that, and I was fucking loving it, man. It was the strongest weed, And in those days, you bought your weed in what was called a nickel bag, these little envelopes of seeds and stems and everything in it, but it was strong. This stuff that they talk now about how, oh, weed's so much stronger now. Bullshit. It isn't, man. It was always, those strains were so pure. And then I run into the Grateful Dead. And at the same time that all this is happening, they're forming, they started in 1965 and as the Warlocks. And so now in San Francisco, they're starting to play and become famous. And I was standing out in front of the Brady Alley where I live and saw a guy unloading a truck. And I just went over to help him. I was actually out there smoking a joint. I walked across there and I helped him. He was struggling with a bass cabinet. I just helped him. And he said to me, hey, thank you. Come on in here. And he takes me in. I didn't know that I lived across the street from Pacific High Recording. And that was where the Grateful Dead were at that time doing Working Man's Dead. And so I started helping him. His name was Ramrod. And Johnny Hagan was his partner. They both had come down from Pendleton with the Pranksters and were working for the band and doing their equipment. And I always tell people I got my job with them because of drugs, because Johnny had taken that morning STP. STP was a 4-day acid trip, man, and it was real. And Owsley was a sound man of the Grateful Dead. He was making it. And Ramrod was living at Owsley's house, and he takes me over there. And that was the start of it. And Bear just said, well, you got to take the acid test right now. And he starts hanging out. Now, in his backyard, there was a mountain lion. A guy had next door neighbor had a mountain lion in a cage. And so we're on this acid, and Bear was his nickname. Owsley we called Bear. He always wanted us to call him Bear, never to use his name. And, when we were out traveling or anything. And so he and I become pretty good friends. And he starts telling me over the fireplace in this house, it was in the Oakland Hills in Kensington. And Bob Thomas, who actually is the guy who did this, what I'm wearing, which I've worn since that day when I was given it, it's the Grateful Dead enlightened skull with the lightning bolt in the skull. And that stands for the enlightenment of your mind, opening it up. And so Bob Thomas was a painter and an artist, and he lived there with Owsley, and he had painted a tree of life coming up out of the fireplace. And so Owsley said, if you get too high, because I gave you a big dose to see who you were. And he said, just stare at that tree and follow it. And that became a thing we did. If you got too high, we called it oak tree therapy. Even outside, when we were out in the oak studded hills of California, we just stare at an oak tree if you were getting too high. And it's some cerebral thing happens where you actually could balance yourself out. Now, I get in trouble. I go down, and that day they're taking every fourth guy Marine, and I happen to be a fourth guy. And when we got down to Pendleton, the fucking drill sergeant goes, who the fuck are these guys that didn't fucking volunteer for this? And so everybody takes a step back, and we're about 5 of us are out front, and he goes to the rest of the guys, beat the fuck out of them. They just started beating us, man. And so I started smuggling weed into Pendleton, and they didn't like it, Camp Pendleton, and they did not like that. So it got me in the brig pretty quick. And thank goodness, in the long run, now I realize it actually got me dishonorable discharge. But because they were scared, they were telling us at that time, oh, it makes you a pacifist. And then other times they're telling us stories that it makes you a killer. Guy took an axe and killed his whole family, smoked a joint, this kind of shit. And so, which was it? Are we pacifists on it? Now, I love history, ATN. I love history. So I always read nonfiction. Now, if you've ever heard of the Battle of Undulain and Rorke's Drift, that was the Zulu Wars the British fought against the Zulus, right? And the British, I start reading about it, and the British, they had the Henry Martini repeating rifles, man. And the Zulus had their assegais, these big spears, right? And they weren't afraid to charge the line. And each one of them had a vial around his neck. They since have done archaeological digs on these battlefields in South Africa, and everybody had pure resin, just like the dab you're doing, around their neck in a little vial. And they were smoking pure THC, and they were eating red mushrooms to get them pissed off. They were feared of nothing, man. And the thing is that I start realizing, in my travels, to go and be part of the Grateful Dead, we were very lucky, ATN, because everybody in the world came to Haight-Ashbury, and there were some of them that were smugglers, and they brought to us the finest weed. Here I fall into the best place ever for weed. And Owsley, I never was able to, I wrote about it in my book, but we never talked about any of the stuff that we did, in that way, the clandestine stuff. And so I get busted for selling some acid right directly to a cop. And they were, in those days, it just become illegal in 66, right? And they telling me, this is 68 now, and they're telling me, you're going to prison for 20 fucking years, you dummy. And I go, what? Now, my father was a pretty tough guy, and he was a Teamster, and he worked his way up, fought his way up through the Teamsters. He'd done time. He done big time, man, 5 years of his life. And he saw it in me, and he says, you are fucking your life up, man. But what he did, he paid a judge $5,000, and the judge let me go on YO because I was 18. Youthful offender, no probation, nothing. We're going down the courthouse steps. My father kicked me in the ass so hard I fell down the steps. He says, now what are you going to do, you dummy? That was your college money. I go, I'm going right back to the Grateful Dead. What do you think? And I went back, and that was the best thing. From that point on, I never exchanged money for drugs to anybody. I didn't have to, because we were living in a world where it all came to us. So now you got everybody coming back from Vietnam in those days came right to the shows. And we noticed something, that we had to deal with people freaking out on psychedelics. And they would come, they'd strip their clothes off, and you'd see them running. There was no barricades. There was no security guys. It was us, the roadies. There was Ramrod, myself, Jackson, Kid, Healy. And we had to take care of all this stuff, you know, and people were constantly freaking out. Now, when these guys were coming back from combat zones, they were taking acid and they were losing their minds, you know, because they were having flashbacks, they were having PTSD and all this stuff. But one of our guys, Danny, he said, hey, look, if we just hug the guy when he's freaking out. And by God, that worked. They actually calmed down. That's when we started this thing called Haight Ashbury Free Clinic at every show. Bill Graham contributed. We had doctors there when people were getting too crazy. Because if the police got you, they took you and they shot you up with Thorazine, which was horrible. You couldn't move. You froze your body and your mind is going 1,000 miles an hour. That is not cool. So anyway, we're living in this world of drug, and the weed was great, man. And most of it was this incredible Mexican weed, ATN, that this guy named Howard Wales, he was a keyboard player. He was from a band called AB Sky. He played in a band called the Trashmen, which actually had a song called The Bird is a Word, Surfing Bird, way back. Anyway, he was from the Midwest, and he'd been in the Navy, and we had a lot to talk about. And Jerry picks me because I was the youngest guy on the crew at the time. And we worked at a place called Alembic. Owsley was a true alchemist. And Alembic is the word for alchemy. And so he was always experimenting. He used to grow DMT in a jar on a stick in this liquid solution that he made up. And when he put that it was like a long Q-tip kind of that went through a hole in the top of the mason jar. And then you'd watch it in 2 days. This stuff would grow up the stick and it smelled like hell. And it was like weird consistency of plasticky bubble gum. So we'd break off pieces and smoke it in a pipe. And that was an instantaneous. As soon as you inhaled it and held it, you got high big time. You were Russian purple, man, right away. And the band would turn around and look at us on stage because when they smelled that DMT, this is what they knew. Something was going to happen with the equipment. So electricity started playing strange trips. Every time we lit up DMT, it would either an amp would blow out or you'd see the tubes turning cherry red and shorting out. You see we lived in a world of electricity. You leaned on an amplifier and you got a shock. And nothing was grounded. That was something that Owsley figured out. And we were the first band to start grounding everything. Now, what I'm trying to tell you by all this is that the use of cannabis, the use of psychedelics made us so that we thought outside the box. You know, that stuff about, I hated that stuff when people say, oh, yeah, I'm stoners. You know, stoners get lost. They don't know where their car is. You know, all that bullshit. I never saw anybody act that way. Instead, they either, you know, if they had a good time, they got focused on something. And we started focusing on sound and the equipment that we were living with. And I'm really proud of what we accomplished, man, even though we were stoned all the time. You see, you could do anything you wanted in the Grateful Dead. You could wake up in the morning, and guys did it too. They'd pop open a bottle of wild turkey and drown the whole thing down their throat. But guess what? By noon, they were worthless. They were fucking worthless. Did you want to work on a scaffolding at 35 feet in the air with a guy who, you know, we had to hold on with our feet and lift these cabinets up there, man. We were strong and we were tough, man. And I realized something, that the crew was formed of the Grateful Dead by Jerry Garcia. He realized he would hang out with us every day. And it was made up of myself, a city guy from San Francisco, and Kid was from Alameda. And the other guys were from little towns up in Pendleton and in Oregon, Hermiston, Echo, and they were real cowboys. And they were tough, and they were psychedelic rangers too now. And all of us together taught each other. I was able to teach those guys how you live in cities, man. They had no idea. And we had to travel everywhere. The band traveled with us. We drove everywhere we went around the country. No GPS, no cell phones. I tell people, they say, what? How'd you get down? We knew how to read maps, I tell them. And sometimes we didn't have a map. We were too macho to ask for help. We get lost all the time. But what a great country America was. Now, the rednecks were everywhere, man. And they didn't like us, man. We're smoking weed. We're wearing tie-dyes. And we got our hair long, you know. And right away, we come to these truck stops. And the truckers were good, some of them, because that's where we got our speed, bennies, Benzedrine, Black Beauties, amphetamines, you name it, because you had to stay awake. We didn't stop. We just drove cross country, and we took turns driving and sleeping in the truck and stopping to get something to eat. And so we became these road warriors, man. And we weren't going to ever not be without weed, man. So Howard Wales brought us all this great weed. He brought it up from Mexico, right? And it was grown in those days by indigenous peoples. And we knew all the weed by the states of Mexico, Sinaloa, Michoacan, you know, Lake Chapala, wherever the location of where the weed was grown or came from, you could rely on it. And it was gorgeous. It was lime green with red seed caps. It had seeds. The Mexicans always left some males in their fields. And so we had seeds. So we always kept those seeds and stored them. Now, at this very time, you can ask me another question in a minute. I'll stop on this trip about how drugs affected us. But that's what we did all day long. Jerry, you know, Garcia, he'd buy a pound of Thai sticks or something like that, and he'd reach in and give us all some weed. And so we always had pot, man. And we were very lucky in that way. Now, Nixon decides that he don't like us, man. He don't like the Grateful Dead. He doesn't like people that aren't voting for him. And he doesn't like people that are young. So what he does, he takes Operation Intercept. He takes all the gear. Vietnam was sort of coming down a little bit, and he took all the gear and put it on the border to intercept. Operation Intercept was to stop the Mexican weed from coming into California. And they did a pretty good job, man. It dried up. So we had seeds. So Jerry, we lived up in Stinson Beach, all of us at this time. We just migrated there. The crew, the band, we all had houses up in there. We pretty much ran the town, right? So in the time of this, there was secret gardens were starting because we had all these seeds. We just started saying, let's grow some. So Mountain Girl, who was Jerry's old lady at the time, she started with the first she grew some great weed, and then she started teaching me and the rest of us how to grow really good pot. So we started doing that. Now we're on the road all the time too. And when we go places, like especially New York, where everybody was mob related, okay? You know, every promoter in the country was mobbed up, man. I can tell you all the stories of every one of them. Now, my father, like I say, he was involved in all that too. So he knew a lot about that stuff. But what happened was Colombian weed now replaced it, right? And Colombian weed was great, man. Chocolate, Santa Marta Gold, which was beautiful, man. Black seeds and weed that looked gold. It was gold. You know, on my radio show, a guy called me up a few months ago and he said, hey, I got one of the original strains of weed. I said, yeah, which one? He said, Acapulco Gold. And I had to laugh at him. I said, Acapulco Gold was not a strain. You see, around Acapulco in Mexico, they dried their weed a different way than anybody else. They laid giant tarps out in the sun and they threw the weed in piles and they let it dry in the hot sun. It turned gold. It turned brown as the chlorophyll and the, leaves it. That's the first thing. And the trichromes start popping out. It's amazing the transformation that it's so important to cure weed really good. That's the real trick. You can grow it, but you better know how to cut it, trim it, and dry it and let it cure. You wait 3 months and then it's the strongest, and it keeps getting stronger. And so we learned all these techniques, and so now we've got so much pot. We are the people, we get famous for it. And so we're getting popped everywhere we go. We're getting arrested, especially, in the South, in the North, in the East, in the West, and everywhere. Cops were on the prowl, and they didn't like if you had long hair and you're driving, you're speeding, you'd make a mistake, you'd make a wrong turn, they pull you over. We smoked all the time. And so we had to get arrested. But the band always stuck with us, man. They never let us deal with that alone. They took care of us. They got lawyers. They always bailed us out. And that was a beautiful thing. We knew all the bands, man. And we were the ones going out there now. And the Grateful Dead, you see, we didn't sell records because the band played these long improvisational jams. And so records companies didn't like us. And plus, Jerry was letting people record our shows. I tell you, that freaked out the record companies. Now, everything we did then, ATN, became the way to deal with rock and roll, man. Everything we did now is the way they do it. There was no PAs, man. There was just these things called A1s in every movie theater. It had one 12-inch speaker and a big box built around it. And that was the PA at Woodstock. It was two of those on each side. That's all. And you got 500,000 people. We start thinking all the time, man. We were strong and we were ready and we weren't afraid, man. And we went out there, stuck our chins out. That's why Garcia, he loved the crew and he actually helped us invent ourselves. There was no other band that had that relationship with the guys, man, because we did everything to get that show on the road. And he knew we weren't going to be turned back, man. And those days too, at 11:30, you were in the Civic Center. You see, when you start in showbiz with playing music, you play in nightclubs first. You start on a Wednesday. They'll give you a Wednesday. If you sell out the Wednesdays after a while, you move to the weekends. Then if you sell those out, all of a sudden now you can move to slightly bigger halls. There was the Longshoremen's Hall in San Francisco. And Bill Graham was coming up with the Fillmore. And these places, Bill wouldn't let the cops in Winterland or Fillmore. So it was all a party. It was the greatest party ever, man. And everybody was stoned out of their fucking gourds. But we constantly kept evolving and learning. We didn't just stand around and do nothing when we were high. We built motorcycles. We rode motorcycles everywhere, except on the road. We never could, but we wanted to. But anyway, it was a life of freedom of the highest order, man. And of course, after Altamont, Jerry said, hey, I said, Jerry, what are we going to do, man? Everybody's turning their back on the Angels, the Hells Angels. And he said, they were our friends before, they're our friends now, and we're going to just keep it that way. And so they were a great source of cannabis too. They loved to smoke, most of them. And we would get stoned and take these rides, man. It was a feeling of amazing power. They build us motorcycles. They'd steal our bikes and then we'd get them back because they were the ones that stole them, And so it was an amazing life, man, and drug fueled like unbelievable. But we still did these amazing things. So we started building these PAs. And the Wall of Sound was Owsley's idea. It was built on the 35-foot standing bass wave for Phil Lesh to play. And that's why we stuck with that. And it was the biggest, it had 75 speakers. I'm starting to forget now, but we had like it was 75 Mac 2300s, and we had about 114 speakers, man, in the whole stacks. Each guy had his stack of his gear, and then it went directly out to the audience. The idea was to make a PA that had an integral sound that the audience could really have a good time with. It sounded better than anything, but it wasn't practical. It about killed us dragging that thing around, man. It was so much work, and only 4 of us did it, man. We put it up every day as long as the scaffolding was right. People tell me, oh, you guys had 2 crews, right? I go, no, we never had 2 crews. There was 2 scaffolding crews. They had to go ahead to make sure the scaffolding had to be exactly right, or we couldn't put it up. So no one ever got hurt in our shows, man. All those stone crazy freaks jumping up, trying to grab the band guys. We grabbed them too, but we knew how to hold them. We never had to hurt people. Once in a while, you had to, give somebody a shot when they were punching back at you. You had to do something like that, but never did we hurt anybody, And that was the beauty of it, man, because you can be in a place, no matter what people tell you, your intelligence does not go away, no matter how high you get. And you can figure stuff out. Give me another question. Come on, because otherwise I'm just going to keep raving, man.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Right on. Well, Tony has Tony Landry, council member. You have our next question.
Thank you, ATN. Steve, fascinating story. And I'm enjoying listening to it. I have a cannabis question. Can you share the story behind the Egyptian Kush cultivar from 1978?
Sure. That's a really great story, man. We're the only band, Tony, that went to play at the Great Pyramid. It happened. If I told you how incredible it was, some friends of ours went to Egypt and on a trip, and they came back and said, "You guys got to go there, man. It's incredible." Now, at that time, there were wars in that area, big wars, because the greatest hash came from the Bekaa Valley, and Red Lebanese. The Grateful Dead wrote songs about it. Red Lebanese and gold Lebanese, that's what we smoked, man. And also Afghani hash was strong as there was, man. The Afghani surfboards, man. So we knew the world, every culture in the world had cannabis, right? So we had to go through changes, man. At that time, the King Tut exhibit was traveling around the United States. And it was, in 1922, Howard what's the guy's name? Lord Carnarvon. He discovered a only tomb that was never raided by raiders in the desert, right outside of Cairo. And so that was King Tut's tomb. They found gold death masks, gold everything, gold chariots, golden chairs, golden tables, man. Everything was gold that you saw on the trip that they brought out around the United States. And the State Department, the name was the Malones, these two people from the State Department, they had to teach us. They said, the State Department said, okay, Jimmy Carter was president, and we had smoked weed at the White House with his son, man. We'd go there after the show in Washington. We had connections that got us in there at night. We'd go into the White House and smoke weed on the roof, man, when Carter was president. We did it later with Reagan right in the fucking Oval Office. I got pictures of it, man. But anyway, so they start telling us, you got to learn the culture of this country, because at that time, there was peace accords in Washington. Sadat, and I think his name was Begin from Israel, they were sitting down and talking peace. So they let us go. They said, okay, you guys can go and play at the pyramids, but you got to build a soccer field for the people at Mina Village. Outside of Cairo, that's where the pyramids are. It's called Mina Village. And we stayed at the Mina house, okay? Now, Cairo was the most insane place in the world, man. There was no traffic lights. There's no freaking stop signs. You go into that place and you see taxis driving every which way, beep, 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 going past each other, every direction. There's no arrows telling you where your street is. And you see a little kid walking by with a water buffalo, barely a toddler, man. You see camels loaded with straw to the top. I realized what they meant by the straw that broke the camel's back, man. I mean, it was like that. So one day we're setting up to play at the Great Pyramid of Cheops, okay? And that was really a challenge, man. We had to figure out, first to get our gear over there, we brought about 50 tons of equipment, man. It was tough, man. I mean, getting it out of customs was incredible, man. And trying to get it set up took us days. We stayed there for weeks before to get the feel of the place, okay? So inside the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, there's a great room in the middle of it, man. This big sarcophagus in there that's empty, but that was the king's chamber, they call it, right? And there was a hole that went from the outside of the pyramids down into that chamber. And so we always did this at shows. We record the band while they were playing, and we ran microphones into we build echo chambers out of cases, Leslie speaker cases, which are big, for B3 organ speakers. We would put microphones under there, and we did this thing all the time. We find a room and use it for an echo chamber and also a recording, remote recording thing. Well, we ran cables down into the chamber, and Garcia was with us. It was me, Ramrod, John Cutler, and Dan Healy. We were trying to make this work, something we did all the time. And for some reason, and we were saying, why is it not working? We couldn't get a signal to the recording truck. It was insane. Everything was right. We were testing all the cables. We knew what we were doing, but it wouldn't work, man. We're getting frustrated now. And Ken Kesey was the head of the Merry Pranksters and a genius, man. He wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Sometimes a Great Notion. And he was with us. The Pranksters, us, were tight, and everything was great, man. They were the most amazing people. And so they went with us to Egypt. So did the Hells Angels. So did all our friends. We took a big crowd of people there. So Jerry and Kesey are with me, and we're getting tired of this thing not working. So I said, hey, let's go over to the Cairo Museum. So Jerry and Kesey and myself, we had a guy named Wahab, and he was our taxi driver because you didn't want to drive in Cairo, like I explained it to you earlier. So he would take us places like that, and he would go on runs and get us ice, which is really hard to find in Egypt, man. And everybody in the whole country, little kids, old people, had hash, and they sold it to you wherever you went. Hashish, hashish, hashish. And they had hubbly bubblies all over. They smoked it because you see, in the Muslim religion, you're forbidden alcohol, but you can smoke all the weed you want. The same thing with the whole area, the whole Holy Land was where the greatest weed was grown. That is why Canaan is called as cannabis. That's the root of cannabis, Canaan, where Moses brought. See, they weren't slaves in Egypt; they were mercenary soldiers. The reason the Jews went out into the desert for it was 40 years because they built two generations of fighters and soldiers, and then they went and conquered Canaan, the Battle of Jericho. Joshua took over. Moses was never allowed to cross in there. Now, the people had hash everywhere, but I never saw a joint, never saw any marijuana. But we couldn't go anywhere without pot. We smuggled some in a way. We cleaned it up, and we had a bunch of it. So we'd roll some joints up and smoke them, So we'd go to the Cairo Museum, me and Jerry and Kesey. And now I told you, we'd seen the gold mass of tut all over the United States. They took us to see that exhibit. We had to go to San Francisco to the De Young Museum, and we saw all the gold and stuff that he was buried with. Now in Egypt, we're in the Cairo Museum. We can't believe it, man. We're seeing mummies. We're going through Ramses' mummy right there. And then I see a room, and it's King Tut, it says over it. So we go in there, me and Kesey and Jerry. And this was the stuff, not the gold stuff. This was the everyday stuff of his life. And it was all there. I mean, he was buried with about so many animals, man. There was mummified cats in jars. There was mummified leopards. There was mummified ibises, birds of every kind of animal was there mummified. And an interesting thing, a side note, people might find interesting, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it's a sick book, man, written 6,000 years ago. And we knew about it in the Haight-Ashbury. And in the first chapter of that book, it says, the sled of the dead will be pulled by the grateful dead in the afterlife. So that blew our minds. Now, years later, when we got back from Egypt, some scholars, friends of ours, went and started reading the whole thing, you see, because most of it's about mummification, the whole middle part of it. And they find in the last chapter, this is what it said, Tony. It said, 25 years before the dawning of the age of Aquarius, the grateful dead will make a great noise at the pyramid. Now, how the fuck did they know that? Right, that 6,000 years before we even thought about going there. I'm telling you, it was some kind of destiny. Okay. So we're in that room with all King Tut's everyday items, man. Really no gold at all, just regular items like spinning wheels and different furniture and things that, utensils that you would have. So we see this case and I go, holy shit, Gary, come here. Garcia's over on this side of me. Kesey's over here. Look, it was a big basket of cannabis sativa seeds, right? Unbelievable, man. I said, Jared, look, he couldn't even go to the afterlife without his cannabis. He was buried with a fucking big basket of seeds, man. So we leave there, and I'm thinking about that. I couldn't get it out of my mind. Now, Wahab was our taxi driver, a great guy, funny guy. Man, we'd have jokes with him every day, but he could find stuff. And so I take out a joint. I hold it up, man. I say, Wahab, this is marijuana. This is marijuana. He goes, oh, he says to me, is good for sex? Mr. Steve, is good for sex? I said, it's the best in the world. It's the best thing ever for sex, man. And we want some. Somewhere in this country, there's seeds out there because all the people have all this hash. Now, a hash plant is a squat little strong indica plant, man. Powerful weed, man. It grows in the hottest climates. It grows in Afghanistan in the mountains. It grows in Morocco and and when people collected hash in those days, they probably still do. They stripped naked a young runner would go out when the plants were ripe, and he puts a collar on, and from that collar are hanging long leather belts almost to the ground. And he runs through the fields. And on those leather straps, all the resin, the strong resin, gets caked on those things. Then he takes it back to the main house, and they scrape it, and they scrape it. Now, Wahab took off. He said, okay, I'll find some seeds for you. And he left. I didn't see him for 2 or 3 days. And then he comes back and he finds me on the stage. We were getting close to starting the first night of shows. And he has a vial, a wooden jar, like, carved. He opens the top, and in there is about 100 seeds. And those seeds were ancient strains, man. So what we did, we smuggled some back to the United States when we got home. Now, this was 1978. And we knew people at this time, homegrown had become a big thing in California. You see, where we live in Northern California is the same as Afghanistan. If you go around the world, it's the 38th parallel. We didn't know that, but we found all this out, and we were able to grow strong indica weeds. It's not a good place to grow sativas. We started trying to grow sativa because a lot of the Mexican weed was sativa, and we had a lot of seeds of that, but it didn't take well in the growing season in Northern Cal. But indica grew great. And so anyway, we knew some friends, Rod Green, Oli, a couple other people. They had farms in Sonoma, Mendocino, and Humboldt. So we gave them some seeds. But here's the trick. We never grew it to sell. We only kept it for ourselves. And every 4 years, we made more seeds. People ask me, Big Steve, how did you guys keep it alive all this time? Because we grew seeds off it, because we always let some males grow, just like we'd been taught. And we were able to keep it going, and we never got commercial with it. See, once you had a strain that people were growing and you were selling it, then came the helicopters, then came the fucking DEA dropping right in your face and cutting your weed down, arresting you, destroying your freaking house. And we weren't trying to do that. So we only smoked it for ourselves. Now, when Jerry died, and then years go by, and I meet the guys from this company called Grizzly Peak, and I brought those seeds to them, and they crossed them with a London pound cake, and that made an incredible old strain of weed that is so fucking strong. And so that became the Big Steve pre-rolls and all the Big Steve Egyptian Kush flowers that we sold at Grizzly Peak. And we were able to really keep the integrity of that strain going. And I'm really proud of that. And that weed is the #1 pre-roll in California. People love it, man. And we kept the THC high in there, really a high level. And it's just an amazing strain, man. And it's not easy to keep a strain alive, because when they came to bust you, that was their main thing. The DEA did was to destroy strains. They were smart. They hated cannabis, man. Sworn enemies of cannabis. When we're the fucking warriors of psychedelia, and we fucking butted heads all the time. And so to have that now, weed to be legal, it's mind blowing. To have joints with my name on it. Wow. Unbelievable, man. having to be locked up. When kids tell me, "Oh, Big Steve, it's all corporate weed now, man." I said, "Oh yeah, have you ever been to jail?" No. I said, "Well, that's a corporation right there. You don't want to mess with, man." So if it's legal, understand there's going to be a lot of problems. They tax the shit out of it. They fuck with us all the time. They won't let you use, anything but cash to pay for it, making it ridiculous. This country is not going to take it off Schedule 1. Nixon put it on Schedule 1 because it was worthless to be used for medicine. Are you kidding me? In 1888, the British Raj was in India. Now, India is some of the strongest weed in the world, man. It comes from Afghanistan and up in that part of what they call the Hindu Kush and also down into India. It was all part of the same thing. And those people are tough. I don't need to tell you guys. I mean, the British couldn't beat them. The Russians couldn't beat them. Nobody could because they are fucking crazy. But they grew cannabis in the mountains because they couldn't grow rice, and they ate the seeds. They lived on the seeds, and seeds are very healthy for you. There's no THC in them. They're high in omega-3s, and they're healthy for you. And Greece, you go in Greece, I couldn't believe it. There's cannabis seeds everywhere because they roast them and they salt them, and people eat them like a snack. Every culture in the world has got their own strains of cannabis.
All right, Steve, we're going to get to our next question. Thank you for that breakdown on the Egyptian. Next up will be Michael Crowitz.
Go, Mike.
I'm sorry, but hey there, Big Steve. This has been phenomenally cool. This is like sitting around the fire and like oral tradition. It's pretty cool. It's heartwarming. But I do have a follow-up question before I ask my question. I'm sorry, I just got to ask. Whatever happened to the problem with the mics and the amps and the speakers over there in Egypt? What was the bug?
No, the mics and the speakers and the amps and everything worked on the stage. We just couldn't get that echo chamber to work. We couldn't get the microphone to work in that chamber. There's some force above man in there that won't allow it, man. You got to believe that there's magic in those places, man.
Wow.
You see when they first built those things, they were covered with a facing stone of polished high gloss, man. They shined in the sun. When you fly in and you see those things, you can't believe that man built these things. They're giant, man. They look like something that you can see from space, man. And so you realize this is heavy duty. And we were hanging out there. I climbed the pyramid. You could climb the pyramids because once they took when the Muslims took over Egypt, they stripped them down and built all their mosques in Cairo and all around from that marble that was on the pyramids as a fascia. So once you had these holes where you could go right in to the chamber, there's no reason it shouldn't work for us to hang a microphone and to get an echo of the sound that we were sending in there, catch the echo chamber, and then send it back to the recording truck to record it. It wouldn't fucking work. I can't tell you why, but everything else worked fine. We did a week's worth of shows, full eclipse of the moon, unbelievable, man. And we're playing right on the Sahara Desert, man. If you went off the stage steps, you were right in the desert. There was the Sahara Desert right there, and so it was quite an experience. But okay, that's that one question.
So this, I guess you'd call this a marijuana movement question, right? So we some of our Veterans Action Council members, including myself, have been aficionados of some of the vintage pins and posters and stuff of the early marijuana movement. And just recently we found a pin. It was from Limar, legalized marijuana, from like 1965. And the seller was talking about
it wasn't in
the
65
benefit. There was a benefit concert, I guess, in 1965 that the Grateful Dead highlighted.
That never happened. In 1965, a benefit concert for weed? No way.
What was it? What year? Etienne, 66? I'm terrible with dates. So anyway, let me ask the question. So this is the thing, right? The seller of that pin pointed us to a picture of Pigpen with a Limar pin. And it just got us thinking, the cannabis movement was so young then. there was a lot of influence, I think, both ways on the Grateful Dead. You talked about that, but like, what was, from your perspective, the Grateful Dead's influence on the cannabis movement? Like, how did the cannabis movement grow and become what it was because of the Grateful Dead, if you think it did?
Okay, well, here the answer to that question is very convoluted, of course, but Lemur, the pen that you're referring to was Pigpen. He collected pens. He didn't even smoke much pot. He was a drinker anyway, but he liked to collect pins and put them on his jacket, his vest, and so that's where that pin came from. It was a cool pin, and then that Amorpheus became the name of that, and that was a rolling paper that was the first really lightweight, beautiful rolling paper that had no chemicals in it. So we really liked Amorpheus, but we were so unpolitical, man. We didn't believe in the system, okay? We were so stupid. We didn't vote. 1974 is when it came to the ballot to make pot fully legal in California. Everything, no restrictions. You could grow as much as you wanted. You could do anything with it. It was beautiful. And we were all standing around Winterland that night, and somebody said, "Hey, it barely failed by just a few things." And we all looked around. None of us voted. And that's when we realized how stupid we'd been. And so we became active at that moment in 1974. And we'd already been doing our part by getting arrested all over the country and going everywhere with joints blazing. And we were a target. We had targets on our back, man. We were arrested all over the place. New Orleans didn't want us coming there and changing their style. So we knew a lot about the laws concerning pot, but we didn't take part in the system. So after that time, we all registered to vote, hoping that it would come back again. What an opportunity we missed. It would have made it so different to make it legal in California in 74 with no restrictions. It was so different and grassroots type thing. So we became activists in what we loved, man. But we did our part by going everywhere and smoking it. My God, we played, I was starting to tell earlier about when we were in the civic centers at 11:30, the band would be playing and you look around and all of a sudden the cops would be filtering in. And boy, they would just be beating their billy clubs. If you didn't stop right at 11:30, they'd be watching that clock. They'd blow a whistle and they'd start beating the heads in the audience, man. We didn't like that. And so the first band, we knew how to take our electric distribution boxes where we plugged in to the quad boxes on the stage. We built those ourselves and we tied in to the mains, man. And we put another padlock in a box on that. Drove the cops crazy. In those days, we had to fight them. We had to fight with them because it was not a felony to hit a cop. When they came for you in those days, they would say, "You going to come with me or are you going to fight?" If you wanted to fight, they were glad to fight too. They were tough boys, man. They were all World War II vets, man, and they fucking loved to fight, the young long hairs, man. And so we got into a thing like that where we were fighting for cannabis all the time with the law, man. And we get arrested for that, and then the headlines in the paper would say Grateful Dead fight police for drugs, And one of the bad things with the whole drug scene was when the Colombian weed took over for the Mexican weed, which Nixon hated us so bad, he made it Schedule 1, like I'm saying. And then he stopped all the flow of weed coming to California. So the homegrown thing was going wild. We had it everywhere. We had more weed than ever before because they didn't have to smuggle it in, man. So the culture was growing. Now everybody was smoking pot, and the Colombians changed something. They said, you can buy our weed, but you got to take cocaine too. And they started putting cocaine in the loads, man. And all the smugglers would complain. They go, we don't want to deal with that shit, but they're making us, man. And then everything started changing. Once people got into cocaine, then all of a sudden, the whole drug culture changed everywhere. Everybody, because when you go up, you got to go down, So everybody was smoking a lot of weed, but they were also drinking now for the first time. None of us would touch alcohol. Now everybody's drinking. Everybody's fucking doing heroin, doing fucking strong narcotics, Tuinol, Secanols. They were all these drugs, hypnoticos. They were strong pills everywhere, man. Dardens. I spent my whole life exploring all the ways you can inebriate yourself, Tony. Oh, that's your name's not Tony. But anyway, your name's Mike. That's right. But the thing is that the culture started changing. Now, cannabis gets wrapped up in all these other drugs too. But that bullshit about it being a gateway drug, no, man. It actually kept me off it. Everybody else is dead, man. They're all dead that play that game because you eventually die, man. But, everybody does. But the thing is that cannabis kept you alive, man, because I quit smoking cigarettes when I was 19 because I got a pound of weed and rolled it up. And we did that to quit smoking tobacco. And those people that just went to cannabis didn't get cancer. It has no cancer-causing problems. It's alkaline in your lungs. It doesn't go into the lower lobes either.
Let's get to another question.
Yeah, give me another one.
All right, Leslie.
What time is it now?
This will be our last question. We're almost at our hour. We got 5 more minutes, so this will be Leslie will wrap it up for us. Council member.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. I'm really proud of all you guys. Don't give up, man. I know, that it's hard, because they are really. The more we try to make it legal, the more they dig in, man. And we just got to go state by state. We're starting to get more states, that are legal. But go ahead. What's the question?
So, being part of the crew of the Grateful Dead was definitely more than a job. I mean, it's a family, it's a mission. Yeah. And then everyone who was on tour, when it's, I was on kind of fish tour for a while, and when tour was over, you have to kind of figure out what to do next. What do you do? And my question is in relation to veterans when their mission is over and they're trying to find out what's next and their place in the world. What do you have to say, especially being a part of something that was so much bigger than yourself? And how do you think veterans could incorporate that bigger picture into their life to find place and purpose?
Because, it's a good question, because as stoned as we were, as high as we were, and doing that, we always cared about our brothers, because Jerry was in the Army, Mickey was in the Air Force, Owsley was in the Air Force and the Navy, and everybody had to deal with that in those days. We were drafted. We didn't have a choice, And so we knew the pain of serving in the military. And plus, we were all raised by the guys that fought World War II. They fucking island hop in the Pacific. They all got, diseases on the ships and on the islands. And everybody that went to Europe fought for their lives, man. The Nazis were tough, man. And they fought, and they had a lot of problems. When they came back, they didn't talk much about it, and they raised us to be strong Americans. And when it ended up, our war, Vietnam, didn't make a lick of sense. There was no understanding of anything. So guys were getting fucked up everywhere by it. So we had to deal with that. And they were our friends. And we never turned our backs on them. And we let them come to our studio and have group therapy sessions, man. And they talked and they told their stories and they got it off their chest, because it's such a horrific thing that you have to go through to live that way. But they knew, even in the, they didn't, a lot of guys, what they did long range, in Vietnam, you went on long range LRPs, they called them, these long range missions in the middle of darkness of the night, far away from everything. You didn't smoke weed then, but as soon as you got back to base camp, everybody lit up, man. And, some guys like to just beer it up. There was rednecks and the hippies fighting all the time. But the cannabis really had a medical value, and it really does something for you. And we knew that. We knew it had value. And so we constantly worked for medical evaluation. I talk about, from my constant reading about everything nonfiction. When the British were in India, I was trying to tell this earlier, a Dr. O'Shaughnessy was working in a hospital in Calcutta. And he said to the Ayurvedic doctors of India, he said, I want to go with you guys. I want to go out and see how you guys use your medicine, because Western medicine was so rigid and stiff. This is 1888 in Calcutta. So he follows these doctors on their rounds in the hospital. The first thing they do is they're in this place. There's a baby about 6 months old having an epileptic fit. And the baby was that today, a doctor seeing a baby in full seizure, it's a scary thing. There's nothing they can do. And the Western medicine at that time had no treatment for that. Well, the Ayurvedic doctor opened a drawer, took out a vial, stuck his finger in it, and put it under the baby's tongue. It was hash oil. It was resin. And about 30 seconds later, that baby cooled out. Now, O'Shaughnessy saw that, and he began to tell everybody about the amazing medical value of this stuff. And so England had a big flourish in the late 1800s and 90s. Hashish parlors opened up all over the United Kingdom, and they were using it for medicine. And it became infused into wine. If you read the Bible, and we had sometimes on the road in those early days, there was nothing. You'd be in the Midwest, and the room would be, the TV's off at 11, and there's that Bible, and you start reading it, and you realize, hey, myrrhed wine is wine with cannabis resin in it, and that's what they gave to people that were in great pain. It's one of the great medicines of the world. There's all based on these plants, and cannabis is one of the most important. And they used it for childbirth. They used it for everything. So it naturally became a thing for a warrior to use it to relax. For one thing, the slaves, when they came here from Africa, they all smoked weed, and they brought it here to American soil. And the reason being that you didn't get beat like you did if you were drunk. If you drank rum, you couldn't work the next day. You were hangover, or you didn't want to work, or you were sick. But on weed, you could get up and work, and that was what the thing in the Grateful Dead. You could do anything you wanted. There was no restriction. Do whatever you want. But if you drank and were drunk, you couldn't work with us on the crew. It was too dangerous. We didn't care what you did. We partied every night. That was different when back at the hotel. We led a strenuous life, but we knew that all the veterans needed cannabis to smoke because they came back wanting it. And so that really helped to make it a way that we started realizing that it has so much more to it. There's so many sides to this thing. And it's not just a stupid stoner thing. It's got real helpful things. Now, some people get a little paranoid on it. They get strange, but most people find it relaxes them. And if they learn how to use it properly, they have a really healthful time of it. It doesn't cause all these lies they start telling you about I've seen miracles with cannabis, true miracles. And I could talk to you for hours about this because I love it. Todd,
well, let's do that. Let's have you back. We were at our hour time. You agreed you could do an hour with us, so let's have you back in the future. And we want to continue our questions with you because we have more questions for you. But we thank you for your time, Big Steve.
You can ask me one more question. I got a minute or two here I can fudge on if you want to. If not, I'll be glad to come back.
All right. Well, let's see. That will be Mike D. Council Member Mike. You've got the next question. There it is.
Yeah, hang on, man. Okay, yeah. Hey, man, thanks for coming on, man. This is really great, man. You're doing a great job, Big Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So after sorry, just did a dab, man. I'm still coughing it out. So what does home mean to you after all the years being on the road? I mean, you guys were on, well, you're still on tour, man, because we still have the new Dead and Co. thing coming up
Right.
here. That's coming up. So, and I know last time you were there pretty much in Vegas the whole time. So I mean, the tour always is going on, man. There's always something going on, and you always have something going on. I know you're always in, LA, whether it's for, an XM show or, the tour never ends, man. So, what do you consider, I guess, home is the road home, I guess, to you?
Well, you see, it's just like anything, when you're in the jungle, you want to be home. When you're home, you want to be back in the jungle, man. It's sort of like that, you can't, when you spend your whole life, I started when I was, 18 years old, going out all the time and traveling the world, man. What a great thing that was, you learn about cultures all over. You experience things you could never do by sitting at home. But your body sometimes tells you it's time to take a rest, and so even after Jerry died, we kept going and we kept working and we kept inventing new things and going out with other bands. Everybody wanted us with our expertise to come out with them. We were famous, the crew I'm talking about, in that way. Now then, the toll of the life, the heavy life that we led, starts taking a toll on people, and they start passing away and getting real sick, and that kind of stuff affects you. But I always felt like as long as we had a purpose to bring music to people, that's a pretty good thing, and it gives you back to your soul. It makes you feel good to bring and see the smiles on people's faces when they're at shows, so you put up with all that. People don't have any idea. A lot of people will look at and say, they had no idea about what it took to make a show. All they do is come in and see the show and then go home. They don't understand about all this 360 stuff. It's a very hard life. It's not easy. When people say, "Oh, I wish I could," you guys have it so easy. I'd like to go with you guys. You fly in private planes. You do all this. I said, yeah, but you couldn't take the hours. First of all, let me tell you, you got to be up all day and all night, and then you party. You got to party because that's part of it, So all those things give you some crazy things. It's hard to settle down then, but you got to have, in order to do that lifestyle, you got to have a good home base to come back to. And as long as you have that, you can do it. But I'm starting to taper off. I'm getting up there now. I'm 105 years old, man. And so it's time to slow down a bit, But the thing is that I don't want to. I feel the strength that I get from it. And that's what I'm tapped into, Mike. And I'm not going to stop until we get somewhere with this thing where the whole country is free on cannabis. That'll tell me that we really have true freedom, because that's what this thing is about. It's about freedom and the pursuit of happiness. That's the real thing. And that's my goal. And I know yours too. I could go on and tell so many stories. We got written up by the DEA. We were followed by the FBI. But we weren't stupid enough as to bring drugs and sell them to people. Of course not. We didn't need to. We never stopped experimenting with ourselves, because that's part of it. But the whole thing is a learning experience every day of my life, man. I wouldn't have traded for anything. I was lucky enough to be with Jerry in both bands that he had. And that was like a gift. It was a gift to be with that guy. And he ran a missile site when he was in the Army. He thought he was going to get shipped to Germany or something because he was a juvenile delinquent like we all were. But he ended up, they put him in the Presidio, and he was right there in San Francisco. So he went AWOL every Friday and went for the whole weekend. And man, he finally got a dishonorable discharge. And it's this thing where you had to do your duty, but you also wanted to find, you had this chance to have a life that took you traveling the world, but you didn't have to carry a rifle with you all the time. We you know what I mean? It was like you're there on the fun zone. that's something really special. Meeting people from all cultures and partying with people. And then you see there's no enemies then. Everybody can get along, man. And it bridges the gap. If you smoke weed with somebody, you're friends, maybe friends for life sometimes. So all that stuff, I miss, the camaraderie and all that stuff. But I still got a taste of it. The ranks are getting thin, man. They are getting thin. But Bobby, Mickey, we stay in touch. We pride each other's memories of things that happened, tell stories. We were joined together by this beautiful thing. But going on the road, that's what wears you out. And we started, like I say, we drove everywhere. We had to do everything on foot. We had to find our way around. Then we got to the point where we had our own planes. And, that's a whole other way. You're staying in the finest hotels. We tried to make it as comfortable as possible.
Leslie?
But it's still travel.
Leslie's got a follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I keep feeling like there's the last tour and there's not going to be any more shows. And here,
I don't think that's ever going to happen, Les.
back at the Sphere, and I have to ask. I mean, like, how does that venue? I mean, does that venue just blow y'all's mind?
Well, it's different. It's very different. The PA is different in there. The whole thing is a visual experience that's so insane that was like watching my life flash before me on this giant screen. But as far as it's so different because the band is far away on this little stage. They're not lit up at all. Everything is what's going on around. So it's a very different experience. I like just the regular touring, act without any of that stuff because it was really easy. The guys are getting on in age now, and so it was beautiful to stay in one place and everybody come there. That's sort of your dream, and it's a follow-up thing to what Mike was asking me. Yeah, going on the road is great, but when you get older, it's tougher and tougher. It wears you out traveling, and basically you're trapped out there. You got to do stupid stuff to get by, and that's the danger zone. So when you're at a place like Las Vegas, oh my God, you got to really watch yourself, or that place will eat you alive. So being that the Sphere is there now, Las Vegas has become the entertainment capital of the world. It was really nice to see the Sphere, and when I saw our logo on that big Sphere out there, I couldn't believe it because it was like telling me everybody, all the people that were on the crew, all the people in the band, so many are dead now. And they gave everything they had to rock and roll, and they didn't get to enjoy it. So I go there to enjoy it for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And so I love meeting the people. I was doing radio up there, and people were coming, thousands of people a day, telling me what my show meant to them. Because I've now become somebody who tries to keep this beautiful scene alive for the young people that come in. There's still people that weren't even born when Jerry was alive, but they love it. They love this thing. And that's a beautiful thing. And so the Sphere represents that because that's where it's the epitome of showbiz now to go there. So for that stuff and the awards at the Kennedy Center and the Grammy Awards that came to them for lifetime achievements, this was a beautiful thing to see that our whole work, all the work we did so hard, meant something to people. And so that's the real payoff right there. You might make a lot of money, you might not, but the thing is, the satisfaction of having successful, safe shows is what the Grateful Dead was about, and have a good time. I guess that's it. I could go on and on and on.
Well, would love to have you back again to do so. So, thank you, Steve Parrish. You can catch more of Big Steve. He is on XM23 satellite radio on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific and 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Big Steve Hour. So, I'd like to thank our council members, Mike Davis, Coney Tony Landry, Leslie Fries, Mike Krawitz, myself, Etienne Fontaine, and our guest, Steve Parrish. Yeah, we'll have to update you, Steve. We're actually going to be, a couple of us are heading to the United Nations because we're working on the world issue for cannabis.
Good.
And we'll be happy to update you. And hopefully, we're going above the U.S. because we're tired of waiting. So we're just putting a foot on the accelerator and going on the road. So we'll keep you posted on things go. And I can't thank you enough for joining us. And we look forward to the next time. So thank you, everybody, for a VAC
Well, I thank you guys for having me. I really thank you, ATN, and everybody. You guys are great.
Steve, do you have anything to promote? Do you have anything to promote?
Well, you said about my show, and Weir and I are working on a TV show that reminisces our lives on the road. Me being the youngest crew guy, he being the youngest band member, we've stayed very close friends. So those things are in the progress, things like that. There's a couple of other ideas of moving into different parts of communication to people. I was doing a YouTube channel, but I've kind of hung that up for a little bit. I'm going to go back to it because I want to keep it fresh. I want to change it. I was telling stories, and I appreciate all the help that you guys give everybody. You guys are great. And we're in this together, man. We're all brothers of the cannabis tribe, man. And that's a beautiful thing. I'm really proud of you guys.
Well, thank you for carrying your torch, and we'll carry our torches forward together. So, and carry that light forward, right? All right.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our VAC Roundtable number 87. It's been Big Steve Parrish and an amazing show. So thank you much, everybody. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live. Yeah, we are. We're a little late, but we're live. And we're coming to you from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Well, Tamara, how did things get started?
Well, my computer still won't shut down. It keeps telling me Google Chrome and I had it all up and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then my Wi-Fi, everything went down. Like my Wi-Fi is back up. Everything went down. I don't know if there was a glitch, but I'm scrambling. I was scrambling.
Gremlins in the system.
Well, yeah, I couldn't even send a message. When I sent you that message, it was like, and it just was sitting there, like turning and turning. It was like,
yeah, I just sat here and waited.
well, eventually the squirrel would show up. I am unmedicated.
Yeah, I knew you'd show up. So I just sat here.
Yeah.
Message,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, right. And like I said, I had to work at 8 a.m. I worked till 10 o'clock now, so it was 10 o'clock last night. I'd be at work for 8 o'clock this morning, and then I forgot to take my medication to work with me. So you know what kind of day it's been.
Yeah, it's been one of those days then.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those who are tuning in the podcast version afterwards, yeah, we're starting 15 minutes late, but as you said,
My computer, like I said, my computer is still sitting frozen, and I had come home from work, opened up Facebook. You had sent me the link. I sent you a thumbs up. I had clicked on the link. I had StreamYard and everything all open. I went off to do some stuff. I came back in here at 1:45 or 20:25, and everything was like this. And I'm like, and it's still sitting like that. And I can't get, like, my mouse is moving, and I keep hitting cancel. I keep hitting OK, and it just keeps popping back OK. And I have had this Mac for about 6 or 7 years.
No, yeah, the computer.
Probably.
It's a computer, right? Yeah.
Well, it's a Mac, right? But it's like I said, I've had it for 6 or 7 years. It's an Apple, and they do die eventually. Like,
They all do.
Yeah.
They all do. Like I was talking to my son; he's into computers and all that, and I told him that my computer was 6 years old, and he says, "You've done well."
I know. I've had laptops that haven't even lasted a year.
Yeah. Eh?
Yeah, I've had Acers that crapped out in 6 months. But when you're like, I mean, that one I was doing Nation Builder and a bunch of stuff for Normal Women's Alliance on it.
Yeah.
It was running 24/7. That poor thing did a lot of work.
Yes.
You know what I'm having a yard sale too, and I came across a bunch of old memorabilia, and stuff from old past mom cups and this ridiculous stuff you hang on to. I'm thinking I can probably sell some of that stuff legally now. The rolling tray, that has.
Well, yeah, rolling trays. They're not cannabis. They're rolling tray.
And it's legal, and it's not like I'm going to be selling used bongs.
People buy rolling trays. People buy bongs. All that stuff. Clean out the bong, right?
Why not? You didn't see the like. I didn't think. Like, I'm looking at my son, going, I don't know if we have a yard, so we just junk, pile a bunch of junk and send it off to the dump. But I'm going through drawers and stuff. Like, I'm finding like blocks, like for your phone, like you plug into the wall. I've got about 100 of those.
Yeah.
They all work. So why not put them in a garage sale for 25 cents, right? Like somebody will buy them. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got a few bins of different, miscellaneous things that I've collected up over the years, and or things that I don't use anymore. Or
yeah, but I'm just not too sure I want to sell like my Wii and my Switch and that kind of stuff. Like I think I'm gonna keep that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what's worth it, And I got my camera too. I'm sitting here thinking like my phone takes better pictures than my camera. Should I just sell my camera and my entire pro?
Well, there's are some advantages of the camera. If you had, like, for example, like a 200 zoom lens on it.
I do. I got like a telephoto.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get that out of a phone.
Oh, my phone will take pictures right to the moon. All those beautiful crater pictures I get, and all those pictures of the eclipse.
You're not using
all
an
my
iPhone.
phone.
I have like a 4-year-old iPhone that.
Oh no, the Samsung Galaxy. All those pictures I get of the moon with the crater. That's all on my phone.
Yeah.
My phone takes better pictures than my telephoto.
Wow.
Honestly.
Wow.
Like seriously, because with the telephoto you got to set up, you got to put it on a tripod. You have to set your shutter speed and all your shit, And then literally you have to like take your, in fact, I just found my clicker and then, walk away and click it. And then don't, or if you're holding your camera, don't breathe. You gotta stand still. Like, so it doesn't even move an inch or you don't get those shots, right? Like,
right. Yeah.
But I mean, like this camera's like worth like, I paid over $3,000 for it. It's a Nikon.
Oh.
Yeah, like it's a good, like it's my Nikon camera. Like it's a Nikon.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it's more like of a, with the body and you stick a lens on it. Yeah. Lock it in. Yeah, one of those.
No.
Yeah.
This is like I paid a lot of money for this because I was doing pictures and stuff for like trying to get into the magazines with
Correct. Yeah.
stuff.
I had a
And I do a lot of
Canon
So like I said,
mind you, that's now really ancient. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. DSLR.
right? And this is the telephoto, and this is the regular lens, right? So I've got both lenses.
50 mil lens.
This one is the 50 mil, and this one's the 300.
Yeah, I showed. Yeah. I had the 200, the 50, and the 28.
And this is a telephoto. It's a good one. I can't remember, but it goes up to like, I think it's 300 millimeters. Yeah, it's a 300 millimeter.
I haven't used mine in years. It's because the phone's just so convenient, though.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't use it. Like, it's been sitting in the bag for like, I got this when I moved here, so I've been here 10 years. I think I've had it for 5 or 6 years. Like, it's not that old, right? Like 5 years maybe.
Well, I had an opportunity to have some pictures in a grow book.
Nice.
And they really liked the pictures, and they said, "Can we have a better resolution?" We got a bigger resolution of them, and I said, "Oh, I just took those with my phone." And they said, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Yeah.
If I had taken it with my other camera, I would have had pictures in a grow book.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like that's why I got the camera. Because it was the same thing. Like you can take whatever you want with your phone, but they can't use that in a magazine. Like Asia couldn't use any of my pictures in 12.5 chicks.
Yeah, the
like,
quality.
Gus couldn't use any of my pictures. Like Mark couldn't use any of my pictures in Cannabis Culture, right? So that's why I got the camera because
All right. Well, so much for gabbing about miscellaneous.
Cameras could take pictures of our plants.
Right. I seen you post a picture of I believe it was in an article. And you circled it and you said, "See that we're making a difference," and this has to do with the CSP program.
Yeah, so that was the local fire department putting out their, kind of fiscal 3/4, like halfway through the year or whatever quarter report,
incident report type thing.
Right? Yeah. So and that was in our local newspaper. I mean, they don't directly,
it didn't directly say you, but what it did say that there has been a reduction
in overdoses.
Yeah.
And then, and on that note, we also lost one of our patients last week.
Right.
But we're not. But I'm not going to say that was due to any overdose because he had some cancer issues too, and I knew this, right?
Right.
He had also been working at the food bank and doing a lot better. Yeah. So I'm not going to say that his death was due to that because I don't know for sure. He was, like I said, working the day program, trying to stay sober. He was from the shoe shop, so he doesn't get to be. I can't go and say goodbye because they're taking him back to his band out there. So, if he was Kanaha, he'd stay here, but he was from the shoe shop. So
if he had cancer, then
and there's another couple out there that also same situation, cancer, right? And that's how they became addicted too. Is that they were cancer patients. The doctors give you all kinds of opioids and stuff when you're taking your cancer and you're going through cancer treatments and stuff. And then once you get into remission, they don't give you any more drugs, and your body is then used to those drugs. And if you don't, and to be fair, you can't blame the doctor. The onus is on you as the patient. They wean you off, right? So they wean you off over a period of 3 months. They give you the stuff to wean you off. They tell you can only take so many. You have to wean yourself. So many days, then you lower your dosage, right? So the onus is on you to lower your dosage. It's not the doctor's fault that you don't, and you just keep trying to. And then
They're not just cutting them off cold turkey.
no,
That-
they give them 3 months to wean down. And like I said, the onus is on you, the patient, on you to take the recommendation from the
And
doctor.
obviously, not everybody can do that.
Well, no, it's not that. It's that some people just choose that they like that. They like to feel like that. Once they start weaning off, they want to, like, their body's not agreeing with it because you are going to maybe get a little sick. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I've never had to wean myself off opiates. I know what weaning myself off prednisone wasn't the same type of thing, but if I would have went cold turkey off of prednisone, there would have been probably harsher side effects to what I was.
Yeah, I did the 8, 7, 6, 5,
Yep,
4.
me too. Yep.
Yeah, I did that as well.
And you had to do it like you had to do it like 1 week, and then the next, and then the next week, and then so it was over a period of time. It wasn't like a week. It wasn't like, okay, today you take 8, and then tomorrow you take 7, and then the next day you take 6. It's like you take 1 week, and then the next week you lower yourself down, and then the next week, like, they don't expect you to come off cold turkey either. Most doctors are pretty forgiving when it comes to, because everybody's an individual, right?
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to be able to lower themselves down as quickly, depending on what they're dealing with too. And if they still have pain levels, they might have to maintain a certain level. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but then, like I said, it gets to a point where the doctors can't keep helping you. Like, I have no issue. Like, I can walk into my doctor and every 3 months get my prescription filled, but I still have a bottle from like 3 months worth and from before, because I very rarely ever take them.
Well, if they're expired, you can always take them back to the pharmacy. That's what I did.
Well,
I had a bottle of painkillers when I left the hospital.
Yeah, just take them back to
20 some odd years ago.
Yeah.
And I took them back to the pharmacy 3 years later with only 6 pills missing, and used cannabis the rest of the time.
See, and I wish that I could. Like, I'm in excruciating pain today because I can't sit and puff weed all day at work because I was working.
No, yeah, exactly.
And so, so when I worked the 3 shift, but again, like, my physiotherapist doesn't want me working nights either because of my chronic pain. She says it's too hard for you to get into a sleep pattern to control your pain, because you have to get some decent sleep, go to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and only get 4 hours sleep a night. That's not helping you manage your pain in any way.
No.
Whether you're using cannabis, whether you're using pain pills, you can't manage if you don't have the proper rest. So she's giving me shit because I go get off work now till 10 o'clock at night. How can you? And I don't eat because I can't eat at work because of the colitis, right? So, yeah, that's where we're at with that.
Yeah. I was talking to a fellow today, actually, Dr. Buck.
Oh, how's he doing?
Good. I was over there to. He was having a little, like, basically, he's not far off the highway, so he opens up his trailer and
and has a little popcorn. There's popcorn.
No, that's not right. I was told today.
Oh,
we don't popcorn around here. We have kennel corn around.
Oh, kettle corn. Yes, I forgot. Yes.
Kettle corn. Okay.
Yeah, kettle corn. Yeah, and
But,
I still have to. Like I said, I'm such a broke joke. I can't afford a free lunch. So
yeah, he was making some caramel corn when I was there, and he was making. It was a new formula or whatever, new recipe. And here we go. I don't know if you can see it.
Looks lovely. Yum.
And what it is, instead of using, like, if you I've got a picture here. Here we go. You can see I got 3 different kinds of kennel corn. I got that stuff that's colored, right?
Yep.
And then in the center there in the container is the caramel, and then the other stuff is sweet and saucy. Sweet and saucy. Okay, well, they have to put stuff in there in order to create the colors and add flavor and stuff like that.
Right.
So what he's gone and done is he's actually taking caramel. Okay. And he's got this caramelizer machine.
Oh
And
yeah.
and there's caramel on the bottom of that.
Yeah. And then
he
he just
had-
puts the popcorn in and mixes it all around and wraps it
yeah,
up.
the machine does it all, and it just coats it. That just like covers it and layers it in
Yeah.
caramel. As you saw in the bag in the container, I brought that home, and I can't eat it, but everybody else around here can, and they all enjoyed it, right? So
Right. Yeah,
oh,
no,
yeah.
like I made caramels, medicated caramels, and let me tell you, they're pretty good.
Well, the caramels, yes. Well, what I didn't talk to him about this, but I don't see why, because he puts real butter in it. Puts a quarter cup of real butter in there, or quarter pound of butter in there. Why not put a quarter pound of infused butter in?
Yeah, or just put in some
Yeah.
extract to when after you're done making the caramel. Because I didn't use I didn't use counter butter to make my caramels. I just
Okay.
added extract to the mixture of caramels, and then some keef for good measures.
Yeah. Yeah, you could probably add kiff to this at the same time.
Yeah, because
you know?
because it's got caramel because it's got condensed milk in it too, so
Yeah,
that
but
the keef will.
Would it be too hot though?
No, because it only have to bring it up to 244 degrees.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
So
don't know.
just under the flash point. And even with my candies, I got to get my candies up to 350, but it's the timing as to when you put the extract in. If it's
Right.
not in there very long, it doesn't do anything. So if you
Get
put
it
it in
on
at
the
the
way
very
down.
end and you just mix the shit at the very end and then start pouring, you're good to go.
Good to go. Yeah.
You just don't want it simmering anything at like above 250. We all know that. That's the flash point, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So, but no, it was good. Went over there and had a visit. He's going to have I think he called it a fun market. In August, I believe is when it is, and he's invited us over.
Nice.
Yeah. He's gonna have like it's for a vendor. I've had him tell me what some of the fees are, and we've been involved in events. We know ideas on fees. And but he's gonna have something low cost fee. He's looking like I'm talking like double digits, not triples or anything. Like talking
Our
like
farmers
30.
market charges $25 a weekend.
He's talking $40, and he'll give you a $10 voucher for food.
Yeah, that's a
So
fucking
you're looking
screaming
at,
deal too.
yeah, you pay out $40, but the booth in the end only costs you $30.
Yeah, then you're probably making more than that. See, some markets want like so much money and then a cut of your take for the day too, right?
Yeah. No, none of that in this whatsoever.
Yeah, I think straight up $40
And
is a good deal. With his
yeah,
that's a good
exactly. So he's got a nice field and all that where he can
deal.
set all this up.
But is he doing like I guess you could do cannabis product there because it's legal now. But could you? Like, or is it not
Well,
state?
I
He's
don't
got right
know.
away from that though. He's gotten really right away from that. So that's why something
Correct. So
he doesn't want to have
like
involved.
he was a friend as well as a sponsor here on the network.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gone away from that,
so
well, yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
He's still using cannabis as a medicine. He's just not having it as a business anymore. That doesn't make him any less part of the community.
Correct. Yeah. It's we're in a way we're an advocates business, it's not a retail business or anything. But so yeah, he asked me if I still went around and did different shows at different places, right? And I said, well, it's been cut back and all that. I said, but I got all my equipment still. And he says, well. And then he started telling me about his fun fair and all
We
that.
could do a live from there.
As long as we got reception, we'll do a live from there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come in and help you. You can walk around, and I'll help you co-host that. That'd be fun. It'll be on a Saturday or something, probably, right?
Yeah, it would be a Saturday.
Perfect.
I didn't go over to the field which wasn't far. We went right to the edge of the field actually, but while I was there, I didn't bother checking my reception to see what it was like and be able to broadcast from there, right?
Yeah. Oh, and test it out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah, lots of time. So we'll do that.
But that'd be fun. And even then, kind of like maybe get off, like do like fun stuff, like maybe off topic sometimes might not, be a bad idea every once in a while. I don't know.
Well, for years with Treating Yourself magazine and even with afterwards, after the magazine, going to non-cannabis events to promote cannabis.
Yeah.
Is how you reach people that's outside of the choir, as they call it.
Right.
Yeah.
And and people are curious more now than ever because of it being legal, right?
Yeah,
and you're not out promoting, we're not out promoting sales, we're out promoting education.
Correct.
And education's not illegal and never
Yeah.
has been. Even when we were doing it before, it wasn't illegal to spread education, right?
No.
So
I've got a few magazines that I can give away. I haven't got piles or anything, but I have a few that there's somebody who's really interested and all that, and they are a patient.
Well, one thing I noticed at our farmers market, like that nobody had, like at their booths, nobody had any more than about 6 or 12 jars of each of their product. Like they didn't have 10 jars out.
Yeah.
They had 6, like even the ladies selling jams and stuff, even the honey and even the arugula and stuff, like they only had like 12 bags of arugula and 12, because to begin with storage, you're there for like 4 hours. You got to think of, like, do you have to bring a refrigerator with you? Do you have to have it refrigerated? Like that kind of stuff, right? But I really noticed that people weren't bringing like hundreds of piles of stuff because you want to leave with nothing, right? You don't want to have to bring it back if you're selling shit, right? So I guess the less you take, the less you got to haul out. But like that's the thing, like
sure.
if you only have like 12, like only have 12 copies of a magazine, you might get 12 people to want one, right? Don't take like 100.
I would carry out boxes non-conspicuously out of shows because we weren't allowed to tear down until after the show ended. So I always kept the booth up. But if I had extra boxes of magazines, I start, let's say, like noon hour on the Sunday and take a box out. A little while later. And then that way it doesn't look like you're, packing up and leaving, because you're not allowed to leave. But it was always nice just to pack up everything on the cart at the end and just walk out.
Yeah, not have 100 boxes to have to go back to pick up. Yeah. I mean, I know. I remember the one year, like I wasn't flying home and would have been able to like pack a bunch of stuff with me. I would have brought home a lot more stuff than I did, right? But I had to fly back home, and I only had one suitcase, so I had one carry-on. I guess I could have stuff on cargo and stuff. I never, you just don't think of those things when you're, when you're there. But yeah, like because I think I had to buy another suitcase the one trip out. Because I had gotten so much stuff from TY that I had to buy another bag to take my stuff home.
So much stuff.
Well, because I had all the jars from the judging kit, like because the judges kit had all the in the little jars, right? So all the jars and all the paraphernalia and papers. Like I'm pretty sure I had to buy another suitcase to bring everything home.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go for break. Things are all out of swing today as far as time wise. So we'll take a break. We'll be back. We're gonna talk about the Global Marijuana March.
Okay, I'm gonna put my computer on because now the stupid thing's working.
Oh, okay. Well,
we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'll wait till I'm on it before I say it.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll watch for you to pop up. See if you pop up in the.
Well, I'm gonna stay on here until I make sure that I'm not popping up somewhere else.
Okay. All right. All right, we're off. We're gone. We're heading to break. This is Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420 pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, not only listening to it, but Tamara, as you know, if you were watching before the break, Tamara was having problems with her computer tonight, and she switched over to her phone. And then before we went for break, her computer started to work again. So she was going to switch back to her computer during break. And I saw her leave the room, but I have yet to see her return. So I'll just keep going along until she gets back. See what happens. To see if she does make it back. And that's we were late to get the show started, and because she was having problems with her computer, and it looks like it's gonna carry on. Good night. Hey, good day there, Anthony. How you doing? You got yourself you got a canna crawl coming up soon. If you do, send me a message and I'll let everybody know. Right, Anthony Hamilton Vape down there in Hamilton have canna crawls, and those are basically green markets, vendor markets, whatever you want to call them, of different cannabis products and from different vendors. Tamara and I were talking. He says that it is on July the 26th. I think I may have a picture of that, Anthony. Actually, I see Tamara is back. I'm in a conversation with Anthony Foster. We're talking about he's got an upcoming event, and I think I've got a picture of it here, and that's because I was at the Global Marijuana March.
Oh yes, we want to talk about that.
Correct. There it is. Okay, you said July the 26th. There we go. I've got it right there. Summer crawl.
Right on.
Yeah, I took that picture off of Rena's booth at the Global Marijuana March. Just so you know, Anthony says he's live from Jamaica. He's in
Hi,
Archeria.
Anthony. That's awesome. So how many people showed up? Let's talk about the GMM.
Okay, the Global Marijuana March in Toronto. I'm just going to finish up with Anthony here. It's July 26th. It's from 2 till 10. I'll have to have him on as a guest. He's going to send me the information. Why don't we just have you
Oh
on
yeah,
as a guest?
he's his chat here too. I'll send you an info. I'll send you.
Yeah, he'll send me the info, and we'll have him on as a guest too, and he can tell us all about it. Yeah, I'm just writing myself a note, so I remember. And I was talking to Rena about the markets when I was at the Global Marijuana March, and while I was there and speaking with Rena, I bought myself some Arena's hot sauce.
Ooh.
Yeah. A small bottle of hot sauce. It's made with all these kinds of different peppers. And actually, I did a review on it on Tuesday on the Hi Guys.
Oh, how was it?
Good. It was good. It's hot. It's hot.
How did you manage with that? Did you just have a little bit?
Crack just a little bit. Moderation is the key, right? You get a taste.
Just a little bit. That's all you need, right? Just a little bit.
She was making other stuff. She was making tacos and stuff like that there. And when I was getting the hot sauce off of her, somebody was also buying a taco. So they said, "Hey, can I try that sauce on my taco?" And Rena said, "Sure, no problem." So they took the cap off, and I think they were expecting to be like a little thing in the end that just allows like squirts to come out.
Right. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that would be brutal.
Yeah. So they got lots of hot sauce, and it is infused, 25 milligrams of THC to a tablespoon. So
nice. I made infused bacon jam.
Yeah. I just used it to. I thought first thing I thought of was about putting it on wings, and then I don't want to overcook it because, like you say, like you'll burn it off. So I thought I could use it as a dip for wings.
Well, yeah. Well, usually when you make wings, you fry your chicken up first, then you just heat up the sauce, and you flip your wings through the sauce.
Dip it. Yeah, I barbecue mine with wings and sauce on it.
Well, you can do that too.
Yeah.
So it's all in your preference, right? But I know that, like, when I make wings, I usually deep fry them, and then I put sauce on afterwards.
So I just ended up. We had some rotisserie chicken, leftover rotisserie chicken for supper. So I just poured a little bit of that on my plate and just took little pieces of the chicken and tried it like that, and it was good. It was good. It didn't bother me, because it was it was moderation, right? Just have a little bit, and try it out. So.
Okay, let's go for
now, as far as the march and all that, there was 4 vendors in total that were there.
Nice.
All right. There was one that had all different kinds of food products and chips and things, and they had beverages, cannabis infused beverages.
Nice.
There was another one that had baked goods and things, and then there was arenas that had baked goods and making food right there, like I said, the tacos, right? And had cookies and things. And then there was another guy. He had just like his table wasn't much bigger than a bench, really, but it was raised. It was like a table that people could stand around, and it was only like 2 feet wide and like 3 or 4 feet long. And he had some cannabis products, but he also had mushrooms on his table. A lot of people stopped and talked that were going through, but overall, I have attended the march with its biggest crowds, with tens of thousands of people. I must say now that I think I've attended one of the smaller marches I counted 25, and I guesstimated that there might have been 35 or 40 people. That was it. As far as the march. There was more people in the park
that weren't
But-
involved and were.
But like maybe there was. I'd be lucky to say that there was not even 100 people when we started the march, as far as being in the general area of the vendors and stuff like that, right? It is disappointing to see it to get to that point, but with COVID and then legalization, things really haven't been done over the last several years. And
I'm getting the word out too. Like I wasn't
so
I wasn't aware that you
that's
guys
pretty
were,
sick.
I wasn't
Well-
even aware. I didn't know you guys were doing a march at all because I hadn't
Yeah.
seen anything come across Facebook. There was nothing, right? Like
There was it was just small. Like we went down, we covered the event, we went down and broadcast, we marched in the march. We walked around. I just talked to people. I didn't ask, like last year I walked around and asked them why they marched. This year I asked them, different questions to different people. Like I asked one person, like, how do you get more people to attend?
Well, I think right now, to be fair, worldwide, people are protesting on Saturdays for things that are, especially in the United States,
Yeah.
with the orange potato and stuff. I'm not saying that we should take our focus off of that, off of cannabis in any way, stretch, or form, but I think right now with all the other things in the world that are going on, I just don't think people are focusing. I found a consultation that Cheryl actually sent me from Health Canada on the CBDs for going into a health food store.
Yeah. They've had that out. I think the original post was like March 7th or something.
Yeah.
On it.
And Cheryl says, why aren't we screaming and yelling about this? And I
Oh,
said,
yeah.
I don't know. So I posted on my page. I did my whole show about it on Monday. I went through the questionnaire. I filled out the questionnaire live on the air. Through some of it, because some of it's pretty complex, but it's more about for producers. It's not even for the average person when you get down to it. They want you to go and check this out first and read through this before you even comment. And I just kept saying, you need to talk to patients. You need to consult with the people that already know what they need. No, we don't need it behind a pharmacy. Do you have Tylenol? I've got Tylenol on my shelf at the store. You don't need Tylenol being handed out by a pharmacist. Why do you need CBD being handed out? So those are the answers they're getting from me. Like, why don't you talk to people that know? Why don't you take some, something that we've been talking about since 2000?
Yeah, that would. Well, I know that they're looking at having them available in the stores. Like,
but they want to. But it gets into packaging.
Any other cream?
How do you think they should be packaged? And how do you think they should have warning labels on them? And like the questions are just kind of ridiculous.
Be a cannabis health product versus like as a natural health product type thing.
You want to see what I got from the store? So I ordered some stuff online the other day. So it got delivered to me, and here I got premium cannabis green tea blend containing CBDs.
There you go.
From the legal store with little excise right on it.
And it's
here's another one. Here's another present they sent me. Raindrops.
Who
CBD.
sent you?
When I order from Green Care. So when I get stuff delivered, they always throw in extra stuff.
Who's Green Care?
Green Gear Cannabis. It's my store, my legal store that I go to all the time here in town.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
so yesterday I ordered some stuff because I didn't have anything. I didn't have any meds. I ordered a small amount because I didn't have any money either. And they sent me some CBD tea and a pin.
Samples.
Samples. This is like a big. This thing's worth.
Yeah, maybe that's the smallest one that they had. Thanks for the love, Daniel.
But again, I'm gonna I've been using this for the substitution program.
Okay, good. Right? Yeah.
Because when I get donations like that, this I'll probably try because I have trouble sleeping. Because me, CBD might. But I also bought myself sativa so I could sleep.
I've done that now. What I've started to do is because I've grow the CBD strain for me and Gail, and so now I've just started to mix it. I keep pointing back there because I've got my stuff that I roll for that day is usually in this box, and I got a couple of jars of oil there too.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I've got right too, because like what I
Yeah.
mean. Like
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
sits like, pretty well. Like this is my medicine cabinet right here on my bed.
yeah.
I
I've
keep
got
it.
yeah.
This is my son because I was always losing all my stuff. So he bought me this for Easter, so I could put all my stuff on
Mhm.
my bed, so I didn't lose stuff. I still lose stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so as far as the Global Marijuana March, now there was apparently one going on in New York during the broadcast. Al mentioned that there was one going on in New York, and we had conversations with people who were commenting. So
Oh,
we
that's
interact with our commenters. You know, the just so you know, in Mexico City, they did hold a march. They said that thousands of people flooded the streets of Mexico City this weekend demanding free access to cannabis. And protesters who took part in Saturday's demonstration also demanded having the ability to grow it for personal use and for legal harassment of using it to end. So there you go. That's the global marijuana march right there.
great. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
glad. Like, is that's the thing. Like, I think
That's why people say, like, why do we? It's legal in Canada. Why do we need to march?
Well, that's
Well,
exactly what I mean. Like, we've taken it for granted. We've taken it for granted that we have access now,
yeah,
and we don't need to do anything more. But again, patients don't have the access that they need. Sure,
yeah.
you can go to a store, but are you getting exactly what you need? Like this
The
cheese
stores
is
cannot
got
replace the
no,
stores
like
cannot replace the medical program.
well, they're saying this has got 20 milligrams of CBD in it,
Yeah,
and like 1 milligram of THC. But I
yeah,
know that, like, but here's the thing, because we've had great genetics growing in the legacy market that have been sold to the legal market, they're growing the same stuff that we were using as patients.
yeah. My CBD strain. The seeds come from the legacy market, and the strain itself has got more CBD than THC in it.
Yeah, this says it's got 20%. I haven't opened it. Doesn't tell you how long
But
you got.
yeah, so Mexico, they had a march, and they said that the efforts to modernize Mexico's cannabis policies have taken many turns in recent years. Back in 2021, Mexico's Supreme Court ruled in an 8-3 decision that the prohibition of private recreational use of cannabis by adults was unconstitutional. And here they are, 4 years later, still trying to get access.
Well, they have a new government now, so maybe that'll make a difference.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I'm not saying that she's any fairer because she was like basically handpicked by the previous government. So I don't know.
Oh, today, yeah. Okay.
So you know what the packaging date on this is?
No.
April 27th, 2020.
What? Which product is that?
The tea. Packaged on April 27th, 2020.
It's over 5 years old. Wow. Ooh. Well, and they didn't sell it to you, but still, it shows us, and I'm sure it says there's no expiry date has been determined yet.
No, there's no, yeah, that's exactly what it says.
Ah.
Recommended instructions: steep for 3 to 5 minutes. I don't think I want to even open it. It'd probably be more.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious.
Yeah, yeah. That's at 5 years old. Wow. I'm surprised it hasn't been destroyed just because. Now you know what gets
Smells funky.
smells funky. Oh, it's a buds. Oh, and they're 5 years old and they've been in there. Ooh.
Like it's in a tea bag.
Oh, tea bag. It's inside a tea bag. It's buds inside the tea bag. Oh, look at the look on her face. Oh, let's see that. I blew up your picture. Oh, look at the look. Oh, nasty. It smells. Oh,
Like what's the white stuff in there?
I don't know. and it smells funky.
Like, what would that be?
I don't know. I don't
That
know.
would be the CBD.
Oops. I took us out of the picture. Oh,
The
there we
white,
go.
the white stuff would be the CBD because here's the thing.
Why is CBD white? My CBD plant is still green.
I've gotten white powder sent to me as CBD. And when yeah.
Really crystallized. Wow. Yeah. No.
And the green stuff is the green tea. So the white stuff will be your CBD, and then the green stuff will be your green leaf tea, your green leaf. There's no buds in it at all.
No, eh?
There might be a few. Looks like maybe I don't think there's even any cannabis leaf in it. Maybe some cannabis leaf. I don't know if that's cannabis leaf or if that's green, if that's tea.
Oh. And or may contain. Sounds like a hot dog.
It's called Haven.
Oh.
Haven. So supposed to be in Haven. I'm in Haven.
No.
Not at 2020. That's a 5-year-old tea bag, man.
Yeah.
Tea lasts that long.
It's over 5 years because it was April. We're into May.
Like, why was that not recalled by the BCLCBO? Like, our cigarettes don't even sit around for that fucking long.
Yeah, because this came through, like, you didn't buy this, but it came as a sample within an order that you did place from them.
Maybe they can have stuff like this laying around for that long. Maybe they're allowed to keep samples.
No, they can return stuff.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I can't see. I don't even know if they've been in business that long. I guess they put me. I don't think.
They haven't even been in business that long. Nasty. All right, what do we got? We got another 20 minutes or so. Okay,
So you
I'm gonna
have a great. You had no great turnout, but you actually didn't have a.
correct. I parked the closest I've ever parked to it this time.
Well, there's always next year.
Yeah, well, I called it this year's Global Marijuana March was the dedicated old timer version.
Was it?
Because the majority of the people that were there were people who had been going there for years and years and years.
Well, those are the people who are going to hold it up.
And dedicated people like Naomi was there, Allison was there.
The people that are going
Eve was there.
Yeah, you were there. You're there.
Yeah, I was there. Al was there in spirit, running the camera for me. Yeah, it's just Daniel was there.
Tracy's gone, right? Tracy was
Tracy's gone. Amy was there. I spoke with Amy during the march. Yeah.
So Amy being there, that's bringing Tracy too, right?
Correct. And when Amy's involved, Tracy's involved.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna take another break, and we're gonna come back with I've got 10 myths about cannabis that just won't die. I haven't read it, so we'll find out.
I'm not dead yet.
We'll find out what the myths are when we come back from the break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, Stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And we're going to, as I mentioned before the break, we're going to get into 10 myths that just won't die about cannabis. Now, as I mentioned, I haven't read it. So this
could be an eye opener for both of us then.
Could be an eye opener for both of us.
All
Correct.
right, let's get to it.
Okay, here we go. Myth number 1: cannabis, like other drugs, always leads to addiction. The claim: one puff and you're doomed.
Only if it tastes good.
It says the truth, not so fast. Yes, cannabis can be habit forming, but it's nowhere near the league of opioids, alcohol, or nicotine. Roughly 1 in 10 cannabis users, which is the way I understand it as well, may develop cannabis use disorder, a condition that exists on a spectrum ranging from mild to severe.
You could put tobacco on the same spectrum.
Pardon
Some
me?
people smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Some people only smoke 5 cigarettes a day. Somebody smoke a full pack of cigarettes a day.
Right.
So you can put cannabis and what do you put tobacco on the same level, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There are things that are definitely comparable and worse
Okay.
for you.
Myth number 2: all cannabis strains feel the same. The claim: bud is bud. It's all the same high. No. It's not all the same. They're all different. They have different terpenes in them. They have different amounts of terpenes in them.
Even if it's indica and sativa,
THC,
it's different, right?
different amounts of the cannabinoids in them, percentage wise. No. Now let's see what they say as far as the truth. The truth, that's like saying every wine gets you drunk the same way. Each cannabis strain has its own unique blend of cannabinoids and terpenes. Due to their unique cannabinoid and terpene compositions, one might make you feel uplifted and talkative, while another could have you glued to the couch mid-sentence. And don't forget about body chemistry too, as well as, each one of us is different. So, but yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
it affects everybody differently, no matter what strain it is.
Yeah, they completely agree with what we said. Myth: autoflowers are weak sauce. The claim: auto flowering plants, cute to grow, but not the real deal. What do you think?
I have no comment on that because I've never grown an autoflower plant
Okay,
before.
all right. So you
So
haven't
I don't
grown.
know. I can't give you an honest opinion on that because I don't
It's
know.
fair. Okay, I have grown one actually. I have grown four. I grew one last year, and I got 14 grams. That's what I got from it. Now I know other people get more than 14 grams, but that's what I got off of mine. Now,
So would you say you'd do it again, or would you say you'd rather have a mother plant and clone, knowing that it's going to produce a certain amount?
yeah, well, I had strains last year that produced over 2 pounds. So,
Well, that's what I
yeah.
mean. So when people are saying autoflower, to me, when I hear autoflower, this is my first conception of that, and this is my honest opinion. I think of laziness. I think of somebody that wants to stick a seed in the ground and do absolutely nothing with it. And when you're a true gardener, you want to be able to take care of that plant, clone that plant, keep that same strain, that plant alive and continuing to generate. So you're, because you're, as you go on with your genetics and so many generations of plant, right?
Yeah.
So I'm one to want to be mothering and gathering and cloning myself personally.
Now the other three that I grew were all the same, and they were. I gotta say, I believe that they were crossed with low rider
Oh yeah.
because literally they were 18 inches tall at the most, and they were done. I had them in
Oh.
5-gallon pails sitting in the backyard a few years ago.
Oh.
They were just short little things like 18 inches tall. That was it. That's all they were.
We never got any more, and they budded out. Well, because they're autoflower, they're going to
They're
flower.
out of yeah, exactly. So let's see what the truth is according to this. This is at cannabis.net, just so you know. The truth, CBD and THC are like siblings from the same family, but they have unique fingerprints. These two cannabinoids vary due to their unique interactions with their bodies. And oh yeah, no, am I in the wrong spot? I'm at the wrong spot. Sorry. I gave us a hint for the next one. Says that each cannabis strain has its own unique, the truth. That's like saying each wine. Now I mentioned that. That's the same strain. So where's the CBD, CHC, autoflowers? There it is. Okay. I must have jumped over one. Okay. They say the truth. The joke's about a decade outdated. See, autoflowers get a bad rap early on. Low potency, low yield. That's what I talked about, right? Low yield. But the game has changed. Breeders have spent years fine-tuning genetics. Today, top-shelf autoflowers rival period or photo period strains in THC content, flavor, and bag appeal. Plus, they flower based on age, not light cycle. That means faster harvest and fewer headaches, especially for small-scale or stealth growers. Think of them as the electric cars of the cannabis world, once doubted, now silently taking over. Now I know in some of the groups that I'm on Facebook, there are people that are growing autoflowers and they're asking about feeding schedules and so on and so forth with them. So yeah.
Well, the autoflowers are the original Gorilla Grow, right? When you think about it, those are the ones
Ruderalis, yeah.
in the forest, and you could put drip lines to them and walk away, right? So that's I think those were the original Gorilla Gardens, the Gorilla Gardens, right? That's what they want. Because then they didn't have to worry, just throw a bunch of seeds out and off to the races, right?
Yeah. So myth number 3. CBD and THC are basically the same thing. The claim it's just all weed.
That's the best one yet. That's funny as shit. I've never heard that one. How could you even say that in the same sentence?
Now I've heard people, when I ask them, what kind of cannabis is that strain and all that, I've got a friend. He'll just say the good stuff.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to get high, depending on what your needs are. Because some people will say, I don't want to get high, I don't want to feel the high. And they think that the CBD strains, but why smoke it then? Like, if you don't want to get high, why are you smoking it? Then just in edibles or something. That's my only thing with CBD is like, if you don't want to get high, why are you smoking it? Like,
you ingest it because then you're putting it through your whole body. Yeah. Okay. They say that THC binds straight to CBD receptors in the brain, flipping the switch on that classic cannabis high. CBD, on the other hand, won't get you high. In fact, researchers show that it can tame some of THC's more intense side effects, like paranoia or racing thoughts. So there you go.
people, if you're getting a little bit too green, just pop a CBD cap.
Okay, here. Myth number 5. Cannabis has no medicinal value. The claim, it's not medicine. It's just an excuse to get high. Boy, I've heard that one a gazillion times.
The thing is, medicine's not supposed to get you high. Like, you don't take
you do if you're taking opioids, or if you take too many aspirins, you'll get high.
Well, exactly. So why would they even put the two on the same?
Yeah.
I'm sick of hearing that one because it's not even.
Research, according to the truth, research says otherwise. Cannabis is legally prescribed for debilitating conditions that are distinctly defined from one legal zone to the next. You may also want to know that a drug containing CBD has been proven by the FDA for rare forms of epilepsy. The plant isn't a miracle cure, but to say it has no medical benefit is willfully ignoring mountains of peer review evidence. Bingo, it is. It's one of the most studied plants. Yeah. Oh,
it's just, the FDA tell Health Canada the same shit so that we can get off this.
Yeah. Now, okay, so there we go.
But you never know now because the FDA might have erased all that information because it might just be a myth.
Okay, myth number 6: legal equals harmless. The claim: if it's on the shelf at the dispensary, it must be safe.
Yeah, well, at least it's been tested, so it's not full of mold and fentanyl, and so yes, I would say that that's true because it's not crap off. And if you're getting
yeah. Now I will say there has been some unsafe cannabis found in the legal market here in Canada, and I know lots has been found in the U.S. because
pesticides, yeah.
And most of our recalls are due to
pesticides.
Well, the labeling.
What do you mean?
Being labeled wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Or the information on the label is incorrect. Most of it is that way, but there have been mold and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't there an issue with pesticides? I think there were a couple too. Right?
Yeah. There was the organogram situation years ago. Correct.
That was many years ago.
Many years ago. Yeah. Okay. The truth: regulation is not the same as invincibility. Correct. Cannabis is getting more powerful by the day, and too much THC can mess with your head, impair your driving, or trigger anxiety. Certain strains don't play nice with everyone, and I gotta agree. It does, it's not for everybody. Now they say, especially those prone to mental health issues, and yes, it can interact with medications. It just legalization means rules, testing, and accountability.
You know what? We have never once disputed that. I don't think any of us advocates have ever said, "Giddy up, go! It's harmless. It's not gonna." We've never. The only thing we've ever said is you're not gonna die from it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've ever said to anybody is I know for a fact you aren't gonna die from it. Die from it. I've never once ever told anybody that it's harmless.
Yeah, and I try not to tell people it's a cure either.
Oh, me too. I say it's not a cure-all.
Yeah.
And it's a therapeutic.
It hasn't cured my Crohn's, but it's allowed me to not have to deal with opioids when it comes to dealing with pain. I didn't need a prescription to help me get something that who wants to eat when you know what you're going to eat is going to bother you. So, and appetite, sleep, all that stuff, and without having to take friggin' pop. Now, I was doing 32 pills and an injection 32 pills a day and an injection once a week. And, now I'm down to just basically, as far as pill wise, it's just 2 prescription pills.
Well, to be fair, not all those pills are for my
Yeah,
life.
I have to take supplements.
Like I don't
That's not counting those.
like
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay, so here we go. Next myth, number 7. Cannabis kills brain cells. The claim: you'll be dumber every time you spark up. Yes, so I have heard that it kills brain cells. I've heard that many, many times.
This
Did
is
you
your
know
brain
about?
on drugs.
Yeah, oh yeah. They haven't heard about the study that was done in Saskatoon where it actually showed that it could help rebuild brain cells.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's see what they say here on the myth end of things. The truth: there is no scientific evidence yet. There is no solid evidence yet that says cannabis kills brain cells.
Right?
Yeah.
Or kills your lungs, or does all these really rotten things that they've been claiming for decades. So,
Yeah.
one part of me says, you want to believe the government. And then another part of me says, how do you believe the government when they've been lying to us about all this stuff for how long? What else have they been lying to us for
Mhm.
and about, right? So, kind of put you on the fence when it comes to, wanting to believe medical science. But I think there was a reason more economic and political than it was, and racist than it was about
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. They search
keeping it
more
illegal.
for the problems versus the benefits.
Well, then that's the thing. Like when it was prohibited, when prohibition started, we're talking
Yeah.
about racism. It all boiled down to racism, right?
Yeah. I'm just seeing if I can find that. Okay. Oh, really? I didn't know that. This is something else. Yeah, when I did a Google search, it's to come up with this one that says University of Saskatchewan launches first study on effects of smoked cannabis on brain development. University of Saskatchewan pharmacologist Robert Lapierre will use Brain Canada research grant to determine how a mother's use of cannabis during pregnancy affects the brain of the developing fetus. That's not the one that I was looking for, but they have all. I looked up a certain study, and it's bringing up all different studies. But yeah, it's an older study, and I don't have. We're live on the air, so I'm not going to go through everything there.
Right.
Can't ignore the audience. But yeah, Saskatoon University, they did a research on cannabis and the brain, as far as whether it was the killed brain cells, and it actually turns around that it helps regenerate them. So, okay, now next,
the studies. There's lots of studies on that too. Like
myth number 8. Synthetic cannabinoids equal regular weed. The claim: sounds like budget bud. It sounds like synthetic. Why would you want to consume fake cannabis? Like, would that be synthetic cannabis? Would that be something that you would used to see in the back of the magazine? And you could pick up an ounce for like $10 or something like that. It wasn't real
Are they
cannabis.
talking about? Are they talking about like?
Or are they talking about cannabinoids? Getting cannabinoids.
Sativix and whatever you can get from.
Yeah, yeah. Correct. Okay, well, let's see what they say. Real cannabinoids come from cannabis plant and not from a lab. Truth. Yeah. Well, they're talking about K2 and spice. They're land-made chemicals designed to mimic THC, but with far more aggressive effects. They often cause hallucinations, seizures, or worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Natural cannabis has over 100 cannabinoids. Exactly. Synthetics try to brute force a high with chaos as a side effect. That doesn't sound like good.
No, but they were selling it at the bong store before cannabis was legal. But I think with the side effects that they were finding, I think that they just took it off the market.
Yeah. Okay. We got 2 more to go. All right. And I'm going to actually switch the last 2, because I think the last one's could be some discussion here. Next myth. Feminized seeds are fake or genetically modified. The claim? If it's feminized, it's GMO. What do you think? I have grown feminized seeds. Actually, I got 2 I got 2 seeds that are like 5 years old, at least 5 years old. They may even be 6 years old. And they popped. I've got them growing. They're like this right now, and they're feminized and growing. So, but I'll still check them as if I was growing regular seeds to make sure that there's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
It could be hermaphrodite. Right?
Yeah.
So you still gotta check them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, hermaphrodite just gives you seeds.
Yeah. It gives you a better chance, maybe, but yeah, it's it's not. I grow regular seeds as well. So.
So what does it say? Are they GMO?
What does it say? It says, if the truth is not even close, feminized seeds are the result of selective non-GMO breeding. Okay, let's see what all this say here. Feminized seeds have nothing to do with genetic modification of the cannabis plants. Instead, breeders use selective breeding techniques that achieve pollen used to feminize female plants to produce a 99% female offspring. And here is why this matters. You don't have to play guessing games. I still check it. There's no risk of rogue males pollinating your crop, and growers get more control, more flower, less hassle. Now, I see they didn't mention the word, was it silver nitrate that they spray on the seeds? Now, unless they're saying that selective breeding techniques that achieve pollen used in feminized female plants. I don't know, because they don't mention that. That's my understanding. That's the way they do it. I've seen articles on it. What do you think? You're speechless.
I've been told that they have to float the seeds in something, and then that tells them whether they're feminized or not.
Oh yeah, no. I've seen people. I know people float them to help, and some people do that in order for them to grow easier, so that they.
I don't know much about genetics and breeding. That's never been.
Yeah. No, I've never tried to play with Mother Nature that way, to find out. But yeah,
it's complicated enough just to keep enough work.
So, the last myth: cannabis is a gateway drug. The claim: smoke weed today and you will certainly shoot heroin tomorrow. What do you think?
Noel, what do you think? You and I, where are we sitting now? 20 years later? I've never done heroin. How about you?
No. And I use cannabis as a substitute for opiate drugs, and opiate drugs are based on opiates and heroin. So, no.
So here we are with that. And never mind the fact that some of us have used cannabis to get the gateway out to be the
Yeah,
gateway.
exactly. Like if we started the show when we started talking about cannabis, cannabis substitution program.
Substitution. So
You know,
many people use it as a gateway out, whether gateway down.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's kind of a moot point anymore because we've already seen that the research is there after almost like 7 years of legalization. I'm not going to say that we've done a lot of research, but even with the usage, the sky hasn't fallen. There's been no uptick in impaired driving or incidents due to impaired or cannabis consumption or people being beat up because somebody was high on cannabis. There's so many things that they tried to accentuate that was going to happen that haven't. So you can't prove something is harmful when it's not. It just doesn't. The information's not there. You
No,
can't. You can't.
they've been doing. They've been trying to prove this for years,
So
and
that's the
it's
biggest, fattest lie
yeah,
myth
yeah,
ever, and we all know that. So, and I think
exactly.
that's not in Canada.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of patients and a lot of people around the world have proven that myth completely false. I'll agree to there's that small percentage of people. There's like 9% is the claim that I've read that get addicted to be habit forming stuff like that. Um,
Teenage kids start smoking cigarettes first.
yeah,
Cigarettes,
I started smoking cigarettes when I was 8 years old. I stole
kids
them off
start
my
smoking
mom.
cigarettes first, then they go to alcohol because dad's left the beer laying around, and that's
Yeah,
socially acceptable. Grad now. Parents will drive their kids off to the bush. They go get drunk in the bush and then go pick them up the next morning. No, it was
yeah,
supervision out in the middle of nowhere, right? So
right.
safe grad or whatever the hell you want to call it. Where
Yeah.
are we at with cannabis?
Now, as far as what this article says, as far as the gateway drug, they say the truth. This myth has been used to justify decades of prohibition, and it's now conclusively backed. And it's not conclusively backed by modern science. What actually predicts drug use, peers, trauma, social economic status, environment. In fact, cannabis is showing promise as an exit drug, especially for people trying to reduce opioid dependence or alcohol intake. It's not a gateway, it's a door, and how you walk through it matters. There you go.
God,
Yeah.
that's right. No,
Exactly.
so that excerpt from the newspaper really made my day this morning because like Wednesdays the paper comes in, Tuesdays. Wednesday morning is my morning. It's pretty slow. I get a coffee and my little vape. I sit there
Yeah.
and read the newspaper and have a coffee and smoke a cigarette. You know what I mean? On my Wednesday morning. So this morning when I opened that up and read that, I was like, I just figured that that was good because
The
it
correct.
means there's that maybe it is making a difference.
Yeah, there's it could be several things that are making a difference.
And housing too, and it could be a lot of-
Housing, the people themselves,
Yeah.
the work that you're doing, and yeah, exactly. Now there is a conclusion, and I'll read part of it, and it says cannabis isn't the devil's lettuce anymore. It's not a miracle cure either. What it is a chemically complex, incredibly adaptable plant with real therapeutic value, real limitations, and way too many myths still riding its coattails. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Why we just gotta keep telling people.
I had a conversation recently with a very well-known cannabis researcher, and talking about cannabis being a dietary supplement, like something that we should be having in our diets. Like for example, you go outside to your plant or you're down to your garden and you snap off a fresh leaf, remove the stem,
That's what
and then
that's
break it up and put it in your salad.
the sprouts, right?
Yeah, the sprouts,
Like
exactly.
Cheryl's
Same
working
thing.
on that research too. Like she's been working with the university in Kamloops.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
she's presentation after presentation. She's going to start talking more and more about it. The problem with what they're doing too for right now is the fact that Health Canada still recognizes a sprout as a plant, and in order for them to have the ability to grow as many as you need to have a licensing to grow over 10,000 plants a month. and that's an exuberant amount of plants that Health Canada
Yeah.
cannot justify. So the research papers is to show Health Canada, like, literally, this is not a plant. Like, you know what I mean? This is a sprout.
Yeah.
It only has to grow for
Yeah.
14
Yeah.
days. Like, there are so many things that, but again, they have to have peer reviews and all this other research done.
I posted on my Facebook wall some leaves that I had dried out, and I posted an article that I got from Cannabis Creative blog, and it talks about cannabis as a food, and it says cannabis we have a superfood. While studies are limited to full extent of the health benefits, raw cannabis, current studies have shown that cannabis fan leaves and even flowers are an incredibly nutrient dense, containing essential fatty acids, 9 essential amino acids, dietary fiber, enzymes, vitamins, minerals, keratins. Yeah, terpenes and cannabinoid acids. Raw leaves can provide the body with an abundance of essential nutrients, including protein, fats, carbohydrates, trace amounts of calcium, sodium, potassium, and omega fatty 3 acids. That's just from the friggin' leaves.
That's why they've been pumping juicing the fan leaf, right? Because fan leaf,
Yeah.
they're edible. Because let's face it, nobody's smoking the fan leaf.
Yeah. Now it goes on to say fresh leaves. You can substitute fan leaves almost anywhere you use fresh. Use spinach or kale, like in a salad or in a pasta, paninis, soups and stews. Separate the leaves from the stems like you would with kale. Wash and let them dry before adding to your recipe. If you're concerned about the texture of the leaves, dice them finely before adding.
Use them like cilantro.
Yeah. Or dry them out, grind them into powder, and add them to your favorite food or beverage. Dried fan leaves and pulse them into a green powder. And they say that you can dehydrate the fan leaves in your oven or low temperature for a few hours, and then pulse them in homemade green powder that you can add to any recipe for a nutrient dense kick. So there you go. Like they say it's a superfood. Look, all those benefits, ingredients. Never mind all the health benefits that we're getting out of seeing with people with epilepsy.
My fear is just
pain
for me because I can't eat green vegetables.
Yeah, I'll eat green vegetables, but I'm I've had usually I make the oil or I've made the butter, but I've never tried just taking a fresh leaf, cutting it up and adding it to a salad because it would be blended in the flavor the I'm hoping the chlorophyll taste hopefully would be drowned out by the salad dressing and everything else that's in the salad.
Get radishes.
Yeah, get radishes. Yeah, there you go.
I mix it with arugula. So have like an arugula and cannabis. So you have that spicy peppery arugula with the cannabis and the radish with some tomatoes. That would be that would be all right. Put some crunchy like chow mein noodle in it or something if you can handle a rice noodle. Yeah.
You could dry them out easily. You let them dry naturally, or you can just put them in a box with a lamp with a light in there. Put a box in a light, and that'll heat up and it'll dry them.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I've got a little container and I've put some in it, and I don't have a grinder. I'm just cutting them up, and it's turning it into dust slowly. So, all right. Got anything else you want to talk about? We haven't got much time, anyways. But
no, I'm good.
You're
good. Yeah.
Right. I had a pile of stuff. Maybe next week, what we'll get into is there was one article there I wanted to discuss with you, and that had to do with organic cannabis and how Health Canada deals with organic cannabis and organic cannabis claims here in Canada.
Oh, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, because I grow with living organic soil, so I was really curious. on how to do that. So we'll get into that next week if we don't have a guest. If we have a guest, fine, we have a guest. The article will be around. It'll still be on my
That's
the
right.
Facebook wall, right? So
Right.
it's always I can always find it. I can always find it. All right. Other than that, Tamara and I will return next week, as I've mentioned. Thanks go to our sponsors, and that would be Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camel for Lifestyle shop, as well as at ease.ca. Thanks everybody for tuning into the program. Thanks for the love, and we'll see you all next. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Coming up on today's show, we're celebrating poetry at work with some really interesting cannabis-related poetry written by others and by us.
Ooh, I look forward to that.
I love how you sound so
know
excited about things we prepared.
It's like we were doing that today. Oh, yes, it's Poetry at Work Day. Then we're going to discuss the book Green Buds and Hash. And I remembered we're doing a Teaching Timmy, and I'm going to teach Timmy how to clean a bong.
Don't you just put it in like the dishwasher?
Ew. Don't do that.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today is Poetry at Work Day. And seeing as we're at work, we figured we would talk about poetry.
Yeah, I was a little nervous. I forgot it was Poetry Day, and I had to write a couple really quickly. So hopefully they're good.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. I think poetry is very simple, actually. I don't think it's necessarily a very difficult process, especially if, like 4-year-olds in school, they'll say, hey, why don't you just sit down and write a poem? And people write poems like that. Comedy, difficult. Poetry,
Well, poetry has to, there's rules you have to follow. And honestly, when I heard poetry, I was like, haiku. I remember haiku.
Oh, I hated that kid. He was so annoying. Do you ever watch that cartoon?
No, that was
Haiku, the little bald kid.
Caillou, and he was
Caillou.
horrible.
He was horrible.
Oh, man.
But haikus are better than Cailloux.
Yes, and I always remember the haiku because it made me think of haiku when I was a kid. So that's why I remembered it. So I immediately went and on Google, and I was like, what are the rules for the haiku? So I wrote all haikus.
I don't think there are rules for poetry.
Well, there is for haikus.
There is for haikus, but in general, we're going to talk about this in a little bit. The whole conversation of what actually defines poetry. Like, when does something not be poetry? Because I did a little experiment in my own life, which we'll get to later, where I was like, I should learn poetry, and I quickly discovered that there's a lot of rules within different poetry styles, but very, very difficult to determine what is poetry. And in fact, what you've got on your right-hand side there is something that kind of falls into that discussion as well. So we're talking about that coming up as well. But you said you wrote some poems.
I did. Yeah. I was like, oh crap, it's poetry at work day.
Would you like to share your poems, or would you like to hear some cannabis related poetry that I found that I was actually really, really struck by?
Okay. Can we do two of mine and then your cannabis poem and then my cannabis poem?
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Should we mix it up and not tell people what is what? Well, I guess they'll know who's reading. They'll
Oh,
know
you said what is what?
what is what.
That's a song lyric and could actually be
A poem.
confused with a poem because the lyric is they know what is what, but they don't know what is what. They just strut. What the? I almost said it. I didn't want you to bleep that out there.
Well, now I'm interested.
It sounds like it, right? It
Okay.
sounds like a poem.
Well, I bet you there's a lot of people, musicians out there would probably say that a lot of music is. This is the whole thing. Like, what is poetry?
They would be called a poet, not a musician. I think as soon as you add the element of music to it, it's
no longer poetry.
No, it's music. It's just like if you're a rap artist, you still write poems. I guess it's not a poem. You're a poet, but you're not a poet because you're a musician.
See, it's not easy to define. All right, so let's do. So these are two poems. You literally wrote these this morning.
Yeah, I was like, crap.
All right, so let's see how you did on your, just like going, I got to write a couple poems, and you went the haiku route.
I did.
Which for those who don't know what haikus are, it's a Japanese style of poetry that is 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables. That's the only, like, it's only rule. It doesn't have to, although it's usually about nature.
Lines. It's 3 lines, 17 syllables in all. Yeah, 5, 7, 5. But
it doesn't have to rhyme.
No, there's no rhyme. There is a reason.
There's a lot of people who think that rhyming is what makes poetry, but that's not necessarily the case.
No.
Okay, so you sat down, you're like, oh no, it's poetry at day work. I'm gonna have to write poems. Let's see how difficult it was for you to write
I
poetry.
consumed a joint before I sat down to write.
Okay, wait, here's a question before you begin, because we've asked
already.
We've asked a couple of our guests this already.
Yep.
And now I'm interested. Do you feel that smoking the joint helped to the creative process?
Timmy, you know that I think smoking a joint helps every process. We're gonna watch a movie. Smoke a joint.
Okay. Just thought I'd
We're
ask.
gonna go shopping. Smoke a joint. Time to write a poem. Smoke a joint. Right?
I know that to be true.
Yep.
I just thought I'd ask. Okay, so here we go. So here's your 2 haikus that you wrote this morning.
Haikus. I like that. Maybe that's why I like the poem.
Haikus?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Mary Jane's haikus.
Ooh, haiku.
Yeah.
Anyways. Okay. So let me begin.
Okay.
The day that I died was also when I was born. Figure that out.
I really don't know how to snap my fingers. I hope you can hear this a little bit. That's how poetry people clap, apparently.
I already messed it up too. It was figure that one out.
Okay.
Because figure that one
Say
out.
that. Okay, say that one again.
The day that I died was also when I was born. Figure that one out.
That's deep.
Yeah.
That's well done. Okay, next one.
Yesterday is gone and tomorrow never comes. So live for today.
Wait, you wrote that this morning?
Yeah. Deep, right?
That's really good.
Thank you.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Oh, I knew it.
God, you're a poet and I didn't even know it.
Okay, you know what?
What?
I'm just gonna go on. I'm gonna finish.
Oh, you're gonna finish
yep,
yours?
Yep. I'm just gonna keep going.
Okay. Those first two were very deep. Okay. So
Okay.
This one is cannabis related? Or no?
No, I'm gonna save the cannabis related one. See, I'm
Oh.
really throwing
Oh
things
my good-
off. It's a new year.
So you
it's
woke
a
up and
new-
went, "Oh, it's poetry at work day," and you riddled off like 4 poems.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Why not?
Okay. Let's go. Let's do
Okay.
it.
I should say this one's not a haiku.
Okay.
Mistakes are always mistakes, or so I've heard them say. But if you learn a lesson, the mistakes will go away.
Please don't mind my bad snapping.
I got to admit, I didn't write that one though.
Oh, I thought that was yours.
No, it's from one of my favorite kids series, Hucklebug.
Hucklebug?
This is, do you know Serendipities? Oh my gosh. I love,
I don't know
never mind.
Serendipities.
You know what? That's a radio station. Back when I was younger, I used to write in my books, and instead of writing I love boys, I wrote
What
I
did it say?
love Kiss 95 FM. I've always loved radio stations.
Not a paid advertisement.
I don't even think they're around anymore.
Here are here's some poems. Because I was looking up, I was like, well, I wonder what, because I had never really heard a cannabis poem.
No, that's funny because I wrote the other two, and you were like, MJ, can you write like a weed one though?
I know. How weird is that? That I'm like, maybe you should write a weird one.
A weed one?
A weed one?
It was weird.
So I had found a couple though online that really I thought were super interesting. So here we go. I'll put a link to the website. hellopoetry.com is where I found these. And these were just a couple that really stuck out to me for different reasons. So this was a newbie reading these, and so
okay.
they might not resonate as much with a doobie, but as a newbie, I was like, I really, these three in particular really kind of hit a nerve for me. So here we go. This one's called Marijuana by Stephanie F. Krulik. Motivated by the light, I sit in the darkness and plan my escape. The lighter reminds me of the sun. I drift off to a faraway land. It is always sunny here. Now, when I first read that, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't even have to do with marijuana, but it does, obviously. She puts that title in there, which brings clarity. So here's somebody who's sitting there with the, lighting the joint, and then maybe even just in the dark, just seeing the end lit, and about planning the escape. And could you imagine like sitting in the dark, you just see the end of your joint lit, and just picturing that as like kind of this distant land that you can escape to. That's how I pictured it.
I don't think that was marijuana or cannabis. That sounds like
what's called
acid
marijuana
or mushrooms. Like
you can't. It's her title. You can't say it's not.
It's deep. It's deep, Stephanie.
It is deep, Stephanie.
That's deep. That's deep.
Okay, so try. Okay, this one I really like.
I'm so literal in mine. I guess that's where I'm like.
Yeah, see, poetry and art is you can't be literal.
Well,
you can, but it.
But you can also be illiteral.
Illiteral.
Just not illiterate.
It's what's also good about it is just like art, comedy, and I tell people this all the time. With comedy, people say, "Oh, does it bother you if someone doesn't laugh?" It's like, no, comedy is way too subjective. There is no right or wrong in comedy. Just like I don't think there's right or wrong in poetry. There's no right or wrong in books. You either like it or you don't, but it doesn't mean that the author was right or wrong, because it's our expression of who we are to the world, and some will receive it and some won't. This one, so I really like that one. Just for me, I saw the imagery, and I'm not even a consumer, but I could see, because I've seen you light up like in a dark room, and how if you're just sitting there in this state of reflection, just seeing that little glow of the, what is it, the butt? What do you call the end of your?
The cherry.
The cherry. Yes, we talked about that actually.
Yes.
Yes. All right. That's
word of the week.
Word of the week. A few episodes ago. Here you go. This one's Weed by Samantha Louise. And this one really hit me as a newbie. People think it's bad. They don't even know what marijuana does and where it makes you go. It opens up your mind and helps you see your dreams. You stopped believing could come true. Actually, I'm reading this on the wrong. People think it's bad. They don't even know what marijuana does and where it makes you go. It opens up your mind and helps you see the dreams you stopped believing could come true. And it makes you realize that the only thing stopping it is you.
That's deep too.
You're the only one stopping your dreams. But I thought
Literal, but deep.
this one here about people thinking it's bad, they don't even know what marijuana does. It's true. How many times have I told on this podcast how often I just said marijuana is bad with zero information to back that up? And I just thought that opening one really said that people don't know what marijuana does or where it makes you go. And it's true. My basis of saying it was bad was based on nothing but.
Well, I think that is also because everybody goes different places with cannabis as well. So some of those people that are dead set against it may have gone to a negative spot when they tried it. Not everybody has a positive experience.
Weed is also subjective.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, this one, Mary Jane.
Oh, I like this one. I think
by Veems, Veemz.
Of course, it's a Z.
I know
Classic
when
stoner.
everyone is gone and the whole world has their backs turned, I can turn to you. Thank you, Mary Jane. So there's someone who's like, you know what? When all else fails, I got my Mary Jane. Do you ever feel like that? It's like it's the one place you can go.
Yeah, I would be lost without cannabis. Definitely.
So that one's quite short. All three of them very deep. All three of them really kind of hit me though. Hellopoetry.com is where I found those, and I'll put those links in the descriptions of wherever it is that you are either watching or listening. So,
well, now I don't know if I want to read mine. Mine is very literal.
No, right. There is no right or wrong. That's the beautiful thing. What
well,
was
mine is right. You know why?
Because you wrote it.
Well, not just because I wrote it, but because it like links into teaching Timmy later.
All right, then let's do it.
All right. So it's another haiku. Finished with the bong. Don't forget to dump it out. Your lungs will thank you.
A clean bong for clean lungs.
Yes.
Nice. So how come we didn't want to read that one?
Well, those ones were really deep. This was just like,
No, but that's the thing, right? This is the debate, and we had this debate earlier because
he brought up this book, and I was like, but that's an author. That's not a poet.
That's not a poet. But I absolutely believe it's a poet. So this book here,
But then every book would be, because you're like, oh, because it rhymes. And you yourself said that not all poetry has to rhyme.
That is correct.
So then this entire book could be poetry.
Maybe I haven't read it.
Well, nothing rhymes in it.
No.
Other than that last line that I pulled out.
But you pulled out a really interesting. No, I'm saying that the line blurs. I personally believe that this here would be considered poetry. Now, tell us a bit about the book, and I'll tell you where I want to go with it. Tell us about the book.
Okay, so it's called Green Buds and Hash, and it is a pot-filled parody by Dana Larson. It is in no way authorized by Dr. Zeus, has not been approved, I should say. Just want to point that out. There's a big disclaimer on the back that states all that.
Yep.
But it is basically, it follows the story of green eggs and ham, except it's like, would you like them in a bong? Would you like them all day long? No, I don't want them in a bong. I do not like green buds and hash. I do not like them, Mr. Stash. So
Okay.
that's just a little taste of
an unauthorized version of Dr. Seuss. And again, connect that. I love that portion you just read about bongs, because that connects to teaching Timmy coming up in a little bit. Okay, so I believe that Dr. Seuss would be considered a poet in the form that he wrote. And that's what I think is so interesting, because right away I was like, oh, you need to read from that book on Poetry Day. And you were like, no, it's not, because it's not a poem.
But that's okay. So somebody like Kurt Cobain was also a poet then.
He was.
So like where does the line? There is no line then.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. And you have a problem with that, don't you?
I do. And I don't know why, because I don't like lines and boxes and categories. So maybe that's why. I don't want to label it as poetry. I don't want to label it as music.
Well, maybe
It
it's
should
not
just be.
But can it be poetry
a
and
book.
also a book?
Well,
And I think that's what's fascinating about.
No, just
I think it's fascinating about art though is that we're talking about this poetry, and I there was nothing in my brain that it seemed perfectly clear that that book would be perfect for a cannabis poetry blend. And when you were so adamant that it wasn't, I just wanted to briefly talk about it here because I'd love to hear your comments.
I don't know. Maybe I feel like poetry is short.
Oh, see, yeah.
Like this how many pages? Like it's a book.
There's some long poems out there.
Oh my God, I would not want to go to that poetry night.
Okay, so
Sitting
now,
there.
okay, so now but now we're going into a whole other thing. You have issue.
I love poetry as much as I love soup.
Well, she hates soup. So I would like to
really
have,
do.
So here's something that we would like your input on. Do you believe, I'm not even going to talk about this book in particular, do you believe Dr. Seuss, his writings could be considered poetry? I'd love to know that. And I think it's just a very interesting discussion, and we're obviously not going to solve anything here
But
today.
then where does it stop? Robert Munch?
I don't know. Is Robert Munch a poet? I don't know.
Exactly.
All right, there you go, folks. We have now created this thing of poetry. All I know is this. One day, I decided that I would sit down.
What does Google say poetry is?
What you want to know right now?
You figure all the research that you do.
Poetry definition. Poetry definition. Here we
Yes.
go.
What does Google say? Google. Look it up.
Literary work. This is I don't even know which
Literary. So that's written.
Literary work in which special intensity is given to the expression of feelings and ideas by the use of distinctive style and rhythm, and then in regards to poems collectively or as a genre of literature. It's something regarded as comparable to poetry in its beauty. That's other synonyms. So yeah, so it's with special intensity given to the expression of feelings and ideas by the use of distinctive style and rhythm.
I'm more
I
confused
think that
now.
I think that book has a distinctive style and rhythm.
So does music. That's literary, isn't it?
Okay, maybe it is. Do you have a problem with this?
I don't know why I do. Wait, is it getting close to that time of the month?
I don't know. Here's what I did though. I sat down. I was trying to think of something. It was a few years back, and I was trying to think of something that I had never done before. And after a few months of processing and not being able to think of anything, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute! I've never written a poem." I had back in school, like years ago, where they just tell you to like. But I was like, "I'm gonna do poem." But the way Timmy does things is he doesn't just learn a poem. He sits down in an afternoon to write 10 poems in 10 different styles. And so I went online and searched the number of styles of poems. This leads where your brain is kind of having a problem. There were so many styles of poems. It was unbelievable. So I narrowed it down to 10, Googled up the exact way that these poems were written. And in one afternoon, I became a poet.
Yeah, but you made it so difficult for yourself.
No.
You went and you narrowed it down even further.
I didn't make it difficult for myself. I found this whole process very simple. Deep down, I am just.
You're that talented.
I'm that good.
I know I won't disagree because I've heard these poems.
Now, so these poems can be found. I'm not going to read them all today, but these poems can be found inside Timmy's mind. The link will be below in the description boxes. The funniest book I've ever written. It's called The Yellow Poetic Buffet. Not only did I want to learn 10 styles in one day, but they all had to do with the color yellow. I narrowed it down even more.
I'm hoping you're going to read the ones that I have my own favorites.
Okay. Well, how
so
about
if
this?
you don't read any of my favorites, I'm going to like.
No. Let's do this. You tell me some of your favorites. Let's read. This is our MJ's favorites.
No,
of
I
Timmy's
don't want to
poems.
say. Oh, that one for sure.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do a few of MJ's favorites from Inside Timmy's Mind, a Yellow Poetic Buffet. This one is called Rubber Duck. Oh, this whole thing is called A Few of My Favorite Yellow Things. 10 poems in 10 styles, of which you're going to get a few today. Rubber Duck as an ode. It is more beautiful than a rainbow. It is even more precious than a rare gem. More pure than water and fresh fallen snow. More needed than legs or eyes or brainstem. It is more refreshing than a cool rain, desired more than beauty or wisdom, more powerful than a dump truck, worth more than gold and sleeker than a train, and tastier than strawberry lip balm. There is nothing compares to my old rubber duck. Thank you. Which one would you like next?
Oh, that one's good.
This is called Lemonade. This is a gazelle, not a gazelle, like that's a fast animal. This is a gazelle, a poem. Lemonade as sweet as thee, you are much better than stupid iced tea. Thank you. Gazelles are really short. Gazelles are fast. Gazelles are short. Which one would you like?
I fear I'm gonna end up going through all of them because I'm like, oh, I like that one. I like that one.
All right.
I like.
Which one you want to do?
I don't know. Big Bird's funny.
I'll end with this one.
Okay, do Big Bird and then do that.
Okay, Big Bird.
Yes.
This is Big Bird. This is in a pantoum. Pantoum. Big Bird is massive. Big Bird is by far the biggest bird I've ever seen. There is no bird like Big Bird. I wouldn't want to clean Big Bird's cage. Big Bird is by far the biggest bird I've ever seen. I don't think Big Bird would make a very good pet. I wouldn't want to clean Big Bird's cage. That mess would be crazy. I don't think Big Bird would make a good pet. Big Bird is just too big. The mess would be crazy. I think Big Bird would be too much to handle. Big Bird is just too big. There is no bird like Big Bird. I think Big Bird would be too much to handle. Big Bird is massive. Thank you. It's a very
I like Big Bird.
It has this very you have to repeat certain lines throughout the thing. But I literally mastered all of these styles in one afternoon. I am going to do one more before.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
I knew you wouldn't skip that one. That's why I didn't pick it.
Okay, this is Hulk Hogan. So just so you know, I talk about Hannah Montana's hair, Bumblebee, SpongeBob, smiley faces. So you want to check that out. You're an Inside Timmy's
You said
Mind.
Hulk Hogan, and I want to like rip my shirt.
Oh, rip it. You can check that out on our OnlyFans page. This is Hulk Hogan for those who are young. Well, if you're younger, I don't know, you're not really watching. Well, I guess a 20-year-old might not know. Hulk Hogan was like a great role model from the 80s. And he wore yellow shorts.
Well,
wrestler.
I think they know who Hulk Hogan is. They just probably just know him by the mustache.
The mustache and the shorts.
And the hair, because he stopped wearing yellow, right?
That's right, he did. Yeah, he became Hollywood Hogan.
Yes.
This is this is Hulk Hogan when he wore yellow in the 80s. It's a Sea-Ho. Or a Sea-Joe or a Sy-Joe.
You know, a Sea-Ho is a mermaid, right?
A Sea-Ho, yeah. A Sea-Ho is Ariel.
No.
No, just a mermaid.
Yeah, her sisters.
Anyways, here we go. Hulk Hogan. He comes to the ring pointing to the crowd like he can't hear them. In moments, he is out cold, but you can't stop the Hulkster. shaking his arm, he rises up to leg drop his stunned opponent. Thank you. Well, we all know how it ended, so that's actually where the poem ends. But we know he gets up, and it's crazy. And finally, to close off this one.
Well, this one's my favorite.
This is called The Sun. I made this one up after doing 9 poems according to the rules of those poems.
I like how you say you made it up. You made all of the poems up.
That's true. So this one's called The Sun. In a style on my own, I call it poetic license. And this is the thing that drives you crazy, because there are no rules.
No.
I just made this one. Here we go. Without the sun, there would be none. No light, no heat, no day. Where would we stay without its ray? The dark, the cold, the night. Oh no! May it never be so. No heat strokes, no sunburns, no melanoma. A dark, cold night wouldn't be that bad after all. Thank you. And now it is time to educate Timmy.
I love it. Teaching Timmy.
Yeah, Teaching Timmy is a better name than Educate Timmy.
Yes.
Educate Ernie would fit, but that's not my name.
We're not supposed to talk about Ernie.
Oh yeah. Don't bring up Ernie. Sorry, my bad. Long story. Won't ever be told here.
No.
All right,
All
so
right.
Teaching Timmy, what do we got today?
We are going to teach you how to clean a bong.
Now, for the record, for those of you who have not been following, I have smoked a joint.
Yep.
I have had a CBD edible.
Well, no, you rolled the joint.
I've rolled a joint. I've also smoked a joint. I'm not talking about Teaching Timmy segments.
Oh, okay.
But I've never even attempted to smoke a bong.
Oh yeah.
Like this is not anywhere. In fact, you don't even smoke bongs very often.
I don't. So do you know how a bong works in theory? Because you've seen them.
I think you put water in it and it bubbles.
Okay, so there is a stem.
It's like a bubble blower.
There's a stem that goes down in. It's called the down stem.
Okay.
This is the slide with the bowl on it. So you put your cannabis in the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The water has to actually go over top the bottom of the down stem to create the bubble. So you would put the cannabis in here, the water over that, light it, take it out to clear the chamber to get the airflow through.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you would consume cannabis using a bong. However, as you can see, this is my friend's bong. I don't know if you can see that line. Do you see that line where it's like white almost and then it's like brown?
Yeah.
This is all the resin and the nasty.
Oh, it's not supposed to go brown? Because it's a
No,
colorful
see?
look. Oh. Ew.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
so,
I have heard you. Like this is
and like
one
my
of
hands
your
are gross. Like I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm not even going to let you touch it because I know how you are with dirty
Did we do a
things
what
and-
gets me going?
Yes, and it was on Dirty
Because
Bombs.
this is one of your like big things. Is
Yeah.
like people who don't keep that's gross.
And
So
the
people
person-
would use this?
The person whose unit this is, they literally used this in the bathroom where there was this blah, 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 blah.
I mean, you can't
They
see from
used
here,
it in a
but-
bathroom where there was access to a sink. So they had running water and they had a drain so they could drain it and fill it every single time. There's no excuse. I'm looking at you. You know who you are. There's no excuse why this is as gross as it is. It's
But you-
bad for you.
But you would be inhaling this stuff.
A lot of times, if you don't clean around here, you can get mold.
Okay.
You can get nasty pathogens and pathogens.
Okay.
Pathogens. Anyways, pathogens. It's just gross. Just
I can
don't
tell
do
you,
it.
if I was a bong smoker, yeah, I don't know. That wouldn't be part of my world. Would
No.
you say that? Would you just? I mean, you don't obviously know, but would you say that more or less cannabis smokers don't put proper care into their bongs?
I would say the majority of bong users, I can't even say. There's both. I've seen both. I've seen the nasty, disgusting bong under the table. Buddy pulls it out. Hey man, want a hit? I've seen that. But I've also seen you go to somebody's house and they're like, "Do you want a bong?" And you hesitantly like, and they're like, "You can choose whatever one you want." And you look and they have this beautiful shelf and all the bongs are clean. And you're like, "Are any of those even used?" Because they take care of their units. So there are both people.
Because I've seen, I mean, you've taken me some places and you've even showed me online. Like there is some beautiful like glass work.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I feel like even if I never used a bong,
Mhm.
I might even buy a couple of these bongs just to put on a shelf at home. Like there's some really, really like I would be concerned. Like I suppose there's some that people don't use because they're that nice. But I guess if you wash it right afterwards, it's kind of like I always soak my dishes immediately and wash right after a meal. So
Okay, so this is a great, let me just say this. When you dab, you don't have plant material that goes into your unit, into your bong. So like you're saying, when I wash my dishes. So if
Mhm.
you rinsed all your plates and your dishes before you filled the sink and put the dishes in the sink, then the water would be cleaner. Your unit,
Right.
like it would be cleaner. If you didn't and you just threw all the dishes in the sink with the food in it, your sink would be like really gross.
Mhm.
Similar theory with the cannabis floating in the bottom of the bong.
Right.
So there are actually devices that you can attach to your bong. One is called an ash catcher. So it's actually a little piece that goes on. It's like a bong for your bong. So you put your bowl on top of the ash catcher. So when the cannabis goes down, it goes into the ash catcher. The smoke goes through the ash catcher into the bong and then into you.
Okay.
So it's just a way to help keep your bong clean, but now you're cleaning a bong and an ash catcher,
Right. Okay.
right? So
So on today's teaching, Timmy, you're going to show me how to clean this.
yes, this is how I would clean this little unit.
Do you think by what you've seen in there that you can restore this, or is it a lost cause?
I would say this will never go back to 100% because I would probably need a toothbrush on an angle bent and
It would take some
So-
real
so-
delicate like.
I should say this unit is probably 15 years old. It was purchased in Niagara Falls for like $10 plus tax. I talked the guy down. It was really cool. Anyways, so I'm going to start by taking the bowl and the stem out.
Okay.
I'm going to, because it's metal, everything's all attached. It's literally so gummed up that I can barely get this unscrewed.
Mm.
As you can see, the nasty ash inside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you should be able to see straight through your stem.
I can,
You
but
can
it's
sort of see through it.
the hole that I can see through is a lot smaller than the hole that I should be able to see through.
Like as you see, we're taking everything
Oh my
apart
goodness!
here.
I feel like I should be walking up closer to the camera with these
This
things.
is it would blur, but this is the resin that's on the.
Okay,
so you can literally see right in here now.
Yeah. So for those that are listening, she's just disassembling
Yeah,
the
I'm-
bong into its smaller pieces, and each one of them is equally dirty.
Yes.
Like there isn't like a piece that somehow escaped.
No, and I forgot that piece needs to stay in there because this plug only works in this size. So we have to plug this hole because we're going to fill this with cleaner.
Okay.
At least up to
What do you want
about
this?
here. That can go in this little jar. Anything we want to soak, we're going to soak in a jar.
So it's like a little small mason jar.
Yep. I went and picked up some orange chronic. It's the cleaner that was available at my local store. Thank you, Puff Puff Pass.
So it's called Orange Chronic.
It's called Orange Chronic. Smells like oranges. That's why it's called Orange Chronic. You could use I think it's isopropyl alcohol, and that's rubbing alcohol,
Isn't that just rubbing
right?
alcohol?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So rubbing alcohol and rock salts. I say coarse salt. So any sort of like coarse salt. Don't use table salt. You could use Epsom.
So you're filling the bong halfway.
Over the line that it normally would.
Okay.
So I'm really hoping that I plugged that up, or else that's just gonna
And then
keep coming out.
you're covering the other stuff that's in the little mason jar till it's covered, basically, so it's fully
Yeah.
soaked.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep the listeners.
Yeah,
in
I
the
forgot.
loop.
And then I just put the lid back on the orange chronic. Very important, because if you do not, you might end up knocking it over and losing some product.
Is that expensive?
Not overly. It's definitely more expensive than rubbing alcohol and rock salt.
Okay.
So
there's no real excuse why someone's bong should be dirty, right? Like
No.
I'm assuming it's probably like this might take a little longer than normal because it's
Yeah, we're actually not going to complete the whole thing because it's going to need time to soak. I'm just going to explain what I would be doing.
okay.
I went and also purchased these pipe cleaners. These are not your normal pipe cleaners, Timmy. You want to grab those. Don't squeeze too hard though. To the actual thing. The pipe cleaner itself is not just soft.
Oh, they're pokey.
Yeah, they are pokey. They're abrasive. So
Okay.
they come in different sizes. You can get the long ones or the shorter ones. And the only benefit over like the from the long to the short is if you need to fold it over to make it thicker, or you could just twist a bunch of the small ones together to make a wider tool. You're going to use these little wire things to scrape the insides of the bong
Mhm.
or the inside of this your down stem.
Can I scrape something?
You can scrape something. I'm going to give you some paper towel and another tool I like to use. I like to use toothpicks as well as these stir sticks, these coffee stir sticks.
Okay, so let's just.
There is a reason why I folded this over for you.
Oh.
Because it is going to be very yicky and gooey, and you're not going to want it to go through because this stuff stinks.
Okay, so we've multiple folded our paper clip. Okay,
Yeah.
so just again for people who are listening, you've got paper towel, you've got abrasive pipe cleaner.
Yep.
You have a cleaner solution, and you have toothpicks.
Yes.
Would that be the?
Well, we have stir sticks.
And
for
stir
coffee.
sticks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're going to take the down stem. You can hold these little butterfly clip here.
Yep.
And then you're just
So
gonna
I'm using the coffee stick. Oh, the
Yeah.
coffee stick fits right in there.
try and get the coffee stick to get the gunk
Oh,
out.
that's so gross. Okay, from a newbie to doobies, this is gross. This I don't know how people would. I don't know how people would consume.
Can you get the stick to go all the way through?
No, should it go all the way through?
It may or may not. We
No, I
might
don't
need
think
to
so.
get the it might be too big. We should get you some
But it's definitely
toothpicks.
scraping off the side of the.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, it's like a thick tar.
Well, it's resin is what it is. It's cannabis resin.
This is so gross.
Okay, I'm gonna dig out the bowl here.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a toothpick because I don't like touching the cleaning solution. Oh,
Yeah, I see. This would be for me. This would be the reason why I like for me dishes.
I'm gonna use a pipe cleaner.
Breakfast isn't finished unless the dishes are done.
Yeah.
Like any meal. Like it's kind of like when I block away my time to sit down and have a meal, the dishes get done right away. It's just because even just a little bit of having food and leaving it in like unrinsed,
Mhm.
For a couple of hours, it just adds more time to the cleaning process. Like this is going to be some intensive work to try to.
Yeah, it's literally a cleaning project because the person didn't do it all the time.
Goodness.
So if you did this on a more regular basis, especially if you rinsed it out, boiling hot water at the end of the night, literally just like boiling tap water, just hot tap water. Ugh.
Okay, so I'm using the stir stick now, but should I use like the pipe cleaner to get all the way through the?
I gotta soak that a little more. Look at this. Look at my fingers. It's yicky. Do you know
Ew.
how to get that off?
No, I'm having a
Only
hard.
the cleaner.
I have a hard enough time with like trimming plant stickiness. Like this stuff is.
Here, I should have probably grabbed some extra
This
of
stuff's
this.
revolting.
Ew. Here, grab.
Well, folks, this is the first time that I've seen dirty bongs because MJ has shown them to me, but the process of like actually seeing what it is that's coating.
Here, let me see that. Look at all the stuff that came out of the bowl.
Okay.
Let me see that. Oh, I see. We just adjusted where the clip was a little bit. See?
Okay.
So we're just going to put that back on there.
So now okay.
So I'm going in with a smaller tool now.
So the toothpick, the stir sticks, and the pipe cleaner are all just based on what exactly, if you need it to be flexible, if you need it to be thin.
Yeah, it's because you need to get it in.
So all of
into
this stuff,
the
I mean,
space.
once again, it's like, to me, this is like looking like there is no excuse once again, because everything that you're using here is stuff that, I mean, you can pick up at the dollar store.
No,
No?
you can't get these wire.
Oh, you can't
things
get the
at
pipe cleaners at the dollar store?
No, those are special from the cannabis store. You
Oh,
can get
so
rubbing alcohol.
these are
from-
specifically for cleaning bongs.
for cleaning bongs, pipes.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, how much would these cost? A pack of these.
That was $3.50 for the pack
Right.
of those, which is really not that expensive.
And say your bong was clean, how many of these would you use to just kind of get the residue off? One or two?
One, maybe two. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like what, there's 48. So I mean, for like, $10, you could have a whole year's worth of. Once again, I think I'm looking at all this going really affordable, real easy, and if you just maintain it on a day-to-day basis, like it just doesn't seem.
Well, it also depends on how much you use your bong as well, because you have cannabis consumers that might hit a bong 2-3 bowls every night. Then you've got the cannabis consumer who smokes 2-3 bowls every hour. So there is a difference.
So people would consume a bong as frequently as you would do a joint?
Sure, why not? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can see just on the outside there the difference.
Oh yeah, that looks much better. And that's just from
That
soaking it
actually
and
looks
wiping
clean.
it down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we can see through there.
Oh yeah, I can see much better through there
So
now.
after you're done soaking it with the cleaner, you're not just going to want to put it together and then smoke it because it's cleaner.
Right.
So you're going to want to take it and put it through
Air it out?
boiling hot water
Okay.
and just like rinse it out. Make sure you rinse it really good so that way it's not gross. But if you look at the nastiness in this,
Yeah.
that stuff would be in your body, in your lungs. Do yourself a favor and clean your bong, please.
Right.
Yeah. And then we would just basically do the same thing to the inside of this. Did we get the bowl out?
Can I just try something with that? And then,
In a moment, because this needs to come out of here first. Can you fish that out of there?
okay, so I'm currently trying to get
The bowl.
the
Trying to get
bowl.
the cannabis bowl, the bong bowl out of the jar.
Hmm.
Here, I don't know why I gave it to you. You're not
don't
the
know why I
fisher.
gave it to
You're
me.
not the fisher person.
Well, you're not exactly a fisher person. I don't know about you folks, but if you're watching this right now, I think you can see that she's having the same amount of problem I was having.
I don't think so. Wabam!
Oh,
I used my fingers, but shh.
yes, yeah. I wouldn't have put my fingers in there.
All right, so I'm just going to very quickly scrape this off here.
Yep. Please tell me that that's just the cleaner smell that I'm smelling. And that's not like the gunk.
No, that's gunk.
Oh,
That's orange mixed with the
the resin.
yeah. It's not a pleasant smell. And I'm probably gonna have to use some peroxide or some rubbing alcohol to wash my hands after.
So it's just piece by piece using those 3 tools to kind of.
Yep.
Okay. And then
Now I gotta unplug this and it's all gonna come out.
So now you're just emptying the entire bong.
Yeah, pouring it into this jar because I want it to all stay in there.
That's like when you unscrew a clogged drain.
And
The water
everything
just
comes
starts
out.
pouring, and then all of a sudden, the big clump of hair. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So you want the big one, eh?
I just want to just test it briefly. So I'm using this.
Okay, so you need to clean the bottom down in there. You got to try and get that stuff off. That's the yicky stuff. Really, really caked on.
Yeah, you know what, folks? This is not a job for me. My hands.
I thought you said you wanted to do that.
Well, I do, but
like you just asked for it.
I know, but I didn't realize how far I was gonna have to like dig in here.
Careful, don't fling it everywhere.
It's like a monkey flinging poop.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay, I think I understand the process. I don't think I want to go through the entire thing of cleaning this.
Can I see that?
Sure. I think I just made my pipe cleaner go weird inside. Ow.
Did you just prick yourself?
Ow!
You did too.
I am never going to use a bong again.
You little prick. So what I'm going to say is there does come a point in a bong's life where you mistreat it bad enough that no amount of cleaning will get it restored, and it's time to say goodbye. And I will tell you, if it gets to that point, you better damn well take care of your next one. And I'm looking at you because I replaced this, and you better well damn take care of it.
So here we go. Once again, I have been taught a valuable lesson that also is useful for you here on Teaching Timmy.
Yicky.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
It's always time for a smoke for you. Not for me, but for you. We want to thank you for joining us again here on the Newbie and the Doobie, whether you're watching or listening. Please do us a favor. If you do download the episode, like subscribe to it in whatever podcast form. That's really helpful, and that way you don't miss anything. And if you're on YouTube, take a moment again to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and remember that at Newbie Doobie Clips on YouTube, you can go over there and actually watch individual segments, like the Teaching Timmy episode is on there just as that segment alone. So if you just like watching Teaching Timmy stuff or Word of the Week or High Five, whatever it may be, you can watch it in the kind of smaller bite-sized bits here on YouTube.
And don't forget to share with your friends and family, whether they're a newbie or a doobie. And you can find us on any social media at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And as well, please, if you really like what we're doing and are excited about where we can go with this, consider supporting us for $4.20 a month on Patreon. If you go over there at the Newbie and the Doobie, patreon.com or whatever it is, if you go there, or a small donation a month will allow us to expand what it is that we're doing and keep us doing what we're doing. Continuing to entertain and educate in a pro-cannabis environment. I would like to say before we go that I didn't get a chance to read my poem earlier, my weed poem.
That's right. Let's hear that.
So we will end with this. Oh, and by the way, link as well for if you want to read my poems as well, Inside Timmy's Mind. The link for my book will be down in the descriptions in whatever form you watch this.
I just want to show off the nice
and the nice
now.
Clean bong. The bong is
Wonderful.
finished.
Yeah.
Looks much better there. And so we'll end with this. This was my haiku cannabis themed poem. Weed does the body good, but side effects always include red eyes and dry mouth.
Is that it? Are we ready to do the stay lifted? I remembered this time.
Okay, do it officially.
Okay. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Amazing. We haven't got that yet.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward.
Now you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yep.
just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the section. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space, no stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the high vibe session. session.
Hey, Can Fam, how are you today? Thanks for joining me. It's Dr. High. Welcome to High Vibes with Dr. High, episode 7. We got some cool music tonight. I think we're going to have some fun. I really enjoyed working it up. I've been working on a 30-song concept playlist in the trance, lo-fi, dub, hip-hop genre, and I'm really liking some of the music that's being generated here and put together. So tonight will kind of be songs all fitting within that genre. So we're going to look forward to it. So let's not delay much longer. First song, Sack Full of Dreams, is basically a story about starting off in the legacy market before legalization, doing your thing, hustling to make it happen, making your transition to the legal market, and then finding your way to get into content creation and start interacting with the cannabis community and being out there to advocate and educate and help break the stigma for the plant. And so in a weird roundabout way, Sack Full of Dreams kind of follows the life I've lived. I mean, cannabis has been a source of income for me for, wow, I'm going to say 30 years. For many years, it wasn't my sole source of income. I've always had jobs, but for the last, since 2014, when I started selling accessories wholesale to head shops across Canada, I've been in what I consider to be the legal industry. 2018, when everything legalized, I started in my first licensed producer. I'm still working for a licensed producer, but in the interim, I've built my cannabis lifestyle brand, Dr. High, which is slowly starting to get some attention and get a little more community interaction since we started with the music. So that's fantastic. And so I digress. Sack Full of Dreams, kind of a story like mine. Enjoy.
Used to have a sack full of dreams. Now my name got weight in the scene. Used to pitch on corners, ducking under the law. Now I'm pitching verses, what you see is what I saw. Had a 10 sack in a notepad full of pain. Now it's pounds of flame and these lyrics hit the brain. Wore hand-me-down hoodies, now it's custom threads. Used to smoke in the dark, now I glow infrared. Bagged up my struggle in them sandwich bags. Now I'm breaking it down over vinyl tags. Ain't no silver spoons, just big lighters. Weed got me wiser, circle got tighter. And if they ain't believe, I can't blame them. But I still lit the flame and I still aim to tame it. Sack full of dreams, backpack of schemes. Turn Ziplocs into Spotify streams. One puff for the days I was broken wild. Now I'm floating on clouds with that crooked smile. Sack full of dreams, that's all I had. But I made it stretch like the last of the bag. Now I'm riding clean, speaking truth with pride. Just me, this mic, and Dr. High by my side. Used to spit bars just to drown my doubt. Now I sell them like apes, watch the hustle sprout. These lyrics got weight, my story got depth. Every line hit like that first clean breath. Had homies fall off, caught in the game. But I stuck with the flame, let it sculpt my name. Grew from the gutter with a grinder and a prayer. Now I roll blessings, throw smoke in the air. You can't bottle this hunger, can't fake that strain. When you fight for a dream, you embrace that pain. This ain't rap, it's a seed that bloomed from a cracked sidewalk to a throne in bloom. Sack full of dreams that pack of schemes. Now I'm floating on clouds with that crooked smile. Just me, this mic, and Dr. High by my side. Dream, 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 dream. Dream, 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 dream.
Well, there it was, Sack Full of Dreams. What did you think? I like it. I think it's pretty good, and I do see some similarities in that story. All right, so moving on. I kind of like this one that's coming up, and I think you guys will too. It's psychedelic trance dubstep fusion. I know a lot of you out there are growers. I am not currently cultivating, although I work in a cultivation facility and I do handle a lot of plants and plant material. I'm not actually on the cultivation team. I'm working in post-production, so harvest through to handoff to the packaging department. Anyway, we all worked in grow rooms, a lot of us have, and sometimes when you're in there all by yourself with the hum of the fans and the buzzing of the lights and the rustling of the leaves between the plants, maybe there's some voices. Who's to say? But this song is called Voices in the Grow Room. Let's check it out.
I swear I just came in to check the pH levels. Then I heard it, a whisper in the fan, hum. Fluorescence buzzing, jar still warm. Took 2 dabs, then the grow room transformed. Leaves started twitching, colas got bold. One plant turned to me and said, "You late, bro, the meeting's cold." I blinked 3 times, it didn't stop. The skunk humble one started beatboxing with the top. The sour D told me to respect her stem, and the gelato laughed like you ain't one of them. We gave you breath, now give us space. Don't overwater us when you're baked. Your playlist sucks, trim me right. Voices in the grow room speaking in leaves. Chlorophyll sermons through humidity. I thought I was God, but the green said nah. You just live here, we run the spa. Voices in the grow room, roots talk low. Told me secrets only stoners know. Don't fear the high, just follow the bloom. And tell Dr. High we need more room. The jackhair said I'm stressed too much. Take 5 rips and lose that clutch. The purple punch told a story of war, how she lost 3 tops in a closet door. And then the lights dimmed down to red. The Durban spoke up like a prophet head. Every puff you take, every seed you sow is a prayer to the sky. Now move real slow. Feed me love, feed me love, but don't touch my pistols, fam. Voices in the grow room, whispering real. Taught me things no book could feel. Now I bow to the green when I roll my doom. And I never step loud in the grow room. I ain't tripping, you heard that too, right?
Voices in the Grow Room. I guess when they say our plants talk to us, maybe that's what they mean. Maybe that's how we understand what they need. Maybe it's a little bit of telepathic communication. Could be. That's for sure, because I know that people who are truly passionate about growing cannabis really have a feel for the plant. So, interesting connection, that's for sure. All right, so moving along, we're going to get into a song that's a little bit more angry. This next one is called X's and Extracts. And it's a breakup song, that's for sure. But fellas, if you got a dab queen, if you're with the queen of the extracts, be careful, because when she goes, she might leave you cold. X's and extracts.
I left the host, I took the hash. He said I'd never leave, now he's rolling solo. Still looking for his torch like it's Marco Polo. Told him, baby, I'm sweet, then I took the stash. Left a note and the grinder full of broken ash. Got my rosin in a jar, got my rig in the back. Got his ego in my inbox, begging I come back. You can keep the lies in the Xbox game, but I'm taking the flame and the family strain. I'm not bitter, baby, I'm just lit. You lost me in your best concentrate kit. Love burned out, but I kept the wax. Now you're just another name in X's and extracts. X's and extracts. Left him cold, took the dab mat, banger rigging gold. Said he'd teach me terps, now I school the sesh. Rolling big clouds with zero stress. X's and extracts, left him cold. Took the dab mat, banger rig and gold. Said he'd teach me terps, now I school the sesh. Rolling big clouds with zero stress. X's and extracts, I don't regret. I took what mattered, he still ain't lit yet. Don't cry, boy, just blame the facts. You fumbled the queen of the extracts. He talking about closure, I sealed the jars. Stacked my slabs and healed my scars. Got new nails, fresh pressed in the case. Meanwhile, he's still looking for my trace. He posted memes, I post clouds. He ghosted first, now I'm ghosting loud. From heartache to heady, I made the leap. Turned my ex into resin and slept like a queen. Said I was cold, so I hit the cold start and dipped. X's and extracts left him shook. Took the turf pearls and the rig he booked. You fumbled the queen of the extracts. All love, all mine now.
So there was X's and extracts. Be careful with your heady glass, fellas. Ladies, play nice. No, that's it. That's fun. It's a little breakup song, a little aggressive, a little angry, but that's okay because we're just normal people. We just happen to be normal people that love weed and everything to do with weed. So we share the same stories with those who don't love weed. So there we go. All right, moving on to the next song. When I started doing this show, I didn't know what to call it. High Vibes with Dr. High came down to either that or the Dr. High Experience. Basically, I created music to open for each name of the song, and then I decided on the show based upon the music. High Vibes sounded better than the Dr. High Experience for this particular application. But the Dr. High Experience is a hard driving rock and roll song that I happen to really love. So what I decided to do with that was turn it into a showcase for the Dr. High Experience. So that's the next song we're going to play. All the imagery are the covers for my singles or designs from Dr. High AI Hayes on Etsy, which is my art and apparel shop. So the Dr. High Experience, rock and roll. Let's get into it.
Welcome to the next dimension. Prepare for the Dr. High Experience.
kicks heavy, time to ride. 420 waves, we electrify. Frequency shift, we amplify. Dr. High's prescription vibes. Light it up, let it hit. Bass so deep, make you trip. AI dreams, beats don't quit. The Dr. High experience, this is it. Licks cut through the haze. Weed smoke thick, lost for days. AI visions, neon phase. One more dose and we elevate. Yeah. Yeah. You've been prescribed the experience. Bass kicks, heavy and rock, a time to ride. 420 waves, we electrify. Frequency shift, we amplify. Dr. High's prescription. 5. Got it up, let it hit. Bass so deep, make you trip. AI dreams, beats don't quit. The Dr. High experience, this is it. No licks cut through the haze. Weed smoke thick, lost for days. AI visions, neon phase. One more dose and we elevate. Yeah, you've been prescribed. Weed smoke thick, lost for days. AI visions, neon phase. One more dose and we elevate. Yeah. You've been prescribed experience.
The Dr. High experience. You've just had it, and I hope you liked it. And if you liked any of those designs, I'd love it if you slipped on over to Dr. High AI Haze on Etsy and picked yourself up a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, a hoodie, coffee mug, piece of art for the wall. So many things to choose from, more than 600 original designs there for you. Make great gifts for anybody you know, any stoners in your life, whatever. It's perfect gifts. They're really great for that. Okay, so let's move along. We are about to move into something with a little different pace. I'm trying to make cannabis music that really fits the cannabis lifestyle. And like I said earlier, we're just people who love weed. So we have all the same life experiences other people have. We just have them with a little better frame of mind. That's all. So we fall in love too. And this next song is about a couple who fell in love while smoking their first joint together. 2 hits to fall in love. Let's check it out.
You lit it, smiled, and the rest is kind of a blur. 2 hits in, and I felt you there. Wasn't looking for much, just a light and some peace. Had a half-rolled J and a faded fleece. You passed by, laughed, said that's too loose. I smiled and said, wanna help it produce. I sat beside you, sparked with care. Wind in my curls, moon in the air. We passed it once, then once again. By the second hit, I forgot where I'd been. We didn't speak in full replies, but I saw the truth behind your eyes. No big words, just sky above. Took 2 hits to fall in love. 2 hits to fall in love. 1 joint to blur the lines. On 1 lighter lit the stars above and burned your name into mine. We didn't plan it, didn't need to. Just share the flame and let it through. Now every spark reminds me of how it took 2 hits to fall in love. I still remember how your fingers shook
or how the flame curved when I took that look. No pressure, no plan, just vibe and air. And a little Dr. High in the love we shared. We don't need music, this is the song. We don't need promises, just another hit and we belong. 2 hits to fall in love, and now you're every cloud above. One more, only if it's you. If it's you.
That's that. 2 hits to fall in love. Gonna have to be careful when I'm smoking joint with other people anymore. You never know what can happen. I've been married since 1999. Got a great wife, 2 beautiful kids, had a lucky life. So I'm not looking to fall in love while I'm smoking a joint with anybody else. So there we go. Okay. So we all know that cannabis is good for anxiety and finding peace and inner peace and calmness. And we know nature is another great place to experience that sense of peace and calmness, especially if you're smoking a joint. So next song is a nice lo-fi trance experimental number. Female vocalist. It's called Leave Me Here, and it's all about dealing with anxiety and stress with cannabis. Let's get into it.
Didn't run away, I just followed the smoke. Found a trail in the trees where the noise don't reach. Tucked my phone in my bag, left the world on red. Lit a spliff with the sun, let the silence teach. Every puff pulled peace into my head. No sirens, no screams, just the breeze and the leaves. A lighter, a smile, and a string called belief. Laid down my fear in a garden of green. Exhaled my past in a cloud unseen. If I go, let it be with the stars in bloom. And a joint in my hand by the light of the moon. Don't follow, don't fix, just let it be clear. I don't wanna leave, I wanna leave me here. Leave me here where the world don't bite, where the smoke curls slow and the dawn feels right. I don't need much, just the sky and this high. A little bit of green and dope to hide by my side. Leave me here where the roots run deep, where the weight lifts off when the flowers speak. This ain't goodbye, it's a softer sound. Just leave me here where I'm finally found. I used to run from the quiet like it owed me pain. Now I sit in the still like it knows my name. Got a journal of strange names and thoughts I keep. Got a hammock, a dream, and a date with sleep. No clocks in this place, no reason to rush. I breathe like the wind, no shame, no hush. Let the world keep not lost, I'm aligned. I'm not stuck, I'm designed. Every hit rewrites the script. Every leaf a sacred gift. Leave me here where the world don't bite. Just leave me here where I'm finally found. Don't come find me. Find your own voice.
Well, I don't know about you, Canna fam, but I'm not feeling any stress or anxiety after Leave Me Here. That's a great song. I really like that one. So moving on, we're going to change pace again, and we're going to get into some hip hop trance for the heavy dabbers, the people who like to just ride it all the way to the heavens and take those big, big hits. It's called Gasp Gods.
You cough. We don't tap out, we pass respect. Gas gods hit till there's nothing left. We roll thick, we torch raw. Bong so big it come with law. Rings in the air like spell word cast. One hit from me, your future past. Call my rig the throne, cause I sit with pride. Turning lungs to legends, one sesh at a time. I don't talk, I toke and rain. Blood pressure drop, then rise again. Smoke crown, leaf staff, and a coffin made of hash. Gas, gods, lungs like steel. Pull till it hurts, then pull for real. You say light, we say more. We ghost your puff and hit the floor. Gas, gods, certified. Burning loud with Dr. High on the side. This ain't a game, it's divine intake. One breath from me and your knees might shake. Bong water glow like a holy pool. Pulled so hard I broke a rule. Exhale paint like a mural divine. My cloud got flavors that change with time. You bring that loud, I bring a riot. Smell me coming, stay quiet. If your chest don't thump when the fire drops, then step aside, gas gods got spots. It's not that we don't feel the hit, we just ride it to the heavens. Gas gods, lungs like steel, burning loud with Dr. High on the side. I told you, don't hit it like a mortal. We just ride it to the heavens. Gas gods, lungs like steel, burning loud with Dr. High on the side. I told you, don't hit it like a mortal.
There we have it. Gasp gods. All right, so there are a lot of experiences you can have when you consume cannabis over the years. And sometimes you smoke something that perhaps might give you some paranoia. Perhaps you've taken a larger dose of edibles than you should have, or smoked a strain that had really high terpene that doesn't necessarily agree with you. And you start to experience anxiety, feel a bit paranoid. So, this next song, Smoke Signals, is kind of about that experience. It's experimental dub hop glitch. It's got a cool little beat to it. The lyrics are great. The vocals are great. So let's enjoy Smoke Signals.
I was just trying to chill.
But then the smoke started talking. Rolled up solo, lights down low. Joint burning like a tail, I know. Hit once, sound got weird. Fridge hum turned into a chant I feared. My phone blinked off, the clock moved twice. My cat blinked sideways, that wasn't nice. Every puff opened a channel deep, where the silence started to speak. Code in the smoke, whispers in the ash. You tune this session. Who broadcast this stash? Stone signals, they coming through. In the curl of the haze in the lightless room. Words in the wind, beats in the breeze. I think Dr. High just emailed my dream. Stone signals, I can't explain, but this sativa picked up a plane. Broadcast bongs and frequency fears. It's loud in here, but nobody hears. I turned off the fan, still heard a beat, like jungle drums in a concrete street. My thoughts spelled things in Morse code loops, and the ashtray answered with cosmic truth. The lighter coughed, the grinder spoke, said you ain't alone, just properly woke. So I leaned in deeper, eyes like glass, talking to ghosts made of cherry gas. Turn the dial, inhale the file. This isn't weed, this is a message. Stone signals, I see the grid, I see the code in the hits I did. Don't need truth, don't need math, just the smoke trail and the doctor's path. If the aliens come, I'll pass it first. But then the smoke started talking. I'll pass it first.
Well, that was Stone Signals. I love that. That sounds so good in the car, turned up loud, just vibrates all the way through. And I'll tell you what, if you want to listen to Dr. High music in the car or on the beach or anywhere you are, it's available on all major streaming platforms: Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, iTunes, Deezer, Shazam, YouTube. If you like the videos and you're having a party and you got a big screen TV, if you go to Dr. High Music on YouTube, there's about 50 videos there now. Every song's got the video. It's perfect for parties. Just throw it on in the background. You got the music happening while people are sitting around. They got something they can watch. All the words are there. So and some of these songs are great to sing along to. So there we are. All right, let's get into our next song. Wake and bake is important to us all. It's a ritual that we hold dear in the cannabis community. And this next song is all about a young lady's morning routine. Don't talk to me before I'm high, she says. But once I'm high, we're good to go. High by 9.
Don't talk to me if I am bake. Seriously, don't. Alarm going off, eyes crusty as hell. Coffee on drip, but that ain't my spell. I need a little green just to start my flow. Can't handle people till I'm puffing slow. Phone blowing up, boss on red. Cat wants food and my plant needs fed. I love you, babe, but please don't go. Not before you roll up my morning glow. I don't want tea, I don't want toast. I want that joint that I love the most. 1 toke, 2 kiss, 3 dance move. Put the lighter in gear and let the vibe groove. Weed me up before you go. Don't leave me trying solo. I need that burn to face the day. You light me up, I'll float away. Weed me up before you go. Don't hit the street without the mojo. I'm not that sweet without my strain. Just 1 little hit to fix my brain. Yeah. I got a playlist and a pancake pan, but nothing hits right till I'm rolling the gram. I don't need hugs, I don't need zen. I need a fat J and my house coat again. Forget your kiss, just pass the flame. I'll spark the mood, then remember your name. We can talk life after I'm high. Till then, don't ask me why I cry. It's a love song to my sativa stray. She lift me up and ease the pain. You can take the keys, you can take the car, but leave the grinder. That's where the stars are. Weed me up before you go. Just 1 little hit to fix my brain. You didn't light it, so I quit my job.
There it is. High by 9. I know I usually am. I don't know about you, but yeah, if I'm not at work, which I'm not 3 days a week, I'm working on Dr. High. I'm definitely high by 9 because I love to do what I do. I smoke all day long between my vape pens and my rocket pops and my own joints, and I stay high. I love it. And when I'm at work, the days that I work, I use edibles. So I try to stay high, and I'm usually high by 9. All right, so let's move on. I'm sure it's happened to you. I know it's happened to me. You got things you need to get done that day, a couple of little plans, maybe some work around the house, some chores, things like that. You get up, you smoke that first big bat of the morning, you have a coffee, and you change your mind. I really wanted to get that done, but I'm pretty comfortable where I am right now. So sometimes when the chronic calls, you have to pick up, you have to answer, and you have to enjoy the chronic calls. Let's do it.
I was minding my business. Then the chronic Wake and bake was not the plan, but that jar opened up like it understands. Lemon haze whispering sweet in my ear said, call your boss, bro, disappear. Rode one fact like the 90s back, put a beat on loop, and I never looked back. Shades on inside, ashtray full, grew a forest in my chest off a single pull. Don't ask me questions if the buds speak louder. Got a half ounce left and I'm feeling prouder. You bring the snacks, I bring the flame. If you hear a knock, it's the weed calling your name. The chronic called, I had to pick up. Gave me green advice in a platinum cup. Said don't chase clout, just roll that fire. And say you were coached by Dr. High Sire. The chronic called, left a voicemail too. Grab a rapper lighter and your realest crew. No stress, no shoes, just sun and sound. Blowing nose while the world spins round. Two-step in the garden, hoodie on lean. Backyard funk, my sesh stay clean. Puffin' the parliament, spinning Snoop. Got a J so thick it got its own group. Laughed so hard I forgot my name. Tried to hit it twice and the rig said shame. So I hit it thrice cause I don't obey. If it ain't fire, it don't get played. This one's for the Kush calls you always answer. And the friends who never show up empty-handed. The chronic called, I had to pick up. Gave me green advice in a platinum cup. And say you were coached by Dr. Highsire. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. Chronic call, I had to pick up. Gave me green advice in a platinum cup. Say you were coached by Dr. Highsire. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. Answer every time. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time.
Well, there you have it. What I would call sage advice. If the weed ever calls you, answer every time. Dr. Hyde knows what he's talking about. Always pick up that call from the chronic. All right. Let's slow things down a little bit again. Let's go back to a little bit of a love song. A couple who are separated for whatever reason, be it a work trip, be it perhaps he works in the oil fields and she lives in the city and he's gone on the contract, or perhaps he's in the military. Could be many different reasons that they would be separated, but it's about thinking about each other through the experience of getting high. Something that they shared together. They enjoyed smoking together. It was a ritual that bonded them. So while they're apart, the bond continues, although they're smoking alone. Stay lit, my love.
I left the lighter on the windowsill, so you know I'm still burning. We don't need words when the flame still glows. You're the spark in my lungs when the cold wind blows. Your shirt still smells like cherry pie, and I light up slow when I close my eyes. You roll like a poet, pass like a king, taught me how to inhale everything. Now even the silence feels like you, wrapped in smoke, soft and true. And when the night gets loud with the world outside, just spark that green and feel me glide. You'll find me there between each breath, where love burns slow and forgets death. Stay lit, my love, don't fade tonight. Be the ember that outshines light. If your hands feel cold and your heart feels rough, just remember we're fire and fire's enough. Stay lit, my love, stay high and warm. Even when we're caught in the quiet storm, I'll meet you there in the smoke above. Signed and sealed, Dr. High with love. I packed your favorite just in case, labeled it home in that velvet case.
place. If the world goes gray or your joy goes thin, just twist it tight and let me in. No maps needed when the high's divine. Just follow the rhythm, hit the line. We're two tokes dancing on parallel planes, calling each other by cloud and name. You don't need me near to feel my flame. Just roll the truth and call my name. Love like ours don't burn away. It just turns to smoke and finds its way. Stay lit, my love. Don't fade tonight. I'll meet you there in the smoke above. Signed and sealed, Dr. High with love. Wherever you place, I bloom.
That was it. Stay lit, my love. If you've ever had the experience of being separated from your loved one, your partner, and you perhaps talked on the telephone while smoking a joint at the same time, or whatever the case may be, I'm sure that story was relatable to you. All right, well, we've reached the point where we're at our last song of the night. So I wanted to throw in a song that you may have seen before. It was in episode 1 of High Vibes with Dr. High, one of my personal favorites, about a strong woman who does it on her own. She's rolling alone with a joint and a dream. Here we go. Rolling alone. Let's get it on.
Smoke curls like a ribbon in the midnight air. I exhale the weight of a world that don't care. Ain't nobody calling, no knock at my door. Just me in this moment, I don't need more. City lights flicker like ghosts in the sky. Take another hit, let my troubles float by. A sip of red wine, a song on repeat. I close my eyes, let the rhythm sink deep. Say a woman ain't whole on her own, but I got peace in my heart and a fire in my bones. No empty words, no hands to hold, just me and my smoke and a heart full of gold. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling alone where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need. Feet on the dashboard, driving nowhere slow. Radio hums like a voice that knows. Every mile another piece of the past, fading away like smoke on glass. I ain't waiting, I ain't wishing. I don't need saving, I don't need fixing. Love might be sweet, but solitude's strong. A woman like me learns to carry on. They say a woman ain't whole on her own, but I got peace in my heart and a fire in my bones. No empty words, no hands to hold, just me and my smoke and a heart full of gold. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling alone where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need. Maybe love will find me down the road,
but tonight I let the embers glow. No rush, no race, no weight to bear, just a little more smoke in the midnight air. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling along where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream, blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need.
And that was it. Rolling Alone. I like that song. I like it a lot. I like the kind of woman it represents. I like the style of music. I like the story. I hope you guys did too. Well, that's going to wrap it up for episode 7 of High Vibes with Dr. High. Thank you so much for spending some time with me tonight. It's always a pleasure to be here, to be bringing you this music, to be creating this music for you guys. I really want it to have an impact within the community because they're songs, yes, but if you listen to the lyrics, there are messages in there. There's knowledge, there's learning, there's history. There are so many things in these songs. It's just that it bypasses your conscious mind, right? Because it's the music. It's the way it's being delivered. So, hopefully we're going to have a good shot. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing or you're curious about any of the Dr. High apparel, check out Dr. High AI Hayes on Etsy. If you know anybody who's dealing with a medical condition, newly diagnosed, and you think that cannabis might be beneficial for them, but they're not quite sure about it, there are my books under drhigh.ca on Amazon. Beginner's Guides to Cannabis and Specific Medical Conditions, 27 in all. And of course, if you love the music, you can find me on Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, YouTube, all over the place. And if you want to use the videos, if you're having a party or you just want to throw them on the background in the house while you're cleaning or gardening or doing whatever you're doing, check out Dr. High Music on YouTube. There's about 50 videos there now. Keep you going for a few hours. And that's it. Once again, thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out with me, and we'll see you next week. Thanks, Canada fam. Be safe. High vibes only.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only, feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice in our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's May the 8th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net as well as at 420pace.ca. Today in the news, just so you know, first off, Cindy, she has returned from Amsterdam. She will return Monday here to the show. And that I do have a question for you. Did you see her out there on that swing? I don't know if you've seen it, like, she was way up there in the sky on the swing, and to me, no thanks. I like to keep my feet on the ground, and we'll find out about that swing come Monday. See what she thought of it. So, other than that, today I have some studies. We're heading to the U.S., Brazil, and of course, we'll have some news from Canada, which is where I will begin. It's an update story. I mentioned it on Monday, where in Nelson, BC, there was a fellow there that was trying to get a license for a smokable patio. So here we go. Update from StratCan. StratCan says Nelson City Council rejects. That's right, rejects outdoor cannabis consumption license. Nelson City Council rejected an application for a temporary permit for cannabis consumption on a patio of a local cafe in a meeting on Tuesday, despite a recommendation from city staff to approve the temporary use permit, that's good to know, that would have authorized Yaherb Cafe to allow cannabis consumption on an outdoor patio. City Council voted against the measure, citing concerns from the public. Following a past staff presentation about the application and a brief discussion, Councillor Rick Logenberg brought forward a motion to deny the temporary permit, which was seconded from Councillor Kate Tate. Logenberg said he was not opposed to the application in principle, but felt the location was not appropriate, citing community feedback. The city staff reported detailed numerous letters of support and opposition to the location. Now, the councillor says that I think smoking cannabis is quite different from even smoking cigarettes. The smell is so strong, and many people, especially the people in the neighborhood, I think they have a right to clean air, and it's the same as sound and everything else. I'm not opposed to this in other locations. I think this location is really problematic. There's kids in this neighborhood. I think there's kids almost in every neighborhood. I think so. And I don't know why they don't think tobacco smoke don't smell. They're not trying to ban it everywhere. Councillor Tate added that she didn't want Nelson to be the first location in BC to formally allow such a space, preferring to wait for other jurisdictions to tackle the issue first. We wonder why. Councillor Leslie Payne, who opposed changing the TUP to 1 year from 3, but supported the overall approach, says she sees the application as a continuation of our heritage in the Nelson community, noting that those who live in areas next to commercial districts have to accept these types of activities. She also expressed surprise at some of the community feedback that she said equated cannabis users with disreputable behavior. We can't do that with drink. We don't do that with drinking and alcohol. She's got a point. What other area are we going to find where this is going to be more acceptable? Now, Mayor Janice Morrison also chimed in to add that she also opposed the TUP, siding with Councillor Tate and Lockenberg, saying that she doesn't believe cannabis consumers need to smoke cannabis in order to use it, and agreeing that she wanted to wait to see how other municipalities handle the issue. She says, I think people have the right to clean air, adding that she felt that allowing such a business could open the city to potential litigation. Now, in 2020, when Morrison was a city council, a Nelson city councilor, she endorsed a resolution that called on the provincial government to reduce the provincial barrier to allow the promotion of cannabis consumption spaces. Oh, wow, interesting. The resolution referred to the historical legacy of cannabis cultivation and clear knowledge that the cannabis industry is pillar of our regional economy. Now, Brandon Raby, who owns the Herb Cafe and has worked with the city of Nelson to file the TUP application, said he was prepared to address concerns from some councillors, but was surprised by some of the types of opposition raised. He says, we went from a community that permitted unlicensed, federally prohibited medical cannabis dispensaries to now a community where applications for cannabis consumption spaces are going to be confused with the criminal element and be avoided at all costs. Without such an officially authorized space, Raby says there is technically nowhere to legally smoke or vaporize cannabis in downtown Nelson, something he's highlighted in his submission to the city. He says, it seems that the trend is there is no traction for legal cannabis here in Nelson. Without any exceptions, there is nowhere in downtown Nelson where consumption spaces can be permitted. Council noted that Raby can reapply for another permit in the future. 4 councillors provided enough votes to refuse the application, although the recorded video did not indicate all who voted to oppose. Now, the vote was not recorded, but the Councillor Leslie Payne asked that her vote opposing the motion to deny the temporary use permit be recorded. Now, 6 city council members plus the mayor make up the city council. To give you an idea on the size of it. So, yeah, no patio smoking going on in Nelson, at least with the permit, and that's unfortunate. Be nice to know what all their concerns were, other than just the fact they just wanted clean air. Because there's other ways that they could deal with that. That's for sure. All righty. I hear someone has just walked in, but I'll find out who it is soon enough. All right, on to my next story. Here we go. This one comes to me from Marijuana Moment. Headline on it says, DeSantis says he'll sign Florida bill to criminalize psychedelic mushroom spores. Oh, so I know spores. You can get mushroom spores that I've seen them at hydroponic stores, actually. So here in Ontario. Here's the headline. Here's the story. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signaled that he intends to sign a wide-ranging agricultural bill passed by the legislature that contains, among other provisions, a new prohibition on the spores of psychedelic mushrooms. Says in comments on Tuesday, DeSantis announced his support for the measure SB 700, sponsored by Senator Keith Trudeau. The bill is currently on its way to the governor's desk after being passed by the House of Representatives last week. It was previously passed by the Senate on a 27-9 vote. DeSantis' statement didn't address the legislation's psychedelic mushroom spore ban or most other provisions of the roughly 150-page bill, and instead he zeroed in on the part of the bill that would ban local governments from adding fluoride to public drinking water, an issue that dominated debate as the proposal made its way through the legislature. It says the free state of Florida means freedom from governments or private actors unilaterally applying chemicals or geoengineering to people or public spaces, he said in a release. With respect to psychedelic mushrooms, the bill would outlaw transporting, importing, selling, or giving away spores or mycelium capable of producing mushrooms or other material which will contain a controlled substance, including psilocybin or psilocin, during its life cycle. Violating the proposed law would be a first-degree misdemeanor, carrying a maximum 1 year in jail and $1,000 fine. SB 700 would also make a variety of adjustments around Florida's agricultural lands, utilities, and wildlife management. Psilocybin and psilocin are the two main psychoactive compounds in the magic mushrooms, although spores themselves typically do not contain psilocybin or psilocin. They eventually produce the fruiting bodies, mushrooms that do contain this psychedelic compound. That's like cannabis. There's no THC until you get your buds, really. Because the spores don't contain any controlled substances, the federal government deems them legal. That's interesting. I did not realize that. And it says if mushroom spores or any other material do not contain psilocybin or psilocin or any other controlled substance, the material is considered not controlled. Terry Boss, the Drug Enforcement Agency, Drug and Control or Chemical Evaluation Section Chief, said in a memo last year. It says in Florida, legislative report of HB 651, a House companion bill to the measure now heading to DeSantis, similarly notes that spores do not contain any psilocybin properties themselves and therefore could be considered legal under current law. To prevent that, the proposal would clarify as illegal any spores or mycelium that could produce psilocybin or psilocin at any time. So even though it doesn't have any in it, just because it could down the road, they're outlawing. As for psilocybin and psilocin themselves, the substances are already illegal in Florida. Simple possession is a third-degree felony carrying up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. The legislative report on SB 700 notes that psychedelic mushrooms became popular in the United States during the 1960s when American researchers first studied their healing properties in medical applications. Now they are listed as a Schedule I controlled substance of the U.S. government, meaning they have no accepted medical use. While we are seeing lots of reports that is not right, and I've got a couple of them coming up later on in the show. So it further says that any material, compound, mixture, or preparation that contains the hallucinogenic substance known as psilocybin has high potential for abuse, is not currently accepted as medical treatment in the United States. And late last week, meanwhile, DeSantis signed a separate bill into law that will create new hurdles for advocates aiming to put legislative proposal between voters, including potentially the renewed effort to legalize cannabis in the state. Among other requirements, the law mandates that supporters post a $1 million bond before commencing signature gathering, prohibits the use of out-of-state and non-citizen petitioners, and narrows the window during which signatures must be submitted to election officials. Just the Republican way, make it harder all the time. Its sponsor, Rep. Jenna Persons Meleka, contends the ballot initiative process has been taken over by out-of-state fraudsters looking to make a quick buck and by special interests intent on buying their way into our Constitution. And critics have said the new changes will impede Floridians' ability to have their voices heard, in one group hoping to qualify a measure that would expand Medicaid in the state has already sued the DeSantis administration over the new law. The obstacles to placing a proposal on the statewide ballot came on the heels of two contentious constitutional amendments that went before voters last year. One, including Amendment 3 that would have legalized cannabis for adults 21 and older, and another abortion rights bill. Those were at 60% that they had to get, and I believe they got somewhere around 57. So he's making it harder, so the numbers go down. You know, it's just that's the way things go, unfortunately. Okay, I see there's still lots more in this story, so I'm just going to shut her down there. Like pretty well, you got an idea what's going on there. Anyways, in Florida, DeSantis is going after psilocybin and psilocin, whether it's in the plans or not. So, and making it harder for people to vote on those things, which, like I said, I'm not surprised whatsoever on that. So let's move on. Let's get some good news going on here. And that's coming on with the next story right here. This one comes to me from Green State. It says, new weed compound discovered. But that's not the best part. Well, let's find out what this is all about. Cannabis plant is incredibly complex and hundreds of active compounds. Most people are familiar with THC and CBD. Minor cannabinoids like CBN, CBG, THCV are starting to make waves, but researchers in South Korea have identified a previously unknown cannabinoid in a rather surprising way. A paper published in the Journal of Pharmaceuticals outlined the discovery. Researchers had been trying to determine which parts of the plants could have anti-tumor capabilities, particularly neuroplastomas. They did not set out to find new cannabinoids, but that's what happened. That's a nasty brain cancer, that stuff. Now, the compound called cannabidiol-soca was isolated from the cannabis plants using chromatography, while researchers did not identify it as particularly toxic to neuroplasmosis. Other isolated cannabinoids did show promise. This included CBD, CBDA, CBDA-ME, CBG, and delta-8 THC. Two other compounds, yeah, that's a nice one. That's a long one. Both of them were also found in cannabis for the first time. These derivatives of chlorophyll also revealed anti-tumor capabilities. Wow. The results of this study suggest that these compounds have the potential to be developed into anti-neuroblastoma products, the study authors wrote. The discovery of this cannabidiol could lead scientists to dive deeper into its role in cannabis and its potential benefits. The overall results of the Korean study were also exciting in the continued fight against cancer, since several cannabis compounds could have promise in destroying tumors. Now, this cannabidiol is just one of the many new cannabis compounds revealing themselves in recent years. Some are found within the natural plant, while others are being developed by scientists looking to harness the powers of cannabis without any potential side effects. For example, a team of researchers from Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis and Stanford University developed a cannabinoid meant to ease pain without psychoactive effect. The molecule, dubbed VIP36, interacts with the same receptors as THC and CBD, but doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier. The scientists found that VIP36 was an effective analgesic in mice and didn't seem to be mood-altering or addictive. The cannabis plants were, I think it just jumped in there. Okay, well, the discovery of the, yeah, I read that. Okay, there we are. For example, a team of researchers in Washington and University School of Medicine in St. Louis and Stanford University. Yeah, okay, I've already read that. The screen jumped, so I lost where I was at. I'm at the very bottom. The cannabis plant may be thousands of years old, but there are still plenty of things to learn as R&D into cannabis continues to accelerate, more likely to be revealed about the dynamic compounds within and how they may help mankind. It just never ends. The plant just keeps giving and just giving out. There's just so much to be found within the cannabis plant that even after all these years, they are discovering more all the time. All right, on to my last story before we go to break. And here we go. This one comes to me from Parkinson's News Today. So this is Parkinson's News Today. The headline says, psilocybin eases depression, anxiety, in Parkinson's. This is Parkinson's News Today. They're telling their patients psilocybin is going to help them. Low dose psilocybin, a naturally occurring psychedelic compound, may be promising therapy for mood issues, including depression and anxiety in people with Parkinson's disease. It's according to data from a pilot phase 2 clinical trial. In addition to significant reductions in depression and anxiety, results from the trial pointed to psilocybin's potential benefits for patients' cognitive and motor function. The study was conducted by researchers at University of California and San Francisco Transitional Psychedelic Research Program and funded by an anonymous donor. Now, Ian Bradley, the AMD in the study's office, says we are still in very early stages of this work, but this first study went well beyond what we expected. The trial's results were described in the study psilocybin therapy for mood dysfunction in Parkinson's disease. An open-label pilot trial was published in the Neuropsychopharmacology. And it says besides Parkinson's hallmark motor symptoms, people with a neurodegenerative disease may experience emotional and mood issues, like depression and anxiety, that often precede the onset of motor symptoms. Many people don't realize this, but mood symptoms in Parkinson's are linked to a faster physical decline, says Bradley. And they are actually a stronger predictor of patients' quality of life with Parkinson's than their motor symptoms. Now it says that this study provides the first data on psilocybin's effects of any neurodegenerative disease, the researchers wrote. And the results suggest that psilocybin therapy in Parkinson's disease warrants further investigation. The researchers evaluated the safety and preliminary efficacy of psilocybin within 12 adults and with mild to moderate Parkinson's who also had depression and or anxiety. Each participant received one 10 milligram dose of psilocybin, followed by a 25 milligram dose 2 weeks later, together with psychotherapy sessions. Each psilocybin session involved the ingestion of a psilocybin capsule in a quiet room and in the presence of the patient's therapist, who monitored for safety and provided psychological support. Participants were evaluated for moods and changes in the mood, cognitive function, and motor function 1 week after each dose, 1 month, and 3 months after the last dose. 10 participants experienced adverse effects while on the psilocybin, and the most common was anxiety, nausea, headaches, and evaluated blood pressure, and none required medical intervention. No serious side effects were reported. Patients experienced significant decreases in Parkinson's motor and non-motor symptoms at the 1 week and 1 month follow-up evaluations, as assessed by the Motor Movement Disorder Society Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating. 1 month after the last dose, scores on the scales Part 1, which assesses Parkinson's non-motor symptoms, had decreased by 13 points. Scores on Parts 2 and 3, which evaluated motor symptoms on their ability of daily life, decreased by 7.5 and 4.6. So they said that improvements noted were psychotic symptoms were minimal at baseline and were significantly reduced post-treatment. adding that there was also significant improvement in patients' cognitive function, particularly relating to memory and learning. Depression assessed with the Montgomery Ashburg Depression Rating Scale was significantly reduced at both the 1 week and 1 month follow-up. Anxiety, evaluated by the Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale, was also significantly eased at the 1 week follow-up evaluation, but changes after 1 month failed to reach statistically significance. 3 months after the last dose, the MADRS score had decreased by 9.3 points, and the HAM-A scores had dropped by 3.8 points. Changes that were statistically significant, and they said changes to the MADRS scores were also considered clinically meaningful at all time points. They say here that while there is no agreed upon threshold for the HAM-A, a prior study of anxiety in PD, which is Parkinson's disease, estimated minimal clinical important difference of 4 points, the researchers wrote, meaning that only the changes at the 1 week evaluation may have been clinically meaningful. So they do the one dose and it lasts a week. You know, you're not popping pills, or even if it lasts 2 weeks, you're not popping pills every day. Researchers said the beneficial effect of psilocybin on the patient's mood could have resulted in better cognitive and motor functions. Another possible explanation is that the medicine could reduce inflammation and promote the growth and reconnection of brain cells, a process known as brain plasticity. The vast majority, according to Joshua Woolley, vast majority of brain diseases still lack interventions that change the course of illness. Now that's beginning to change. These results raise the exciting possibility that psilocybin may help the brain repair itself. Like brain repairing itself. Yes. You know, and if it needs some psychedelics in order to help that, then why not? Right? Why not? I'm going to probably have some more on that maybe in the second half of the show, where we're talking about psychedelics and a couple of the stories. But in the meantime, it's time for me to take a break, and I'll be back shortly. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, I'm back and we're live, and I got 4 more news stories to bring up, and we're gonna start right off here with a story coming to us from the government itself, from the U.S. government, NIH actually. And this is headline there says an LSD analog for treating psychiatric diseases. Certain psychiatric diseases, such as depression and schizophrenia, feature a loss of structures called dendritic spines from neurons. Now, these dendritic spines form the receiving end of synapse or connections between neurons. Psychedelic drugs, such as LSD, have shown promise relieving some symptoms of these psychiatric diseases. The drugs act by binding certain serotonin receptors to the brain to promote the growth of new spines and formulation of new synapses. The process is known as neuroplasticity. But psychedelic drugs can also have other effects. Their hallucinogenic side effects make them unsafe for many people. This is particularly true for people with schizophrenia or family history of psychosis. Hallucinogens and delusions are symptoms of schizophrenia that hallucinogenic drugs can make worse. Previous research showed that modifications of a psychedelic called DMT could reduce its hallucinogenic potential while retaining its ability to promote plasticity. The modified compound bound to the same serotonin receptors as DMT, but in a slightly different manner. LSD is even more effective at promoting plasticity than DMT. Thus, a research team led by David Olson Dr. David Olson at the University of California, Davis set out to design a drug that retained the LSD's ability to promote neurons growth without the hallucinogenic potential. Results of their effort, which was funded in part by the NIH, appeared in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences back on April the 14th of 2025. So guided by the DMT results, the team tried switching the places of the 2 atoms in LSD. This resulted in a compound that had the same 3D structure as LSD, but altered the way it bound to its target receptor, similar to the modified DMT. The researchers developed a procedure for synthesizing the compound, which they named JRT, from commercially available starting materials. The team tested JRT's ability to bind different receptors found in the central nervous system. While LSD can bind to many receptor joints or types, JRT bound only to serotonin receptors. Interactions with specific serotonin receptors, the 5-HT2A receptor, are responsible for both the plasticity promoting and the hallucinogenic effects of psychedelics. Now, JRT was potent at activating this receptor, although to a lesser extent than LSD. JRT promoted the growth of dendritic spines in cultural rat neurons. It did so as well or better than LSD and the antipsychotic drug clozapine. When the team administered JRT to the mice, it increased the density of the dendritic spines and synapse. The single dose of JRT in mice could restore the loss of these dendritic spine density caused by chronic exposure to stress hormones. Further, mouse testing suggests that JRT had much lower hallucinogenic potential than LSD. JRT did not produce response in mice that are believed to collaborate with the hallucinogenic action of LSD. Pre-treating mice with JRT also blocked LSD from producing these responses. This suggests that they bind to the same receptor. Unlike LSD, JRT did not cause sensory alterations in a mouse model, nor did it activate genes in the brain associated with schizophrenia. JRT also produced improvements in mice in tests designed to detect potential antidepressant effects. Moreover, it did so at doses 100-fold lower than ketamine, which is used for treatment-resistant depression. JRT promoted cognitive flexibility as well, which is often impaired in schizophrenia. Current medications for schizophrenia are effective at treating hallucinations and delusions, but they are less effective at treating other symptoms like the inability to feel pleasure and impaired cognitive function. These results suggest that JRT might be able to safely treat these symptoms as well. More broadly, they show continued process in designing non-hallucinogenic psychedelic analogs. The development of JRT emphasized that we can use psychedelics like LSD as starting points to make better medicines, Olson says. JRT has extremely high therapeutic potential, and right now we are testing it in other disease models, improving its synthesis and creating new analogs of JRT that might be even better. So there you go. They are, obviously synthesizing, and said about moving two molecules made a big difference. And if it can help people dealing with depression and save lives, then good. Then good. All right, moving on to the next story, and it comes to me from the business of cannabis. And the headline there says, "Full spectrum CBD drug for autism spectrum disorder poised for phase 2 clinical trials in the U.S." DeFlora, a joint venture between Charlotte's Web Holdings and Agena Biosciences, is advancing towards the start of its phase 2 clinical trial for AJA001, a cannabinoid phase FDA botanical drug development to treat behavioral symptoms associated with autism spectrum disorder. In February of 2025, the company announced that its investigational new drug application for phase 2 clinical trials had been cleared by the FDA, making the first full spectrum CBD based drug in history to do so. With approval granted, the company is now preparing to begin enrolling 60 participants, ages 13 to 29, for its 12-week study to establish a titration regime and efficacy signals to improve dosing levels for eventual phase 3 studies. In a recent published interview in Clinical Leader, Joel Stanley, CEO of Agena Biosciences and chairman of DeFlora, said that the trial is set to begin immediately. He says that as soon as we close this round, we'll move into those phase 2 trials. Then it'll probably be 14 to 16 months for results. We'll start looking at future commercialization partners from that point and look at the appropriate ways to finance the larger phase 3 trials. Now, according to its specific timeline, they expect phase 3 trials to begin next year ahead of the final FDA approval in 2030. It would become the first full spectrum and only 5th botanical drug to be approved by the FDA, taking its place alongside Jazz Pharmaceuticals' $1 billion Epilex, which was approved in 2018. However, according to Stanley, being a US-based company has meant the process has been far harder than its UK-based pharmaceutical counterpart. He says that since 2018, since the US legalized hemp, one CBD drug, Epilex, developed by GW Pharmaceutical, has been approved for very rare epilepsy diagnosis. A pure CBD drug, very different than our drug, AJA001, made by a UK company, meant they didn't need a Schedule 1 manufacturing license yet. For American companies, the DEA considered CBD a Schedule 1 drug up until 2019. So the UK company was able to race through the process. The market need is substantial. ASD affects approximately 1 in 36 children in the U.S. Wow. And currently, only 2 FDA-approved drug treatment exist, both at atypical antipsychotics known for several side effects and poor long-term tolerability. It's too bad that they're going to have to wait all the way to 2013 in order, or 2030. I mean, in order for that to, maybe hit the actual, get the finals approvals and all that stuff. Because if 1 in every 36 children are being born with that condition, then there's going to be obviously a lot of people who are still going to be dealing with that for several more years, and maybe they can speed up the process somehow. All right, moving on to my next story. This one's coming to me from Mugglehead Magazine. Headline on that says that DMT extracted from Brazilian roots shows remarkable accuracy for treating depression. There we go. The root of a Brazilian plant has been attracting attention recently for its psychedelic healing powers. Like the chacruna shrub used to brew ayahuasca, Mimosa tuniflora, also known as Germa petra, contains a high concentration of a powerful psychoactive compound, DMT. The plant's ability to treat people suffering from depression was the subject of a study published in a prominent Nature journal on April 22nd. 14 participants vaporized DMT extracted from the roots multiple times over the course of 6 months, in conjunction with a psychological therapy, and experienced significant relief from their symptoms as a result. Now, according to Marcello Falchi, psychiatrist and DMT researcher at the University of Rio Grande do Norte's Brain Institute, says that what I've observed and what I find particularly interesting is its rapid effect. Now, the South African researchers have pointed out that vaporized DMT is an advantage compared to other psychedelics like psilocybin or LSD, in that it is short-lasting while still being extremely powerful. Vaporized DMT offers a non-invasive, time-efficient, cost-effective alternative to other psychedelics and traditional antidepressants, supporting its role in interventional psychiatry and public health, the authors noted in their paper. Now, the DMT derived from this plant has been used for centuries by indigenous groups in the country for healing purposes. They believe that it helps them to connect with the spirit world. The native tribes also ingest it in a wine-like brew and ayahuasca variation known as Germahuasca, while engaging in traditional ceremonies involving drumming and dancing. Now, the Germa peta is a plentiful and cheap source of DMT. The primary costs are the time and equipment involved in extracting it properly. Researchers from the Brain Institute says that although vaporizing DMT is highly beneficial for many, it does not work for others. It's just like cannabis. There's no guarantee it works for everybody. We have patients who improve significantly and others who don't improve at all. Yeah, says Fernando Falafino Fortes. It's a neuroscientist from the Institute. This sentiment was echoed by Drula Ejo, a psychiatrist from university and head of the DMT research project, saying that this is not a silver bullet that's going to take care of every problem for everyone. Ayahuasca and psychedelics are not for everyone, just like how a roller coaster is not for everyone. I always hate to say cheeseburgers because I can't eat cheeseburgers. So I always say cheeseburgers aren't for everyone. Ejo says that him and his colleagues are aiming to conduct a much larger assessment with 100 participants for further insight, saying, let's say that in 5 years, we'll have a clear picture of when DMT from this Germa peta will reach a real clinical setting. So there you go. And if it saves frogs, because some people are going after the frogs. If you get this from this plant, then all the better, right? And be able to help patients. Like I said, even though it doesn't help everybody, but it helps some patients. That's that's good news because there's benefit there, right? So, okay, on to my last story of the day. There we go. This one comes to me from Leafy. The headline says cannabis use has less impact on airway health than tobacco. Cannabis users have airway health, which is closer to that of non-smokers than tobacco smokers, according to the new research from the University of California, Davies Lung Center. Yes, that's good news. Good news for sure. Researchers collected breath samples from 285 participants to analyze the toxic profiles of those who smoke or vape cannabis, those who smoke tobacco or vape nicotine products, and those who abstain entirely. The results published in the journal Respiratory Research revealed striking differences between cannabis and tobacco users. Tobacco smokers and nicotine e-vapes usually all display similar toxic breath profiles with elevated levels of inflammatory oxylipins. In contrast, cannabis smokers and vapors showed breath profiles remarkably similar to non-users, with some cannabis consumers even exhibiting lower toxic levels than those who abstain completely. What? Wow. Cigarettes unregulated these inflammatory fatty acids, but we didn't see that nearly as much as cannabis or cannabis product, noted one of the study's authors. When we look at the signatures from the cannabis smokers, they look closer to non-smokers and non-users and non-smokers than the tobacco smokers, and that was a surprise to us. The study's participants included 285 people, comparing 89 non-smokers, 97 smokers, and 95 cannabis users. The collected samples, participants breathed into a container for 20 minutes. The samples were filtered to remove saliva and frozen at minus 80 degrees before analysis. Researchers specifically examined levels of inflammatory oxylipins typically evaluated in tobacco smokers and 403 significant metabolites associated with tobacco smoke. Now, the researchers reported in the journal Respiratory Research saying targeted measurements of oxylipin inflammatory markers found significant upregulation among those using tobacco products relative to non-users. Cannabis users exhibited oxylipin levels closer to and often downregulated compared to non-smokers. The findings come as cannabis use continues to rise globally, particularly in the U.S., where nearly half of the states have legalized recreational cannabis. The results align with previous research that was determined cannabis consumers are exposed to fewer harmful toxins compared to tobacco smokers. Other studies have concluded that cannabis smoke and tobacco smoke are not equally carcinogenic. However, the researchers emphasized that their study focused solely on evaluating toxicity levels in breath samples and was not designed to establish links between these markers and specific illnesses, such as lung diseases. The study authors concluded with, while the approach allows for the identification of key inflammatory biomarkers, it does not seek to establish direct links to clinical outcomes such as lung disease or respiratory dysfunctional limited conclusions about the clinical impact of these biomarkers. So there you go. Good news. Boy, I hadn't seen anything like that reported anywhere, and that's good news for sure, and especially when it says that the level of toxins in a cannabis user was less than a non-cannabis user and non-tobacco user. Like, obviously there's benefits going on in there. So hopefully there's more studies that will come up that will repeat similar outcomes, and if they increase it as far as the participants, and see what happens, see if they can go on further, see whether it can have an effect on things such as lung cancer, throat cancer, so on and so forth. So we'll never know until they get to that point, but hopefully they do some more research to find out the answers. So, well, other than that, I've got all my stories done. 8 stories are done today. Cindy will return on Monday. We'll find out all about her trip to Amsterdam, see what she thought about that swing that was way up in the air, sort of like doing the CN Tower in Toronto. No, thank you. But other than that, that's our news report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics. In closing, as always, I'd like to say thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, listening, wherever you may be, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.